Welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year, we'll witness the world's best teams fight for their share of the $4 million prize pool across the PMGC League and final stages. The league stage will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, with an all-new format consisting of 3 parts: groups, survival, and last chance. The group stage will kick off on November 10th all the way to the 27th. And we'll split our 48 teams into 3 groups. The top 3 from each group will advance directly to the finals, and the bottom 5 will be eliminated. The survival stage will take place from November 30th to December 2nd. The remaining teams from the group stage will battle to stay out of the bottom 8 spots to advance to the last chance, held on December 3rd and 4th, where the remaining 16 survivors will compete for the last 4 spots in the finals. The PMGC Grand Finals will be held from January 6th to 8th in Jakarta, Indonesia, where the 13 league finalists will compete with 3 special invite teams for the 2022 PMGC Championship Trophy and be crowned as the best PUBG Mobile team in the world.
Diego able to get back up to full HP, fighting off against the final player just for fun here. Innate trying to make it happen, and Vivo Key.
Oh, shots coming in from the other side. That's Sabat from Jaguar. Shots are coming in from Revo, though. He's going to take him down, and Aiton's out in 10th place. He tried to do a really good heal strategy, but it didn't end up working out for them.
Also in a decent position, but Choco goes down. What a terrible turn of events here. Eliminations, it will be 4th place for them, but Spec immediately on the case. The guys from Extreme Players weren't expecting this kind of damage, but they are pushing it back, but there it is. Tensor.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, from all around the world, as you are currently watching the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League. My name is Contra, your host for the entirety of this evening, as we're having all the matches here played live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where we have gathered the best PUBG Mobile team in the world to compete. And back in day one, we've already seen Influence Kemen dominate the group as they are currently the #1 team, but there are many great teams that are hoping to take over for the start of day 2. Let's see if anything changes for the rest of the day. And before we hit into our game, let's also talk to some of these players that's getting ready to enter the battlefield. And let's start off here with Titan Gaming.
Hello everybody, my nickname Axer, I'm from Titan Gaming team.
Of course, it's been a great honor to be able to interview you overall. And I really want to ask you where your team currently holds third place from Group Grid after day 1. Are you happy with your team's performance from yesterday?
Хотел бы начать интервью с вами. И сейчас у вас третье место в группе Red. Довольны ли вы результатом на сегодня?
Конечно, я очень доволен, потому что обычно мы начинаем играть с 3-4 игры, а сегодня мы начали с первой.
Yes, sure. We are very happy. Usually we start playing with the third or fourth game, but today we started right away with the first.
And that's, of course, really great news for our team. And I really want to ask you another question here where your team did struggle in the very first match yesterday, but you guys were able to bounce back up very quickly in match 2 and kept your momentum going for the rest of the day after winning the chicken dinner. What helped your team step up so quickly after?
Насколько мы знаем, вчера вы не на самой удачной ноте начали первую игру, но смогли быстро мобилизоваться и выйти на более высокий уровень. Что вам помогло в первую очередь?
Мы всегда настроены на все игры, и даже хоть при поражении мы сразу забываем об этом и начинаем все с чистого листа. Новая игра, новые возможности.
Well, our key is that we are able to start every game from a blank page and we get over it and recover very quickly.
All right. And of course, with day 2 that's about to start really soon, which team do you see as the biggest opponent in this group? And in your opinion, could you tell us why?
Ну, мы с вами приступили к второму дню наших официальных матчей. Какую из команд вы видите в соперниках и почему?
На данном турнире все команды для нас являются соперниками, потому что все очень сильные, нельзя недооценивать никого.
Well, at this stage we can surely say that all teams are very strong opponents and we should not underestimate any of them.
All right. And I'm admiring the team spirit overall, and you guys have also been preparing very long for this. So also, could you tell us about your mindset going into day 2? Which placement do you see your team taking after today's matches?
Я действительно восхищаюсь вашим настроем сегодня. И какой у вас прогноз? На какое место вы рассчитываете сегодня?
Наш прогноз на то, что мы будем также держаться в топ-3. Для нас самое главное пройти на гранд-финал.
So we do see ourselves in top 3 today, and of course we'd like to see ourselves in top 3 in the grand final.
Of course, I do wish you guys all the best for your pursuit for your chicken dinners. But before we also kickstart our very first game, yesterday I see you guys were also hanging out with Fox Gaming, and you were doing a little bit of dance. So could you also show us a little bit more of your moves?
Of course, of course.
All right, shall we actually start? So could you teach me a little bit of that? All right. All right, that's a great chicken dinner dance overall. I hope to see you guys celebrate with more of that. So, of course, I hope for the best for the team, and I wish you guys all the best.
Thank you.
All right, that was Axer from Titan Gaming, and I do believe that we're going to be able to witness a lot of great action for the entirety of this evening. So make sure you guys stick around and see who will be the one to take home all the glory, be the one, and we'll start the match real soon.
Goodbye.
that man comes up to you at a club and starts dancing with your girl, what do? Probably just let him have her, because that was some sick moves coming from Axer and Contra as well. Welcome back here to the desk here of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2022 league stage as we're into Group Red. We've already had 1 day out of 4 play already conclude, which means day 2. It's time for teams to step up here. You cannot afford to be at the bottom of the rankings, and if you want to have a chance to make it directly into the finals, well, you know what you got to do. You got to be top 3. To help you get top 3, we have our excellent analyst here who's been able to predict our teams to watch almost perfectly, Sandstorm, and Maxman falling back into his normal Maxman ways of getting his predictions wrong. How you doing, Max?
Yeah, on brand is what I can say right now with my wrong predictions, unfortunately. But I will not predict LGD today as my team to watch, so hopefully they can redeem themselves a little bit more. But as you said, it's the time for the teams at the bottom to finally have a good day, because if you want to be top 3, you can't have 2 bad days, so you need to be able to see teams at the bottom actually step up.
Yeah, and Influence Chem and Sandstorm, you talked about him yesterday quite a bit. You were a big proponent of this team, and well, they lived up to the hype, man. Coming out in first place overall at the end of the day was a fantastic sight to see for Federal and his team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the guys managed to secure top 4 in 5 out of the 6 games that they participated in. The one problem that they had was in that Sunhawk, just a little bit of a late rotation. They were caught off guard. They were too busy, I guess, third-partying outside of the zone, but I want to see them change that up, because if they can master Sandhawk as well, there's no stopping this team in the PMGC.
Yep, and if you guys missed out on any of the action yesterday, make sure you guys are following all these social media channels here for PUBG Mobile Esports, because that's the easiest way to get your news and what's going on here within PMGC. Max, you follow them, right?
Yes, and I saw actually a bunch of good memes, actually. A lot of memes making fun actually of Infinity, unfortunately not doing too well, struggling to start off on the good foot apparently, but it's day 2, okay? They're going to redeem themselves, it's fine, but yes.
My team, man, why you gotta do me like that?
I didn't make the meme. Was it me?
You probably did make the meme because you liked it. Big shout out to Sun Xperia 1 for an Xperia stream here, made a collaboration with professional esports player, and the Xperia stream can get you 90 Hz in PUBG Mobile with its total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gameplay and streaming. So big shout out to them for all the players using that sweet device, making sure to get all the chicken dinners they possibly can. And luckily for the players, not only did they get that sweet device to play on, they also get to stay in the amazing hotel of the Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar, where our world is your playground. And right now, this playground, well, it's going to be PUBG Mobile, and it's going to be over on Erangel Suit as we'll eventually get into our first match of the day. But gentlemen, I mean, we've seen some teams have a solid performance besides Influence Chem, and as we take a look at our schedule for today, one team in particular, as we saw there with Axer, was Titan. I never would have expected them to actually come up and be this high on the rankings right off the bat with so many big names we have here currently within our lobbies.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some teams at the bottom that we expected to be at the top, and some teams at the top that we did not expect to start off so well here in this first day of play for Group Red. And really, I mean, Sandstorm, I don't like it because your first time on the English side of PMGC and you're already doing better predictions than me. I don't appreciate that, but it has to be said, really, that also Nigma Galaxy has been just stepping up, and really because we saw the circles yesterday not been all over the place, we have some better circle shifts, teams can adapt a lot more, and it's a lot more rewarding of just overall good macro rotations. And Nigma, with their central play style position around every single one of these battlegrounds, have been just getting so many good points every single time. So, man, so far Nigma's playstyle has been working great in this tournament.
Yeah, they've been managing to get themselves in the center of the circle time and time again. The only time that they've been having issues is when the zone actually closes in on them in Pochinki. In Erangel, that seems to be the time where they have a couple of problems. They take the compound west of Pochinki, then they start having problems rotating into the next zones after that, but maybe they'll be able to change it up this time around. But you did mention Infinity, Maxman, and I do want to touch on something, and of course this is for you as well, Jason. When it comes to Infinity, looking at their performances this time around compared to last PMGC, just to give you an idea, 30 out of the 69 games that they played in last PMGC, in League Play and Super Weekend, 30 out of those 69 were a top 4 finish. That is 43% of their games in the top 3 throughout the entirety of the tournament. That is an insane stat to have for one team. That's why I said they were the kings of consistency, but we're just not seeing it this time around in this year's PMGC.
I gotta get some new analysts here. We totally skipped over like a bajillion graphics as we saw the format the entire event. Remember, it's top 3 get out of the group into the main event. Bottom 4 are knocked out, and the rest of them are gonna be playing in a last chance survival stage. As you can see here, that's Group Red. That's gonna go today. You don't need to see too much on them since we'll obviously be talking about them a little bit later on today. Yes. Why don't you break this one down for us, Max, and exactly what's going on in this graphic?
Well, Numbers! No, we can see, of course, the up and down tendency, but man, Buridam had a great step up, and that's the cool thing. I think it was mentioned was Asa during that interview, the capability of these teams to be able to catch himself back up after potentially a bad result is key, and you saw that from Titan yesterday after a relatively bad start in their first game, and you saw that afterwards happen 2 games in a row for Buridam, and I think that if a team can do that on the very first day of play, we can see what they can now pull off in these next 3 days to hopefully make it top 3. So yeah, Titan and Buridam has been able to really redeem themselves after potentially a bad game or 2.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get themselves 2 top 2s with 10 eliminations in them. I think one was the Erangel. It was our 4th game and our 5th game as well. In Myanmar, they managed to get another 2nd place with 10 elims. So their consistency is there. They just need to kind of polish off, get those final touches and get that chicken dinner so they can start competing for those top 3 spots that will get them to the finals of the PMGC.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about, right? And obviously qualifying right now gives you a little bit of extra time to not have to worry about if we're going to qualify or not, right? If you qualify in week 1 here in Group Red, well, you have an extra 2-3 weeks of time. And you have obviously 2-3 weeks of less stress, or maybe more stress, depending, I guess, on how you look at it when it comes to the finals. But it gives you time to prepare, gives you time to sit back, watch the other groups, really hammer home what they're doing and try to learn off of that. I think that's one advantage here of starting off the day. Let's do a little quick recap, actually. If you missed on all the action yesterday, luckily we got you covered, but you better stop missing all the action. Just going to take a quick little recap of what all went down on day 1. This just disappoints me. Influence Chemin just sitting there like, another win, not a big deal. But when you see, was it Titan win? They're just up out of their chairs and probably practicing their dance moves here. As we're taking a look at our overalls, and right now, again, as you mentioned before, if we ended off things right here, Titan, Nigma, and Influence would all be going to the PMGC Finals. And then the teams currently in red here in 4th through 11th would be going on to the last chance survival stage. But as we see down the list, Bigatron, I will say this, quite surprised to see them in 5th, to be honest. I haven't really rated them that high. I want to say for the last like 1 or 2 years, unfortunately, and not that I hate them or anything, I love the team, but they haven't really replicated that performance, that like back-to-back World Championship caliber team that we saw them become a few years back.
Yeah, but as we said, right, the position you want to be in is being in top 3. Right now, they're in 5th position without a chicken dinner. We still need to see a little bit more, because if they go through the survival stage, I have no idea how that's going to potentially go down, but we want to see a little bit more. But you're right, Jason. It is more than what I initially expected from BTR. A lot of the time. But it is more than what we expected, I would say, after what we saw in PMWI. And this is looking great. But right now, the 2 teams we have to talk about, and I know, Sandstorm, you're happy about these 2 teams being up here. It is Influence and also Nima Galaxy, and really these 2 teams. It hasn't even really looked forced yesterday. It just seemed like a normal playstyle that works well, especially with these new circle shift settings. And they're currently the 2 teams that got the most out of these circle changes.
Yeah, they really did. And like we mentioned before, the only issue that Influence Chemin had was in Sandhawk. And the map that was the chicken dinner for Enigma Galaxy, was also the Sandhawk. So maybe that might give them a way into starting to take that #1 spot. But seeing the best two teams here, Federal and Lil Boy, Federal was just an absolute beast in yesterday's games. Look at that, 3.3 average eliminations, constantly getting points for his team, constantly just bombarding everyone that he sees. And this is what I want to see from Influence Chairman.
Yeah, I mean, that's the stare down that Federal's giving, that you say to every team, like, you're not winning this chicken dinner. You're not getting into finals. This is going to be our win. And honestly, the pace they're going, it is amazing, but it's good to see. Again, one storyline we've been kind of following throughout the year is, well, you can't just have one star player. You have to have multiple star players in your team, at least two, that are typically like that duo to depend on that can carry you through these games. And we're starting to see teams to have those 3, even 4 actual star players on the roster once they nail down that synergy. But you can see matches coming up today exactly like yesterday. We're having triple Erangel, double Miramar, and 1 Sandhawk, which is Maxman's favorite map, if I'm not mistaken.
But yeah, sure, close enough.
Okay.
If there's one map that's going to be changed in the rotation,
Well, Max,
for
we have a surprise today. Guess what we're doing with Sandhawk?
Oh, what are we doing?
We're going to be playing it.
Oh, okay. Nice.
You thought there was a surprise, didn't you?
Yeah, I was waiting for something. But hey, 3 Erangels. Just a little bit of copium over here. But Erangel, I mean, we saw Influence on Erangel. They got himself a chicken dinner on the first game, then a 4th place with 7 elims, and then a 2nd place with 13 elims. It's the map we're going to be playing the most throughout the entirety of this tournament. So Influence, once again, they're looking like they're going to be good throughout the entirety of PMGC. So I'm not scared for them right now.
Well, I'm not surprised right now to see yet again Influence Gem and Enigma Galaxy. It's like a broken record here for Sandstorm. And then he chooses LGD. So now, Max, you didn't choose LGD. He did. If LGD win here, do exceptionally well, is he the blessing? Is he the new Kalaris blessing?
You know what? Fair enough. It'll be the blessing if they do good, and I don't really care too much because I just want to see LGD do well. So please bless them as much as you can, Sandstorm. I'll appreciate it. I want to see them get a win.
Listen, I thought you were going to say you don't care too much because you'll have to put up with Sandstorm for like a week or two and then never see him again.
No, I mean, look, you got me for week 1, you got me for week 4, so you're stuck with me for a little
for now.
But yeah, for now. But look, for now, my predictions are on point, and the reason I chose Influence Gem and Enigma Galaxy, I want to see if they're going to be able to keep it up in day 2, keep up that consistency, and still fight for that #1 spot. And the sole purpose of choosing LGD is to, you see, I want to wish
back
them
at me.
luck. I know, yes, to get back at you. If I'm being honest, it's just to get back at you. That is it. You picked my team, so I'm picking yours. That's how this works.
Fair enough.
Well, Max, you chose Infinity. Now, we know Infinity is a strong team when it came to last year's PMGC. I actually don't hate the pick because I feel like this is where we really get to see which teams are exceptional teams, like which ones were able to take the feedback from yesterday, from what they saw, what they experienced, and what they reviewed in VODs, and are now going to change up going into today. And we know Infinity could easily do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, looking back on their plays of yesterday, especially their Wrangle games, it wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. They were getting themselves in good positions. The main issue is the speed at which they would execute these rotations. Sometimes they'd hold on to a 2-2 split a little bit too long, and when you do that in a rotation as good as PMGC, you lose players. So hopefully they can speed things up a bit.
Well, we're going to speed things up as we're going to throw it on over to our casters to kick off the very first match here of day 2 of Group Red.
That's right, we're getting into day number 2. It is all heating up, obviously, with some great performance coming through from teams like Influence Kevin yesterday. And we are getting into the thick of it to see if they can carry that momentum forwards to the rest of the day's proceedings.
100%, man. I mean, they've had a fantastic day yesterday. It was really cool to see them pop off the way that they did. Obviously, that last game could have gone a lot better, in my opinion, but I think that they were just ready to send it. I feel like they could take on the world at that point in time. And with the point scoring that they've currently managed to accrue over that first day, I think they're in a really good spot. I mean, PMGC, I did not expect to see a team this far ahead at this point in time, like the first day. I thought things would be a little bit more, say, equal. I think that's probably the better way to put it. But yeah, at this point in time, we do have some clear front runners. However, this is now day 2. Teams that are much more macro oriented, much more focused on in terms of that analysis and getting those rotations corrected. You know, day 2 is a good time to strut your stuff in that case. I mean, there are a fair few teams within this lobby that you can tell are much more on that macro base. I mean, BTR, for instance, had some really good rotates, but often got caught out by some of these other rotates that are coming through from other teams at the moment, so I think maybe they could improve on some stuff today. Similarly with Mad Bulls, obviously they've shown how good they can be with 2 players taking a win in Pochinki all on their lonesome, which was very, very cool. But this is a team that also works extremely well once they've been given time to analyze some of these games.
And they have been studying hard. Look, the focus written across their faces, blank. It's great to see. I'm also inspecting those desk fan lineups as well. Some of them have 2 fans. I caught that there as well. 2 fans per player. Some of them different colours. We've had blue, we've had pink. It seems to be quite a lot of competition going on for the desk fans. Look at that.
Sorry, what?
I'm just looking at the desk fans.
What are we talking about here?
Players.
Why are we talking about
players.
desk fans? Okay.
Hey, it's important to keep you cool, and that's exactly what they're going to be trying to do with these fans, right? They're going to be trying to go into today, get a reset if you didn't do super well, try and use that mentality from yesterday if you were on fire a little bit to try and carry it in.
Okay. I mean, I like that we were talking about macros and we were like, those desk fans, extremely important at the end of the day.
I say what I see. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, I know. You're basically a 7-year-old. It's fine. Heading over to Erangel at the moment, we're going to go straight into this map. We're looking at a plane path coming over the top of Stalbert down towards Quarry here, towards Primos. So fairly decent plane path for a lot of these players. That eastern side of the map will be open, as so will down towards Gatka side. And a lot of teams do drop towards this central area of the map, including Mad Bulls, Box Game. You had a few scuffles in this area too, being able to hold on to Rozok for quite some time. DRS, a lot of fans for this team. I mean, it's a long-standing team. They've got some very cool players in there. We saw Delta able to do some cool stuff over on Sandhawk yesterday. Not quite able to bring up some massive games, but certainly still in with the running.
Yeah, I mean, the DRS, they've had a 2nd place game with 3 eliminations, a 4th place game with 4 eliminations as well. In general, they haven't been loud, but they have been trying to eke their way through a couple of times. We've yet to see that real big performance from them. I think the highest elimination count they got was 4 in game number 2, where they finished 7th. So it really hasn't been a particularly loud game, as you say, but they are keeping themselves in that middle pack, in that survival stage bracket.
Looking some other teams towards that bottom side, though, in the bottom 5 of the overalls, in which case you will be going home at the end of these 4 days in Group Red. We're looking at 4 rivals, I8, R8, the Infinity and Team K. So I think the Infinity is certainly a team that should not be aiming to end here at all, and I think could bring up their score points today, considering how well this team has performed in the past. Similarly, I8 and R8 don't feel like they should be this far down, but the Infinity with 16 points, that really does need to be a number that is improved today. And if it doesn't get improved today, I'm not looking forward to the prospects of the future for the Infinity, honestly.
We're looking at S2G as well on our screens, and whilst you highlighted the teams that currently are in the bracket, S2G only sit 2 points ahead of that, right? Then this is, again, a team that needed to prove that they deserve to be here after their performance in the European Championship. They qualified on PMGC points, and for the time being, I've still yet to see that spark that led them to the top of those point tables overall in the PMGC. Hopefully, they will start to turn that up today. We know they like to be aggressive early, and they do have some high elimination games. I mean, first 2 games put together, they got 14 eliminations over those 2 games. But for the rest of the day, they were just a lot more quiet. They didn't really have that same impact. So hopefully they can regain some of that strength.
Yeah, the issue for a team like S2G at the moment is because these circles are getting larger towards the end game, there's much more space to be playing within. I think S2G likes to take up a lot of room within these circles when they were a lot smaller and be able to play out from there. But now, because there's so many teams backfilling them, they're taking shots at so many teams, it's a little bit harder for them to carve out their own little piece of land in these circles. So I think, it is that case of aggression is great when it brings you those elimination points, but also it's mainly used just to get you into a position that can be a winning formation, right? At the moment, it feels like they're aggressive for aggression's sake, which is leading to them being shot at by multiple separate teams towards that end game. And with these matches going on for 30 minutes now, it's not good enough to get towards that 22 minutes and lose 1 player and then start to get harassed by a lot of teams. You still have 8 minutes to go at that point in time. And with 5 teams alive, 8 minutes can be a long, long time to try and stay in that top 5 bracket.
I mean, we're seeing 5 teams alive in the final circle, right? As you're as you're talking about, which is kind of crazy in terms of that change. So you're right, those teams will need to figure it out, get on board. No super hot drops. We saw a little bit of a close call between R8 and S2G there early, but they were just grabbing those vehicles, investing that time to get that mobility. With the circle heading northwest, though, they're both in the next phase. I'm looking at Box right now on the south side. Blank, they're camping on the western bridge. Well, not camping, but they're currently situated around the western bridge, gathering that loot. With 2 teams on the military island, that could prove to be a little bit of a sticking point.
Yeah, and I mean, it's difficult either way, IA or DRS go, right? I think for DRS, there may be a potential that they're able to pick up a vehicle in terms of a boat and head towards the mainland, maybe dropping towards the yellows on that western coast. But neither side is really open, and they'd have to wait for quite some time before they head up towards this initial circle. Titans over towards Milter and Farm. They'll be holding in the lighthouse. And you've also got Box towards the actual gas station itself, which gives you some great sight lines as teams trying to exit from that western bridge. So I think for DRS and I8, it might be a little while before they can start thinking about heading towards the circle, waiting for potentially Box or Titans themselves to move. The Infinity might backfill onto Titans, in which case, there's another team there now on the eastern bridge. Either way, it's a difficult decision for I8 as well as DRS going forward.
Over to the Mad Bulls on their southwest side. Just picking up that loot, sweeping it clean. No one really going to be moving through this area. Potential for Box to maybe try and swing out to the west. Maybe if IA or DRS manage to get across that bridge, they might swing out that way, but Mad Bulls should be ahead of the curve. LGD, they were playing in South George. They actually sent 2 players north of the river as well to challenge out R8's route out of the city in North George on that eastern side. So if they get caught unawares, could be a little bit problematic. It looks like they're going for that regroup as well, a little bit closer together. So holding that bridge on the western side could stop some teams trying to move in through there and trying to get to the north side of the river through that route.
If you've been able to watch the maps from yesterday as these players, you will know that R8 is playing this position, in which case LGD can move north, hold out R8, and them knowing that, Zaki, as well as shooting range towards that northern sides, is pretty much clear other than Team Queso and Severny. They can cut off that rotate from R8, clear out that team. They have a ton of space now to play with, and they can just ideally watch down towards Everest, watch down towards crates as teams come through, pick up a ton of information. That does rely off the back of being able to hold out R8, get a couple of knocks early on, because if they do get into an extended engagement on this side, a lot of their attention is now focused towards Zaki, which is unideal when most of the teams are going to be probably coming from that eastern side of the circle. On the other hand, Mad Bulls, down towards Primorsk, pretty much their typical drop spot for the entirety of the Western European Championships, as well as PMPL Western Europe. I think that you look at this and you're happy to see it. You wonder if it's the case because we did have the plane path heading from Stalba down to Primorsk, that they decided to head here instead of taking a weird split between school and apartments. Again, this is back to basics for Mad Bulls, and knowing there's not a lot of people taking space on this western side could be some easy rotates for them.
Influence Kevin at the moment, just chilling out on the north side of the river with a split between half of the teams of Team Queso there. They're currently north and south of their position on the north side of the river. Mad Bulls making that move. Zerich will be scouting forwards for the team, giving them a lovely little hillside to move through. A knock over towards Team Queso. That's banned for business, as Influence Kemen, I believe, have spotted them. They should be able to just get that res and get back on their merry way. Ooh, okay. Jumped the gun a little bit there, but no harm, no foul. We'll slow them down a bit.
Yeah, I think it was a self-knock from Screams there. And I don't know whether it was because he was jumping out of the vehicle or just changing seats to try and take shots back towards Influence Kemen. Either way, he does drop out the vehicle and skids his knees against the grass, which we all know is very, very painful. Does get knocked because of it. I do wonder how much it was Influence Kemen actually playing into that that caused that knock, but we'll see. It does massively slow down Team Queso, as you said, with Ayala, as well as Papi Potro heading up towards the northern side of shooting range. Now they need to head back down south with this circle centering up in the middle. Yeah, it's getting quite flustered for a lot of these teams now, especially with the river moving through the middle.
Taking some shots. Not entirely sure what happened there. We're spinning it around. I think you had the vehicles moving in. MTech Storm on the top side of Everest, with Monkey scouting it out for Mad Bulls. They'll know there's players there with Taman rocking up in the buggy, but they're happy to sit on that southwest side. The river split right now, horrible for a lot of these teams, but Everest should be a little bit of sanctuary for the time being.
It's a decent place to play, I think, for Mad Bulls, because they're coming in from that western side. They're getting held out by most teams, so this will be a bit of a slog to actually move through, but we'll see how they make it happen. They're already sending Zarek out wide, which is fair play. Get him down towards the southern side of Everest, pick up some compounds, maybe a position to play later on. I think Mad Bulls are realizing it's maybe not worth their time trying to push through here, considering they have further to go, and taking a fight versus MTech Storm on top of Everest is just going to be a long, long while going. That's what I assumed happened, yeah, that's an accidental press on the exit button, if ever I've seen one.
Okay, yeah, that is unideal. And then the misres as well. There was a couple of missteps from Team Queso. Maybe it's a little bit of nerves sitting at the bottom of the table. They feel a lot of pressure, and why wouldn't you? Titan at the moment, though, putting pressure on S2G over in Ruins. Not really finding too many knocks. Silas with high ground off angle. Ooh, a lot of shots over towards 6, but back into the buggy, backs it up. Neither team taking knocks yet.
I mean, Silas has currently got a really, really good position. This gives you a lot of oversight to practically most of the teams rotating through this area. Also playing along that veranda is just really, really fun, considering there's a lot of separate angles you can take of it, with the actual wall dipping up and down. It's an interesting position to play. You can get caught off if a team tries to go very, very wide, in which case there's no walls on your side, so it's just easy to take shots at you. So I think Silas moves back after getting a little bit of influence from that position.
Buradam moving in on the north side, to the north side of influence, Kemen. Just south of shooting range right now, moving around, gathering intel around these hills. They can chill out for the time being. They should be able to spot a couple of the vehicles that Influence Kemen have been using. As the next circle soon to pop. Team Queso moving in behind R8 on that northwestern side. There's a little bit of a scrap there, and SK-Tone goes down to Papi Potro. Nice little spray and a flush as well. Prestige nowhere near, certainly not near enough to answer that call. The circle pops, and again, it keeps a lot of this river split in blank. People are going to have to make decisions that they're uncomfortable with at this stage.
I think at this point in time, it's not so bad, to be quite honest with you, because this circle is going to continue to center up here, John. In which case, Ruins is becoming more and more of a hotspot.
Bit of a close call here between Aegon XI8 and Titans. Actually, the first knocks go through to I8. We'll find 1 and 2. A really good start, but hang on a minute, someone's lighting them up. It's coming through from S2G, in fact, who are chiming in as a third party to this crash. 2 players already down for Titans, giving Teak and Puncher, the last 2 standing. The 6 is going to get flushed out here. No way that you survive this one. You've got to hit that spray. He's just there. Okay, there you go. Finally, 3rd time's a charm.
Yeah, struggling just a little bit, honestly, but yeah, finally finds him. Titan struggling also. I think for S2G, they've got a great position in Castle.
They really do. It's a really solid oversight position, as you were talking about earlier. It controls so many of those rotates and those areas coming through that people are going to really want to control. LGD's split in the meantime on that northwestern side that they took up very, very early is coming back to pay dividends. They've currently still got a 2-2 split, and they are controlling vital points of the map for potential progression in these next couple of phases. Bigatron suffering to the rundown from Buradam right now, losing one of their players, which is far from ideal, but the north side will still be treacherous. The land mass is shrinking as well on that north side of the river, so they're going to have to make that call. Do we head all the way south? Do we try and crash? Or do we just get pressured by the circle and play that edge on the north?
I think for LGD, taking this 2-2 split as well is really interesting. I mean, it gives them options either way. But again, it's very much Chinese gameplay, honestly, coming through. I think covering all your bases, playing these 2-2 splits, very typical of China. But I think with the way these new circle settings are happening, this is more than likely going to continue to center up down towards Ruins, over towards Everest. And S2G will still have a firm chokehold over the remainder of this circle. I would be interested to see if there is any hard shifts that come through that might be massively influential. We do get smaller circles at this point in the game, but even if we did get one heading over towards the east, John, that, as you mentioned earlier, would cause some pretty drastic decisions having to be made here.
Infinity spotted on the top of the hill as they rock up on the 4 rivals downed player. Loki already down, will not be rezzed here. There's no way that 4 rivals can strike out to this. They can't leave this position in Sunken as the circle does come through. It does isolate the south side of the river, but it goes right on top of S2G. And again, their powerhouse will continue to reign over this circle.
Yeah, it's a great spot to be in, and I think for Silas, maybe at this point in time, it's a decision whether to just leave this compound alone and perhaps head up to one of his teammates over on this side. I think you can be pretty comfortable with where Hamzy G as well as Razy are currently playing. This would be a good spot to regroup on, a lot of high ground to play around from that castle position too. You still want to control as much as possible. For the next maybe 2 to 3 minutes, getting that information, maybe taking shots at some of these teams. But as more and more players move in towards the circle, more sightlines are going to be opened up, John.
Ralph gets sprayed down there as DRS holding out. Enigma Galaxy somehow lose that player on the forwards. I mean, it looked like DRS were going to lose their swing out from Delta, but no, didn't go that way. Smoke's now blooming. Delta can put those nades over towards that smoke, that cloud that is currently holding Ralph, and Lord will feel the brunt of it, falls down as well. Another nade to follow it up, sprays from Hamodi through the smoke. This is second place team Enigma Galaxy taking on DRS right now in the middle of the pack. We said we wanted to see a bit of a louder game from them. Is this going to be it? Free. A lot of damage, but not finding the final blow to rules. In the blue zone, though, it could tick away. Is dangerous and will be crunched in. Reload forced back into the vehicle, and you need to get on your bike. Hamodi falls, and DRS are doing a lot of work in the early game.
This is looking pretty good. Again, though, they are stuck on the southwest edge. Rules not quite made his way in. You did see Freak taking some fantastic shots down towards him, but finally starts to move in the circle. With Lord down, as well as Hamodi being flush, it's just Freak to send on for Enigma Galaxy here. One of the few times we've seen Enigma Galaxy in such dire straits towards this point of the game. Does a front flip as well. You can tell the pressure's getting to him just slightly in S2G. He's directly in the sightlines now.
Always gets out, but just doesn't quite hit the deck in time. Freak falls, and with it, Enigma Galaxy's hopes of getting any points in this game. No eliminations, going out in 16th. That's a 0 tally. With the circle moving south, Influence Kemin did strike out towards that middle island in the river, and they are controlling Buradam, who have just been skulking on this northern side, harassing the back of Bigatron, as well as Influence Kemin in the meantime. But finally, it looks like they're able to open up on the cylinders and burn away at Buradam's backstock. Crash down from Kangzo. My name in the shack. Or the Gitoon, as Max likes to say. Little boy moving on up. Closest player for Influence Kemin right now. LGD yet to regroup on the south side of the river, but they might be looking over this way. A nade in finds My Name. And Buradam really, really suffering. They've managed to move players down south. You can see them in the river right now. So they're playing a little bit of swimmy game. The Sky only did manage to get across a little bit earlier. Covering with smoke. Staying alive for now.
I think for Influence Kemin, though, this is a little bit of a Hail Mary staying on this side of the circle for this long. You're going to get a few elimination points catching the stragglers, but at some point you will have to move down towards S2G's position, and that means going out into the blue on that eastern side, as you can see, or just crossing the river. And either way, because Buradam's got there first, even with the two players in Kengzo as well as Sky, Influence Kemin are going to be suffering to the hands of a lot of these teams watching their rotate. They can maybe cross towards the river on that western side as well, but again, LGD is waiting for that. So I think that Influence Kemin has kind of backed themselves into a corner here. That's also unfortunate with Zerich nading effect. Not sure what happened on that side of the map.
Hopefully they can get it all back together. They are all alive at this stage. We have seen when the Ruins team's attention is turned southwards, you can kind of push up that coastline underneath the castle. It's got a lot of cover if you're not being looked at, right? From that specific area. You can get up there, and once you're there, you can put nades up top. But it is really a luck of the draw on the timing on that rotation. So if LGD have to move in early, Influence Kevin might have that opening. Crash coming through from DRS on towards Box's position. They've already taken down Break on the top floor, but Delta is low. They're looking to put more nades and more damage on in around the side. A nade cooked from Bensu. Wants to put another one in, but thinks better of it. Pulls the gun back out. There's players on that ridgeline as well from DRS. They're closing in towards Box. They're currently outside the circle as it moves on in. With Breakdown, they don't have that forward stop. Scry, low, burnt out by Rules' Molotov, and a nade to follow it up. Box down to 2 now on this crash as DRS really starting to turn up the heat here. Black Killer swings in with a crash on the buggy to move into the second building of the compound. Bensu out through the smoke. Plays Smoke Warrior. Ninja back into the smoke. And away he goes. Killer down first for DRS. Trisme and Bensu, the duo for Box, looking to hold it on out as Delta crashes on forwards now. Wants to put pressure on. We'll be able to flood in through the door and we'll find the ankle. Sweep the leg. And with it, the second player falls. A nice 1-2 punch. DRS, white Box.
A pretty damn good push as well. I think Bensu was really the only one from Box actually able to do anything in that situation. The rest of Box just kind of allowed DRS to get as far up as they did with some good grenades sent through the windows to delay any kind of rotates, any shots coming through from the windows themselves. Overall, a nice play from DRS. It did hamper them. They did suffer for it. But now, because they've got the majority of that space down towards the southwest side, it's happy days for them. Influence Kevin, on the other hand, actually made it across the water somehow, some way, and have eliminated at least one of the Buran players. I think there might be one more left. No, there isn't. They're completely out. So this is an unbelievable, almost impossible push made happen by Influence Kevin. And they still have all 4 players alive. This should not be possible.
With LGD moving away into this engagement, they were given that opening, right? Mad Bulls now, only with Zerich left as LGD are putting the pain down. Out in the open field, Zerich really not in a position to get a teammate back here, so it is going to be solo play. DRS might be looking to sweep. Look at that scout out from Rules, just isolating some of the ground. They know they're right on the edge and will have to move, so they're getting some of those springboard positions for themselves. Still the raid boss of S2G sit atop the ruins. Is the next circle about to come through?
More than likely going to see this move slightly away from ruins, but in fact we do get a shift up towards that northwest side, in which case Kelsey and Silas have a really good position to hold on to. And because they were so dominant in their hold there and so many teams were crashing against one another, it's allowed them to hold this 2-2 split for a long time with a lot of control as well. So you might even see them just hold on to this for even longer with the amount of open ground around this position. S2G could play this one all the way out, and this is what you want to see. I am worried if this is going to be an S2G special, in which case, you know, they get a big game at the start of the day and then slowly fall off throughout. But if that's what it takes to get them into those positions, to get in towards that survival stage, I don't mind it so much. It's going to be a little bit squeaky going into the grand finals if they can make it. But again, this is all a little bit too early to tell.
I mean, this is the rotation I was talking about earlier for Influence Kemen, where they come up underneath that castle. The sightlines were not being controlled by S2G. They should know there's players there now. They'll hear those footsteps, but they've allowed a massive threat to appear on their doorstep that they'll have to be constantly worried about. Look at the damage over to Razy and Hamzy already. A Molotov there goes a little bit too long, doesn't quite land on the inside. That one a little bit short. I don't think it quite landed, but S2G, they're just leaving. They're allowing Influence Kemen one of the strongest positions in the circle.
I mean, this is right on the edge, so there is high ground available, and leaving this position is difficult, as you can see from Razy as well as Silas. Silas somehow lives with a various amount of HP here. For S2G, I think it should have been a regroup coming in a lot earlier, or at least controlling this position of the map. Again, you leave these two players here to specifically control the coastal side. And I'll say it again because it is 100% true. This is an impossible push coming through from Influence Kemen. This should not have happened from the very beginning of the game. LGD shouldn't have allowed this to come through. Buram shouldn't have been allowing anyone to swim all the way across that water. It is a miracle that Influence Kemen have got this far, and honestly also a testament to their skill.
Persky left as a backstop for them, but 3 players forward. Spray down from Reyes. He's been so accurate on these sprays, taking 1v3s. We've seen it from him yesterday. It looks like it's a repeat performance today. 2 players already fall to the barrel with backup from Papi Potro. Suki last standing now for the squad. 5 eliminations for Team Queso. Nades start to go through, and that's going to do the dirty. Papi Potro gets the last on the nade. 6 eliminations as LGD hit the dust.
Several limbs on the game for LGD, but it's not quite enough for them to finish out of the top scorer. Now, Influence Kevin continue to put the pressure over towards S2G, who are desperately trying to make their way across the rocks. Hamzy G left forward with some smokes as cover, but that's about it. You'd assume that the circle would move away from Influence's Kevin position, though, and giving that up to them, S2G might be able to regroup over towards Silas and Razy, who did move down to provide support. I like that. Now it's a case of just making sure that Influence Kevin have a very tough time leaving this building, leaving this compound.
Chizzy holding out against the Infinity as forward position for MTech Storm. Logan Low, drop shot is there, but does get traded out. Forward position from Tizzy, isolated. MTech Storm left with just the one at the back as as the Infinity are going to be holding out for now. All of them are alive, but they're right on the edge of the circle. The circle centers on towards S2G, and DRS are pushing in from the south.
Yeah, and more importantly, it moves away from the castle. So in this case, Influence Kevin will have to leave. You wonder how many smokes they've had to use to get to this position in the first place, and how many more they'll have to use to get out of it. But S2G, I think they know where their sight lines need to be pointed at, where the barrels need to be sent, which is over towards Influence Kevin's position as they move down out of the castle. If they can eliminate that threat, everything becomes so much easier, because everything around this position is kind of spotty cover, and a lot of open ground for S2G to play around with.
Got some nice sightlines, as you say, Razy. Lighting them up, letting them know this is our town. A lot of bullets being put down range there by Kelsey, but only suppressing fire over towards Aegon AI. Oh, there you go, Aegon I8. Silas sightlines up to DRS, who are pushing in from that southwest side. They've had a louder game than they've had so far in this entire tournament, Blank, and that's exactly what we said we wanted to see.
Doing pretty well of it. It's not been extremely easy for them as well, having to push through teams like Box from inside their compound and getting a successful push on that. S2G's trying to keep.
Oh,
goodness me, Delta with a triple. So saying S2G's trying to keep 2 players watching over towards Influence Kevin's position, but they've allowed them to move a little far forward. 10 eliminations found for DRS. Fantastic game from them.
Top 6 as well, already guaranteed, with Aegon XIA almost certainly going down very soon. Newsy falling with Mela, the last for the Infinity. There is a real big chance of laddering up quite significantly if they can stay alive. They are currently on the edge of the circle. They can regroup as long as those smokes last. They will be able to stop those sightlines, and Influence Kemen will have to push in, maybe drawing some attention away. But the nades, oh no, they've left one on the underneath. Those nades are huge. Oh, 1 player goes down fully, and there's 2 knocks on the back as well. Killer now last standing. Another one maybe putting the final nail in the coffin. That is a massive pickup for Aegon XI8. Killer gets an answer, but that could be disaster. Striking for DRS on the south side.
The Infinity really struggling, hobbling along this game, but still get 4 players back up and running and fairly healthy at this point as well. S2G only 4 eliminations on this game with really strong position, just haven't been able to get many shots down towards any teams, with DRS just picking up eliminations all over the place. And sure, there's only 1 player still alive, but still putting in the work, finding a shot over towards Team Queso here. Influence came in using this half Coliseum wall to actually keep themselves somewhat safe from the guys from S2G. Very good rotations coming through for Influence Kevin, and I would not be surprised to see another victory at Influence Kevin with the way they've been playing during this match.
It's all about choosing your moment now for everyone who isn't S2G. For them, it's about fending off the waves of everyone who's going to try and roll on up. At the moment, Reyes still out in the open. Papi Potro actually goes down instead. Reyes still alive for Team Queso. As Papi Potro leaves him alone. The Infinity been spotted. DRS. The difficulty now for Killer is to descend. Reyes down. 4 teams remain.
S2G a little bit on edge at the moment, consistently missing these sprays, which honestly for S2G shouldn't be that hard. Influence Kemin certainly have to get rid of the Infinity in front of them. Infinity have got a fair bit of cover, and again, this is what I'm talking about, it's spotty cover. You can move up in between it, get those defilades going for yourself. Hamzy G supporting a little bit, giving somewhat of some safety and help over towards Influence Kemin guys. Killer still going for DRS. A really good game for him to consistently be here without being spotted either.
That rock is so tempting in front of Killer, but as soon as you move there, they know you're there. That's a nade, that's 2 nades, you're gone. So it's a really difficult position for DRS's Lone Ranger to be in. Silas continuing to suppress the Infinity. Federal down behind the rock. Within nade range of S2G, Killer does finally fall there. Could not make that push. 3 teams remain.
Last circle here now. As we start to push in, Razy runs out of bullets. Kayovsky moves out, UMP in hand. A lot of damage done, but it's not enough. But there is a nade coming over the top. That might be the opening that Influence Kemin were looking for. But Little Boy going down as well. This is all over at the moment. There's so much going on. Law gets up, but that is now Influence Kemin out in a very messy last engagement. Now it's S2G up to them to finish the fight.
They're trying to hold out on the top, and with the damage that was done to them, with Silas falling, that was the point that was looking out towards the Infinity. They've capitalized on this opportunity, and the circle will shrink to the outside of this church blank. They're going to have to leave. The Infinity in the foothills laying barbed traps for them as they want to step forwards. Look at that, trying to heal in the backside, but it looks like they might be fairly low on meds. I think they've got 1 or 2 still in the back pocket. Kelsey, the eagle eye from the top, playing on the eaves, trying to gargoyle and rain down from above onto the Infinity.
For anything he can, I think he assumes God Tony's in this position, which is pretty smart of them, but Newsy and Logan both pushed off on their own. Hamzy G makes an absolute break out of his own. Still just running around, do-si-doing.
That was an open broadside, but Kelsey still from the top rope. 1 and 2 drops down, still alive. Lone Ranger, God Tunny now knocks that Hamzy. Will be able to find the knock onto Kelsey with just a tickle. Will lob the Molotov over, forces the fight close. Silas might feel the burn here, and underarm as well. Silas pushing forwards, wants to jump over, get that first knock. Kelsey low, but will find the knock, and the third goes through. S2G hold it out from the church. From the ruins, they dominated the battleground, and they will be able to find the chicken dinner.
You can tell these lads are relieved as well at the end of that game. Not a huge celebration, but certainly all eyes are on Kelsey right now. What an unreal finish. And Hamzy G as well, I mean, at the end, that guy was insane. He had to go for that play where it was just so aggressive out in the open to actually make it happen so Kelsey could get that disgusting off angle over towards Newsy and Logan, who just left it too long to move out of the blue. Again, I said right at the beginning, this is sending up towards ruins, and S2G held 3 of the main compounds and slowly regrouped over time. I don't think Influence Kemin should have got where they did, but then again, they're just so good at the game that, you know, they're able to slip past undetected a lot of times. So very, very well done to them.
Yeah, to get that laid into it is really good. I'm really happy with DRS's performance as well. You can see them on the teams to watch. It was, I think, a good game from teams that needed it all round to prove themselves. S2G, you're worried about them carrying that forwards, but it is a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for S2G themselves, it's that confidence boost that they need, but they also now need to not get too overconfident, which is what we saw yesterday after a pretty good start to their day 1. Influence Kemin, on the other hand, I think they're going to continue to put up points, and at this point in time, I feel like we can almost confidently say that we feel like they're going to end up in the top 3 and go straight through to the grand finals. They just seem to be head and shoulders above a lot of the players in this lobby.
If they didn't at this stage, it would be a little bit of an upset. You do kind of expect it coming out from this Brazilian team. It is seemingly on fire. I'm really, really interested to track their performance over the rest of the tournament as well when they come up against teams from the other groups.
I think the Infinity as well is a huge one to talk about this game, getting that far into it and picking up themselves a 2nd place. We said at the beginning that they need that big win.
A good day here for some of the teams that desperately need to start picking up points. S2G locking down 26 for themselves, Infinity locking down 22, and even DRS, who wasn't even looking terrible yesterday, get themselves 20. A fantastic match, actually, honestly, with the way things finished off. Max over towards Ruins, towards the cast position as well that S2G was holding. That was quite intense and I think quite methodical out of quite a few teams there.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit scared, and I think Blank also during that cast, he was a little bit scared that SG might have rotated to get together a little bit too late, maybe a little bit too slow. They got back together. Luckily enough, Influence was not able to take down any of the players, so they remain as a 4-man team, and you really need a 4-man crew to hold down the castle, the church area of Ruin. So good execution on that side. And man, really, Calcigan on the rooftop play at the end was really what allowed him to get a good scope of that fight versus Infinity to close it off. And man, that push from Calci in particular, Sandstorm, really just locked things down for S2G.
Yeah, it really was. And also him holding the high ground, or rather getting on the roof of the church in the very last seconds, that definitely helped him make sure that the team got the revives down, gave them enough time just to make sure that they secured that chicken dinner in a very much needed time as well.
You guys at home, make sure to get your predictions in of who you think is going to win the next match over in the YouTube chat as we check in with our overall rankings. We're starting from the bottom this time, I think. We're starting with, obviously, the reason we wanted to show the bottom first is just to rub this into Sandstorm. R8, 16th place.
I mean, they're 18 points behind your favorite team, Infinity, but Infinity actually did manage to do something this game, so it's nice to see them actually perform well and seeing consistency that we're missing. Well, that's the first game, but they continued that, so we can see the consistency, I guess.
There we go towards the top. A big lead being built up here for Influence Chemin. Then again, Enigma Galaxy did go out within the first 3 teams, so that's why that lead is being built up. But still 20 points, almost 30 points practically, is a fantastic job here by the team from Brazil. But again, can they maintain it will be the question, as DRS has moved up now into 4th position. I mean, 68, 112, that is quite the discrepancy between the two teams here. But, you know, then again, DRS, I can honestly say I did not expect them to have this kind of performance here in the group. And Max, you were even saying as well that you were kind of surprised too. A lot of individuals stepping up within that roster to really put on a good performance.
Yeah, I think yesterday Killer's been doing some really good stuff, but today Delta in particular has really got himself some fantastic nades, some great pushes. They were super proactive too. Like, they wanted to make sure we have 100% control of the more western side, getting clear of teams such as MTech, Mad Balls, Box also. There was a great push on their spot. So DRS are taking full control of their fate in these games, and that's what we need from the team.
You know what we also need, Max?
More followers!
More followers, yeah. Go hit up PUBG Mobile Esports over on all those different platforms you can see on your screen. Not to mention even us, even all the talent, even all the players. Make sure you follow everyone except Sandstorm on the end, because that would just make things nice.
You know what is nice, though? That we are seeing a lot of the teams at the bottom of the table start to perform in these games. I like the fact that we saw a little bit of TQ as well, so I want to see them perform a little bit better, though.
Well, speaking of Delta, Max, you're going to see him in a head-to-head up against Calci. And Calci is one of your favorite players from Turkey, if I'm not mistaken. But look at this. I mean, the team contribution percentage, the damage as well. Obviously, you know, S2G in the position they were in are able to fire on quite a few different angles to maybe not necessarily able to lock down the limbs. But Delta, I mean, I think there was like a double nade. Was it him or someone else on DRS had up against Influence Chemin that like opened up the floodgates for them to hold that position?
Yeah, that happened in the later stages. Also, they had an amazing push up against the compound of Box that I think was very important for them to get that kind of free real estate in the southern side of the circle. So really, as I said, they are willing to take control. I think that's something that was lacking with the previous DRS rosters in the past, in previous PMGCs. But man, they're willing to be aggressive, to go for pushes, to take control of these amazing spots in the circle. That is what we need to see from a team that's hoping to be in top 3 to go straight into the grand finals. But yeah, as you said, Calci, one of my favorite players from Turkey, and really here, putting the numbers, 6 limbs, 1,127 damage. He really made sure that no one was going to get close to that church in the finishing moments, which with this circle, and you mentioned it during that game, Jason, the circle center up in the middle. We don't usually see in the past circles go to phase 9, but if you have a central position like that, it is your game to win.
Well, looking at I8, we also had a discussion while watching the match saying that they're not really performing as well as when Crypto was on the team, but obviously we know how strong Crypto can be. We got to see UZM there, Sandstorm, able to step up and do some decent work. But my question to you and maybe to their team is, do they have what it takes without Crypto here to be able to like fight in the raw mechanical skill you need to be able to take these team fights? And I don't know who on the roster would be the one to step up, or who would be the 2 to step up within the team.
Well, from what we've seen on day one, their best performance was a top 3 finish, 6 eliminations, and then the rest were bottom 4, bottom 5 finishes. Not the best performance, and right now I wouldn't even set my sights on a top 3 finish for the team. Maybe focus on getting to the survival stage, because we saw the difference between even 4th or 5th and 1st place. Absolutely massive. So now we have a battle on 2 fronts, a battle for top 3 and a battle for the survival stage. Set your sights on that, and then maybe use the 2-3 weeks break between I guess now in the survival stage, take that time to VOD review, study the other teams, watch the streams, and then hopefully make a change in those few weeks that will allow you to get to the grand finals through the survival stage and through the last chance.
Okay, well, our teams to watch, Max Ben, you did quite well, I have to say. Sandstorm, I think, definitely came out the worst between you two. And we're going to see our teams to watch here on Miramar coming up next. And, well, you both have finally changed things up a little bit. Well, Max, you've changed things up quite drastically. And Sandstorm, well, you still kept one team around with LGD. But let's kind of talk through these picks. So let's start off with you, Max. BTR, Miramar. There's no Ryzen, though. So why'd you go with BTR?
BTR. We need more points.
That's all the reason I need, right? That's perfect. That's a perfect explanation.
Really, as we know, like BTR has been looking like a really strong team in Miramar in the past. Of course, Miramar circles have been a little bit weird, especially that Impala circle, I believe it was yesterday, that was really rough. But I still believe BTR can pull the numbers over there. And I think Mad Bulls is in a very similar boat, where we saw this team perform extremely well in the Championship and also Western Europe. So that's why these two teams, and also S2G, because they got a win, and I still want to test if I'm still cursing teams. That's why.
Well, Sandstorm, you went with Buriram United Esports, and you went with Team Queso. I mean, LGD, we're not going to talk too much about that one. But why these two teams?
Buriram Esports have been quietly, consistently showing up in every single one of the games that we've had. They've only had one 16th place finish, and then the rest were top 8s, top 3s, top 2s. So they're getting a lot of points, but on the down low. But the thing is, you can't really keep doing that and expect to end in the top 3. So I'm picking them now because I want to set my sights on them and see if they're going to change it up and try and see if they can fight for a top 3 spot, or if they're just going to focus on staying in the survival stage for now. And when it comes to Team Queso, I love the fact that we saw something special from them throughout this game. Maybe the zone didn't really help them out in the last couple of shifts. I guess it really went in favor of S2G. But when it comes to Team Queso, I want to see more of those shotgun plays, and somehow they bring it out in Miramar and it works. So I want to see that happen again.
Well, with Team Queso, with Reyes in particular, I feel like he's proven yesterday and today, you don't want to be in a vehicle coming towards him, because he will just wipe out your entire team, as LGD found out today. And I don't remember who the team was yesterday that found out over on Bridge on Erangel, because that's the one match I'm thinking of in particular. But yeah, I mean, Team Queso, they've shown they have some depth in the team. But again, the positioning, like we're seeing a lot of these zones, compared to maybe the PMPLs we've been doing, stay more central. I feel like we haven't seen too many hardships so far in the event. And we're also seeing like teams who do get the early position are able to be rewarded. Like S2G, they had that spot pretty early and they were able to just hold on to it the entire time.
Yeah, these new circle settings reward like both edge and central playstyles, because if you're playing central, you're still going to be in the center. We saw that work relatively well for, I believe it was Nigma Galaxy yesterday, where they just go center, circle comes their way, then they basically defend that spot. It worked out for S2G also in this game. And then you have Influence, where Influence came in just playing the edge of the circle, but it's not going to shift that far away from you anymore, so you have less effort to put to get in the circle every single iteration of the circle. So yeah, it doesn't really reward placement all the time. It more rewards like effective rotations and speed at which you can execute those rotations. So that's why you see those teams at the top being so consistent, because they adapted to these changes so well, and they're just looking great so far.
Well, it did worry me though with at least S2G's playstyle of being center really early. It was, if we looked at their med sets from we were talking about or watching, they didn't really have much of anything. So they were obviously not getting eliminations. They weren't running around looting for extra more. They weren't, rotating quite a bit. I feel like if they take any sort of extended battle, they're just going to eventually, like bleed out. They're going to be easy to overthrow if you just slowly chip away at them.
And I think that was the main reason why they decided to just instantly leave. Not even think about fighting Influence Chemin for control of the castle. They just wanted to get together in the church, because in that situation, if you have any knocks, you just get the revive, no heals. You don't want to instantly lose any player, and we saw what they managed to do at the very end. They just managed to pick their fights at the right place, at the right time, play on their own conditions, and that's what managed to get them the chicken dinner in the end. But you said it yourself. They took control around phase 3, I want to say, and they moved that around phase 7. So they stayed there for a very long time, and by the end they had maybe 3 first aids in total between the entire team. So not much that you can do there, but they still played it very well.
And Max, you mentioned something actually during the last match with LGD. Now you didn't pick them, though you picked them almost every single game yesterday as a team to watch.
Yeah.
But they got 7 eliminations, so they don't really get necessarily high when it comes to placing. But But 7 elims is a good sign. So that's what I like to see, and I value in a team. Teams that can pick up a lot of elims. So now as we head into Miramar here, we're going to throw it back to our casters to get things ready to go here for match 2 of the day.
Match number 2 on the cards. We're in for Miramar, of course. We are going back on over to the desert. Max said he wanted to see BTR step up here, and we've seen them do it before, but as Jason highlighted, without Ryzen this time.
I mean, Ryzen's not been in the fold for quite some time now, John, so honestly, I don't mind it so much. I think you're looking at Luxie and Zuxi to maybe bring up the form. They were pretty good on Miramar before, maybe they could be pretty good again. There is a fair few teams here at the moment that have found themselves absolutely blasting off on Miramar though, and I think for BTR there have been improvements made 100%. I don't think it's enough right now to send them just leapfrogging all the way to the top of the leaderboard just yet. But I'm excited for the rest of PMGC nonetheless for this team. LGD looked pretty good on Miramar yesterday, been able to pick up that high ground position and play from there, effectively holding out 2 teams at the same time with just 3 players, which was impressive in of itself. And so far, I think that we're starting to see this change from a lot of teams at the moment, which is realizing we're having a lot more center circles. So once you get to that zone 3, you can kind of estimate where this circle is going to end now, which is amazing. And some of these absolutely key compounds within the center of the circle now become very, very important. And fighting over those compounds, it is hugely valuable to yourself. It's no longer a case of, right, do we want to fight over this compound if a team's already got it? Because it might hard shift away. That's not a case anymore. So we might start seeing some more heavy engagements and more priority control over some of these compounds.
And warm and ready to get into those priority compounds. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Get back into the game. Oh,
he just
Infinity.
Destroyed you.
Oh dear. He's doing that for me. Oh dear.
Yeah. You were like, hi, how are you doing? He was like, you're done for, unfortunately.
Whoa, I'm not even playing.
Yeah, come on, man. You can't do that to Mr. John Allen. That's very unfair. But yeah, either way, looking at a lot of these teams at the moment getting ready to head in towards these matches. Team Case are having a bit of a better game last match as well, which was good for them. Something they desperately needed. And before I was cut off by the highlights, because those are very important, I can talk about it now at least, is, you know, we did see the Infinity able to get themselves a large game, the last one getting a 2nd place, and we were talking about how, you know, they needed that big game coming into day 2, considering how far they were down on the overall leaderboard. So taking a quick look at where they're currently set, they're able to send themselves up into 12th place. Not quite safe as of yet, but only 2 points behind 10th and 1 point behind 11th, so the stability. Mad Bulls scarily now on the edge.
Plane path for Miramar of our first dose. A little bit further south from that east coast, up to the middle on the west. Cutting out, again, places on the north. We've seen that a couple of times so far. Torre Hamada quite far out of the way here. Wonder if teams will be making their way up there if the circle doesn't shift that way.
Moving straight into the map now. Team Kaiser dropping down nice and early down towards Portapad Iso. We're having Kengzo up towards that top side of the map as well. Power grid open. It's not hugely down towards the south, so there's still a lot of this area on the northern side that can be picked up. Mad Bull's going towards one of their backup drops down towards Los Leones, sharing that one with I8. Worked out kind of well last time, but this time I8 are surrounding, so it's no longer a case of being able to quickly move north here for Mad Bulls. They might have to struggle their way out of this, if not for the circle heading all the way down towards that south side, which is going to change things up drastically.
Wow, okay, that is a really hard south shift. It keeps Los Higos Islands in. Could be quite an interesting dynamic, cutting out a lot of the major areas of this map. So teams that drop down towards the south are going to have to crunch themselves in on that south side as well.
4 rifles dropping in. Delta's got a UMP.
Go on.
Not the most long-range weapon, but you stick a 6x on it, you might be able to get something done. Bemburu gets a couple of holes sent in towards the parachute, but not much of anything else. You'll be able to get out of the dodge nice and easily. I don't think you're hitting these shots, son. UMP, typically your close range weapon. It's very good at close range, but might need yourself a DMR.
They're popping shots back, and oh, okay, hang on a minute, maybe not. Appy just grabbing a buggy and getting away. Delta, I mean, if he had any other weapon there, you know, give him an M4 and that's 3 dead players easily.
I mean, 100%. He was directly on target. And I mean, he had the 6x, so the M4 could have been absolutely influential, getting those couple of knocks. And 4 rivals could have seen themselves with a very bad start to their Miramar here. Unfortunately, slipping far down the rankings so far. 4 rivals with what was a fairly decent start to their yesterday. Again, only 2 more days remain for Group Red to sort itself out, find exactly who's going through to the grand finals and who will be going home. But I think for Influence Kevin, it's pretty much set in stone here. 112 points, second place at 83 is an unreal differential in terms of point scoring, but does make a lot of these lower positions on the leaderboard much more volatile. I mean, you can see that from 6th down towards 12th is really only looking at 18-point gap at the moment, which is quite intense, kind of insane actually as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens on that final day. Should we continue to see some of these top teams remove a lot of the points from the lobby? S2G put themselves in a much safer position in 6th place now at 56 points after their previous chicken dinner. Overall, happy days for them.
4 rivals gathering up the vehicles on the north side. If you're going to invest time getting this far up north on that plane path, you are going to have to be very, very mobile for this south circle hard shift. So they'll be looting up for the meantime after they've escaped the purview of the 6x UMP. They'll be all right.
Titans, not seen too much out of these guys so far. I mean, yesterday they were absolutely blasting out their mind. They were looking very good, super aware of all of their surroundings. But last game and last couple of games from yesterday, less than ideal for them, I'd say. So maybe need to pull up their socks just a little bit. Again, they are far ahead and away of a lot of other teams, but I do think this is a team with a lot of potential to keep performing, to keep scoring on those big matches. We just haven't quite seen as of yet. With this circle, though, I mean, I talked about key priority compounds, but with it down towards the western side of Los Leones, depending where the 2nd and 3rd zone go, which have like probably the most variability at this point in the game, you know, you could see a finish where you're down towards the south side of Chumacera, where you're picking up again some of those massive high ground mountain positions over even towards La Triera, or we head over towards Los Leones and we have ourselves a very funky little urban finish, which, you know, I don't think a lot of these players will be looking forward to. So right now, teams should be both investing in vehicles as well as smokes, because smokes for Los Leones are so important for crossing those roads late game.
They really are vital. Really can't go without them. Top of the hill, MTech Storm, Team Queso. A little bit further down, this is on the south coast. Ayala, the furthest forwards on that rotation, as the rest of Team Queso are caterpillaring back up to regroup. Close towards most of the team from MTech Storm there. With this hard shift as it is, they will be playing on their south side high ground.
Zurich nabs himself a party bus there, but could quite easily be taken out the back of it. Monkey's moving up as well. Everyone's got a party bus on the side of Mad Bulls, apparently. Trying to pick themselves up some heavy ordnance in terms of the vehicles themselves. So very nice and safe. But Reyes got this 1-2 punch going on from either side. Bit of a crossfire going on. Screams also setting himself up in a decent position. And no compound available, so Mad Bulls do the only thing they can do, which is to isolate one of these players. Ooh. Effect going down, though, is bad news. And Ayala has the auto shot. Oh, goodness me.
Does get taken down in response. Skills's moves through. They can look for these reses with Team Queso setting up such a wide crossfire. It does mean that they do have the opportunity to pick both of these players back up. Effect, though, under fire from MTech Storm, who have looked over this way. They've turned their attention out after the shots start to pop off. Team Queso's position is known. So is Mad Bulls on the south coast. Mad Bulls, by the way, a team now in 11th place. Very uncomfortably close towards that elimination bracket from the team that was the beacon of consistency over in the European Championship. This is a slip.
Absolutely, John. I mean, it's a huge turn of events for Mad Bulls. I don't think they're used to being this far down in the rankings either. Looking at them, though, realistically, I think that's a great position to take on the map, and a quick split-second decision to immediately head towards Isla. It's kind of unfortunate there is like basically 3 teams over in that area looking down towards them. But because they're able to regroup, that is one of those key compounds around this area of the map. Has a lot of good sight lines over towards so many rotational paths, and difficult to crash if you have 4 players within those 2 spots available. Bit more difficult to hold on to if you're just Isla on your own, but again, overall, a pretty good hold from Team Queso that just goes slightly awry because the players are not there to support.
Yeah, a little bit too far apart maybe, or... You're right, there just wasn't quite the backup to support Ayala's position, which is unfortunate, but they still stay alive with 3, so they've still got a fair shout into this one. Quite a few teams yet to make that south migration. Enigma Galaxy, Freak still on foot, up towards the north in El Pozo. Wow, okay, that is another south shift blank, all the way over towards LGD.
Yeah, I mean, this could even be heading down towards Los Higos, and realistically, with this one starting to now center up just a little bit, you're going to start to see a lot of these teams maybe thinking about heading down towards Los Higos, maybe holding out there for a long while to give yourself some extra support. Mad Bulls, don't think twice about this one and try and get ahead of the pack here, seeing Budoram also trying to rotate through. Obviously, Mad Bulls are able to pick themselves up a lot of vehicles early on, also loot the entirety of these compounds. Effect left slightly high and dry. I wonder if that buggy had one of the vehicle's wheels shot out, in which case it's kind of a null point for him.
In case I spot Budoram, but it is traded off. Papi Potro, again, isolated from the rest of the team. Will be difficult to get him back up. They'll have to invest quite a lot of time and effort into getting that position back, but the saving grace is that they get that knock back over towards Budoram, who again are going to have to head out west. Do they commit the time to going for this flush?
Mad Bulls moved only slightly forward, finding them a position inside this singular compound. Now versus DRS, who historically today had really good impact into this one. Zerich has a nade that he might be tossing up topward side, but there's too many players here, and it's very unlikely Mad Bulls will be able to bring Zerich back into the fold. Skills is trying to hold that position, but huge amount of impact this high ground is having for DRS at the moment. IA also looking down towards this spot. It's going to be difficult.
Delta in such a pivotal position for the team as well. It looks a bit exposed, but the cover afforded by the bonnet of the pickup, really important. Thread the needle there, but they're not going to be able to get him back up. They just want to speed up the process of getting Zerich out of the game. Remove him as a information gathering point as well, which is really, really powerful, actually. When you're down, you can still feed that information back over. So finally getting that elimination will prevent them from scouting at any of those rotations. A nice knock on the long range from Skills onto Rules.
A really tough game overall. It's getting even tougher as well, just purely because of these central circles, in which case you're seeing much less edge play now. So many more teams clumping up towards singular destinations. So you're seeing I8 also over here, DRS looking down towards Mad Bulls. And yes, they have the compound, but they also have one of the lowest grounds in the lobby on this eastern side. They're able to find at least one player and take out that sneaky player from DRS that was trying to wrap himself around. So Mad Bulls up to 3 and with a little bit more breathing room to work with.
Yeah, Gianti gets found in the foothills. Tripped up a little bit there. Unfortunate, DRS down to 3. It centers again with a lot of water in this circle blank, and it's Miramar, so I don't usually get to say that for this map, but it seems like that's the way it's going to go. Keeping the Los Higos island in still, but the majority is on the mainland. There'll be interesting decisions being made by teams like Budoram, like Titans, who are currently still on a wild 2-2 split, by the way.
I mean, for Budoram, it has been just really difficult for them in the first place. Trying to move through Team Queso, getting knocked along the way, trying to send shots backwards towards them to keep them at bay. And now moving down towards Los Higos side, like you were saying, towards Titans. Who are, yeah, you're right. It is pretty crazy. They've got 2 players down here, then also 2 guys up towards Via Demar. Like, I am Slightly confused. Flabbergasted.
I think the only explanation I can kind of think about is that if you play this area, you're so used to playing split for quite a while that you don't even really have that sort of instinct to regroup early on the south side. And maybe they just got caught with everybody else moving in.
Absolutely. Influence came in here, going up against Enigma Galaxy. Second place team versus first place, so quite an interesting fight. And already one player down for Influence Kevin and another knocked.
Kayovski playing around the wall. Back and forth for Influence Kemen. Freak holding strong for now, staying alive, but the blue zone enveloped. Zone 3,
That's
so
a great
tricky.
molly.
Excellent Molotov, as you say, but Freak caught unawares. Kayovski knocked on the back, and Influence Kemen now. I think that's just down to Law. It will be. At the top, they will dispatch of Enigma Galaxy. The second place contender as well. Can they get these reses? They should be able to in this zone. But 3 of them alive, playing from that western side on the South Islands as well.
Yeah, as it pushes more and more in as well, Titans have a really good sight line down towards this rotational path from Via de Mar down towards Minas del Sur. So overall, Influence came in a very, very bad spot now with only one player still alive. Freak could have definitely clutched that one out. I think it was just a case of pulling out the Molotov, putting it in the best position he could do, and then forgetting to pull the gun out, which is what realistically you need to do in those last moments. You see him like running out to the side with just fisticuffs, in which case it quickly dispatched there. A lot of teams trying to get towards the highest position within the map. You see MTech, the Infinity, 4 rivals trying to get this position for themselves. IA underneath. Maple's a little bit out of position, out of zone, but they will be able to hold out at least Team Queso as well as DRS, who troubled them for so long.
On the north side, R8 claiming some high ground. Titan are working on a regroup here. With Law pretty close by, you can see them starting to swim. The longer Titan can hold out their area, the better. They will have to cross to the north side, so actually maybe this big 2-2 split might actually pay out if they can sneak their way on with the 2 they've had on that south.
It would be ideal for them. Unfortunately, like you said, with so much water, they will have to cross back over on this side. And at this point in time, the circle is just dominated by this massive uphill slope towards the Infinity, who realistically have one of the strongest positions within the lobby. It will take a team basically crashing up onto that position to take them down, but at this point in time, we've got 15 teams alive. I don't think anyone's going to take their chances with that, considering they could be caught off making the approach, seen by separate sightlines in the lobby. I think S2G probably has the best chance at making it happen, considering this side of the circle on the west, where they currently are at, is much more free in terms of potential third parties. Most of the teams are on the eastern side of the circle.
They'll have to contend with the holdout, but you're right, there's a little bit less around them to add to the melee. Buradam, they went south early. They went over to the South Islands after losing Sky only a little bit earlier. But now they're stuck in the same position as Titan. And they'll start the swim. Kangzo staying land-based to allow Tiger and My Name to go early. And we'll be watching for those positions from Titan to try and move them, or stop them from moving, rather. But they've got that outpost, and they're playing 2 separate games right now still. Law eliminated. Does that self-knock? That is not good. Influence Kemen down and out early. It's uncharacteristic, but there you go. Still very clear ahead of everybody else on the tables.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, that was kind of the dream matchup for us as audience members, watching Enigma Galaxy go toe-to-toe with Influence Kemen on that side of the map. But both teams found themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place on that side of the map, with them struggling to get into the circle, it enveloping, being only one rotational path downwards, in which case they both got tangled up with one another. There's Silas, though, with a double spray. Beautiful stuff there.
And that is the outpost from Titan, who are taking another fight over towards Bigatron. Those 2 players over on that side, they're gone. There's no way that they get the back up. Teak falls as well, actually. And Titan might just be being pulled apart here. Put on the barbecue. Turn them into brisket. They're getting cooked right now. It's not great. And that 2-2 split really coming back to bite.
Yeah, I think when you're playing this southern edge down towards Los Higos, I don't think it was very likely he was going to end up there in the first place. And I think you're 100% right what you said earlier on, John, which is a case of them splitting early and then tons of teams all just filling in the spaces, in which case they were just 2 worlds apart at that point in time. Essentially the 17th team.
Four rivals trapped in a crater. The nades will funnel their way down. R8 taking shots their way as the roll starts to go, and it won't be gathering any moss. This hill, as you said, the main feature of this circle. Really, really important to maintain these high ground positions. Oh no. That's how he died. That is just a big miscalculation coming through from Law to leave Influence coming out of the game.
He did die on top of the water, though.
Yeah, but it's like 3 inches of water. Like,
I feel kind of sorry for him. Well, I mean, his body was laid on top of the water, and it's pretty hot on Miramar, so I don't think there's any ice here. So I could feel for him in a way, you know. I feel sorry for the dude. Circle again, a little bit further towards that center side. The Infinity still with a happy day ahead of them. And for Mad Bulls, Team Queso all have to move. 4 rivals also suffering to the hands of R8.
R8 have got a solid position here. If they can sweep out 4 rivals, it will be really good news, but can Prestige hold it? First goes down. MTech Storm looking out this way as well, pinching away the elimination over onto Voki as R8 start to descend onto the smoke bunch. Pimbaru knocked. Pui knocked as well. Just happy on the side now for 4 rivals. MTech Storm with oversight, slowing R8's approach, but it is coming, and it is coming in quickly. 4 rivals eliminated. R8 have managed to isolate a bit of an area. Now they can start to move south, unless MTech Storm can stop that. But they're on the side swipe, and they won't be able to see them on this approach.
My Bulls initiate the push in towards the circle. I8 might spot this one. Slowly circling around. They drop skills as off to scout out, to provide the anchor. And Monkey heads back for effect. But Team Queso extremely close towards them, while skills remains out towards the circle itself. Provide a little bit of zone for him. I think it's just one vehicle the Mad Bulls are working with at the moment. See if they can make their way all the way in. It looks like they just about have done.
Titan with their 2. They're still going. Still going on that South Island split. DRS predicted to win. Blank, I have bad news. They're already dead. They cannot win this game. Stop that.
I don't think that is a prediction. I think that's just who the audience likes. I know it is a prediction, but you know, DRS is predicted every single game. I get it. Yeah.
Take it seriously.
They are dead, though, guys. Yeah, they are dead. So unfortunate. Titans actually holding on. In the meantime, Mad Bulls got ripped to pieces by Team Queso, all the way on that eastern side of the circle. Bit of a difficult push for them, but still very unlike Mad Bulls to be playing in this way. Box in a fairly okay spot. It is isolated from a lot of the Western teams. Team Queso now out as well.
Buradam next to fall on the river crossing. 10th place eliminated, so we're now down to 9 teams. And Tech Storm and R8 have been sending bullets back and forth between each other on that northern side for quite a while. Titan with their duo have made landfall now, starting to spike out towards S2G. Circle, again, very, very central, keeps the Infinity compound in.
So they can still play from this position. Again, you're looking at almost this semicircle coming through from the top side, which is just clear unplayable for a lot of these teams. Making your way up this hillside towards the Infinity is going to be so difficult without them spotting them. And with 4 players from the Infinity still alive, they're on track for another really good game here, and could be basically pulling themselves out of the swamp at the bottom of the leaderboard very, very quickly here in day 2.
Box with all 4 from the eastern side. Ooh, backed off. I spoke too soon. Scry Laid low there. Break takes a flak of damage as well. The Scry is flushed out, down to 3 now as MTech Storm turning attention. Aegon I8 sending shots over towards the Infinity's position, who are still holding up in their compound. They have some positions on the open ground as well, so they are not completely committing to the inside, which I think is a wise decision at this stage.
Mela looking downwards towards a lot of these players. You can see the staging that I was talking about before, where you're just looking upwards. Newsy cracks one off over towards Bensu. Pulls out the M4 and will finish the business on that side. R8 tries to move up, and Godtony doesn't quite find the shots in time. Prestige is playing a dangerous game as Godtony tries to get the job done.
I mean, you can't step up to that ridge because that's going to happen. I mean, you get backed off. If you try and peek down that low and that close, you will get sent away. So really good opening knock onto the Infinity's position. Look at that. Prestige is going to use that opening, the knowledge that they're going to be investing in this res to move on up. Now R8 have a little bit of a shot. Backup as well comes through. 3 players from R8 off the back of the knock onto Godtony, forcing Mela to reposition. They do not have the best spot. Mela goes down. Godtony did get the heal off, but the steps will give it away, and he'll fall as well. Trade off onto Bandar. Infinity's position is coming apart. D7 so low, but will be able to pop the heal. Newsy close. Prestige has spotted it. Nade is good, however, and over the top he won't have a chance to answer. 2 players now alive for R8 as Infinity have 2 of their own. Newsy laid bare. Logan on the inside now, last standing for the squad on one of the strongest positions in the circle, and R8 looking to take it from them. D7 close by, in through the window. Early tags on, gets a lot of damage and does the job as well. R8 wrest control of the compound, but in come S2G from the northern side. They swung up and Silas goes down as MTech Storm trying to suppress it. Hamzy up to the position that R8 are trying to hold. Bandar desperately looking for this res. SK-Ton trying to get him up. D7 there on the high ground, backing up to the building. Blank, it's all popping off.
Yeah, I mean, this was always going to happen at some point. I think R8 had an absolutely marvellous push on that side, and Godtony, the greed comes back to bite him. BTI Jen Foster does find one of the Titans player, takes him down, that'll be them out. But yeah, it's the greed from Godtony to try and finish off that elimination. Doesn't find it, gets eliminated on your own. You're completely right, John. In that moment, R8 takes the entire opportunity to send all the way upwards. This is a great third-party attempt from S2G, but losing a backstop like that is horrible. And I think that was the MTech Storm. And I don't think they were assuming that there was another team waiting in the wings here. And yeah, now we're having a full-on brawl in this position, and the circle actually heads down towards the south side. So LGD feeling very comfortable down towards the south at the moment, John.
4 players alive for S2G as well, coming off the back of that chicken dinner. We wanted that momentum carried forwards. It seems like we might be seeing it. 7 teams alive, 4 eliminations for the squad. Bandar spotted. As MTech Storm, they've been hiding in these hills for so long, and on this northern side, they've been such a thorn for everybody on that side. Now finally, Bandar will feel the brunt of it. R8 down to 2.
Break dead center at the moment from Box on top of the loot crate. He's trying to live as long as possible here. And for Box, they're certainly not super safe. Any points that he can pick up for the rest of his team is perfect. Jem Foster has to drop a smoke and make a quick break for it across the field, but immediately gets spotted by YZZ. Really, really on the money here today is LGD.
Bigatron eliminated as well. 6 teams remain now. Chicken just popping shots, and R8. It was a really heads-up and solid play. The speed of the decision-making off the knock on Godtony was really, really good, but they are now suffering from cowering on the inside. I mean, you are just going to allow teams like MTech Storm to swarm out, to swipe, and spread that line of fire. So it's going to make your life so much harder, especially rolling down this hill. However, they'll both have to do it at the same time, and that is going to be tricky. Aegon I8, reposition lower.
For I8, they've been taking shots from LGD themselves. I mean, we talked about how LGD was certainly a team to watch here. I mean, Maxman throws the LGD prediction in for this game. Happy days. It's the right thing to do. Considering on Miramar, they tend to have some good success. Chicken, it's a little bit dangerous there, but finally finds the 3rd shot, which will take down that player, and R8 removed. MTech Storm playing a really good game there on the top side, realizing that so many teams would be battling for this position, and they could quite happily just sit along on that hillside for as long as possible. But it really has been LGD who've been the major problem for a lot of these teams. Maybe not getting the most amount of eliminations, but certainly knocking teams where they needed to.
LGD making the forwards push. Spray from Silas doesn't tail it. Backstop is still there. Silas under pressure as well. The rest of the team from S2G, MTech Storm from the top have been the arbiters so far, as you said, staying on that outside, just chilling, making sure that they get those angles onto players who are looking out that way. Hamzy spotted. Shot's not over there yet. They're more focused on getting that res for MTech Storm. You don't want to overcommit here. Aegon moved on into a little divot that they have below MTech Storm, so no sightlines there that way.
Saw break, pretty much just rattlesnaking it his way down, trying to keep the tail at bay and not make too much noise as he slinks away into the distance. S2G though, looking towards LGD at the moment, taking shots out towards them. They did have that backstop in MBM for quite a while. He was trying to get as many shots available to him throughout the remainder of that position whilst the circle was still moving in. Now regroups the rest of this team. MTech Storm have done a good job to keep 3 players alive despite so many teams having eyes on towards them. These nades could be devastating though.
MTech Storm, blue zone at the back, will need to push down. 2 players in the purple. Aegon XI8, but Chicken felled by LGD, suffering heavily. The Mini 14 tapping, and they will fall to it. Aegon I8 given a lifeline by LGD there. MTech Storm finally removed. That opens up quite a lot of rotation, and S2G now looking to dominate.
Finally, break is found. We're going down in 4th place. Still a good result for Box despite everything. And S2G on the lineup now, and LGD would love to look for some higher ground to play around with, but it is IA who's holding them back.
2 players from Aegon XI8. LGD, YZ takes a little bit of damage, but gets back to cover in time. Forwards push coming in from Calci. S2G coming off the chicken dinner, pops the, I think that was a flashbang high, a stun grenade coming through. Low swing from Hamzy, finds an opening knock. MPS though lines them up for 1 and 2. It's not good enough to take down the team, but it slows things down. And now I8 can move on through. 2 players versus the 2. Are they going to commit for these reses? I don't think they're in position just yet. Silas moves back, Calci on the forwards hold, and things slow down again.
Another flashbang over the top. Calci, the clutch maestro from that last game, looking to do it again here. It's on the line for him. I mean, he took down the 2 players from LGD and now hopes to curtail the 2 players from IA who are trying to ruin the back-to-back here at PMGC.
Closer in hand. Oh, spots an angle. Excellent. Knocks over onto Silas there. Doesn't get a flush just yet, but brings them back to 3. You have to commit for the res. Calci's position spotted. So much damage pouring out from this Groza. Has a hell of a bite to it. Calci falls down for it. The spray is good. Looks for more bullets down range, but gets backed off. Does stay alive, and there's the sideswipe. The crossfire is there, but a slur of HP now. Looking for the first aid. 3 players alive and kicking for S2G. The back-to-back is good, and they stay strong. What a way to kick off day 2 from S2G when they needed to prove it.
I mean, that was relief from the first game, Chicken Dinner, and just pure celebration coming through for the second one. I mean, they knew how much they needed these 2 back-to-backs to get them back into the conversation. Happy days for S2G here. Really well played as well. I mean, the push up towards the Infinities compound, realizing that MTech Storm is up there as well after R8 takes that, and immediately moving back down towards that south side. Really, really well played coming through from S2G to make this game work in their favor. LGD similarly with a really, really fantastic little hold on the south side. Unfortunately, the circle moves a little bit far towards the north, and I was sad to see them not get more eliminations from that position, but still, LGD seem to have a strong type of play here on Miramar.
Really solid game. I think from a lot of teams, played that very, very well. I really admired the push from R8. Unfortunately, it was crunched in by MTech Storm and S2G as well, Black.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great news to see a lot of these teams that we were seeing failing yesterday be able to bring up the pace, but S2G with the chicken dinner. With that, send it back to the desk.
You know, Maxman said something smart before we came back on air here, talking about how we mentioned that you have to go big here if you're one of the teams outside of, well, let's just say like 11th place if you wanted to either get into the next stage of the event or if you want to get into the finals. And S2G, with back-to-back wins, starting out the day in 11th place, have been able to do just that. 25 points coming in for this match is a fantastic showing here out of this team from Turkey that we get a little bit concerned for. However, looking down the rest of the list, though, there's a couple of teams also stepping up here. Sandstorm, you could be happy. Look at 5th place. 10 points for R8 Esports.
Yeah. I mean, look, one of the best teams in the world. I'm just going to put it out there. No, R8 Esports, 10 points, but realistically,
I mean, you're not wrong. They wouldn't be here if they weren't one of the best teams in the world, so you're all right.
Very true. Very true, very true. But no, I definitely agree. Like S2G, incredible performance so far. You're talking about a team that managed to reach 4th in the grand finals of PMGC for last year, consistently in their own region, and now finally seeing their resurgence in the second game as well, or rather, second game back-to-back now, first back for this year's PMGC. So very good start, and also hope to all the other teams, showing them that, hey, if you just have a performance like this, you can still not jump right through the survival, and you can start to compete for the top 3 as well. Just need to get check dinners. It's that easy.
Yeah, it's that simple. For you guys at home who are watching, make sure you guys are participating and predicting who you think is going to win the next match over in the YouTube chat. However, I will say this. You should probably stop picking DRS, especially when they're going out so early like we saw before. Not that I don't like DRS. There are some other teams out there that you can go
top
for.
3.
As we take a look at our overall standings, S2G have broken through in top 3 by 1 chicken dinner, because that is the initial tiebreaker.
Let's go. I was questioning my math. I was like, am I right? Are they going to potentially go in top 3? And they did, from 11th to top 3. And we said it, if you have a bad day, you want to catch up, you can't afford to have 2 bad days. And I think someone just explained the rules in depth to S2G before today's games. They're like, oh, we have to be top 3? Okay, easy. And then they just start getting themselves back-to-back chicken dinners. And they showed the extent of what they can do, right? The first game, air angle, central position, great control. Kelsey on that little rooftop position, great control overall. And here they're playing the west side control fully on the edge of the entirety of that game. They just shows the extent of their gameplay, what they can achieve in every single map. And S2G so far looking insanely strong. And if they can just replicate this every game, I think they can go the entire way.
All right, well, we're going to find out if they can continue to go the entire way, but we have to head to a short break first. And when we come back, we'll be kicking off our 3rd match of the day. All right, the 3rd match is going to be coming up shortly here, which is going to be extremely exciting because if I'm not mistaken, Max, it's going to be on Sandhawk, your favorite map of all time. It doesn't even come close to Vikendi for you.
Well, I don't like those words in that does not sound nice to me. No, Vikendi is still the best. But Sandhawk has got a lot of teams that can potentially perform well, and it was interesting yesterday, so we'll see how it goes.
I think for me, what's interesting, though, is the fact that you can't heal in the blue anymore, right? That's the interesting thing, and I'm curious to see how teams continue to adapt to that so they can't really rely on that kind of strategy, which worked in the past. But you know what we're going to rely on, Max?
The followers.
Yeah, the followers. You're going to be following us over on all of our social media channels, so make sure you guys are hitting that one up. Make sure you guys are also following and subscribing here to the YouTube channel as well, or wherever you might be watching. But gentlemen, we're going to just not until I mention Sony again, one of our lovely sponsors here, the Sony Xperia 1.4 and the Xperia Stream, made in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with the Xperia Stream with its total cooling system and its multiple ports for some intensive gameplay, not to mention some streaming. But gentlemen, Sandhawk coming up soon. We're going to take a look at our top performers, though, on Sandhawk, I'm hearing. We'll see if that's actually true or not, because it will be interesting to see with only one match played who was able to excel in first time. And we see Enigma Galaxy, 15.7 limbs, 1300 damage, was pretty good, pretty decent.
Yeah. That to me is honestly pretty surprising for the side of Enigma Galaxy, considering the fact that in previous tournaments they've always relied on playing with the heal stress. So now switching it up, going to the first Sandhawk, getting that chicken dinner, getting donations as well is a pretty darn good start for them. And then looking towards the other teams, don't forget DRS, they had one player left managing to get that second place spot, so sealing a lot of points in that one game, helping them out when it comes to the overall rankings.
Right.
And
Sandstorm.
Titans, we have still a very threatening team.
We have to say, though, okay, that the circle did go the way of Nigma, okay? They dropped Same, circle was just north of Same, okay? Now the question is, I want to see how they can deal with a circle that goes away from Same. If it's a northwest
No, it's just going to be Same again.
Is it? You read the script? Okay,
Yeah, I read the script. I wrote the script, actually.
Well, okay, your point makes sense. I like it.
So that's why we've been having crazy zones. Like since game one in day one, we have been zones on the very edge of the map. It's ridiculous. Jason, why are you doing this to the players?
I just like to, let's just make it as complicated as possible, and let me just mess with people as much as possible.
Not nice.
That's why.
No, don't do that. But yes, hopefully they can adapt to circle that doesn't go their way. And BTR, I want to see BTR. I put BTR as one of my teams to watch this time around because they had actually a decent circle rotation, and they're one of the teams that dropped towards the trifecta of the rivers, and of course that is one of the best positions you can drop in Sanhok every single game because you can go to every single island, and I want to see if they can make use of that spot like yesterday and hopefully get a little bit more than a 4th place and hopefully get their first chicken dinner. I still want to see a BTR win eventually.
Did you predict BTR? Did you really?
Yes, I did. Why would I lie?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Oh, I didn't. But you put it. I read your prediction. I thought, okay, my bad. You put your predictions right below mine, okay? I mixed them up. But yes, you put BTR.
If you were watching over on the stream.
No, I did. I did. That's. No.
Did you?
Oh, no, I didn't. That's. I'm on my Miramar predicts. Okay, I
totally. You know, if you're out there watching, you feel like you could do a better job than Max Van analyzing, just hit me up over on Twitter or Instagram, and maybe we can make this happen for week 4. Who knows? But you did a little bit of a cop-out, both of you, actually, with your 2 predictions with Nigma and Influence Shemin. What about your 3rd picks? BTR, why BTR?
He said it, so
you
say it again. I want you to say it because you picked it.
I mean, look, BTR, it's not the performance that we've seen. I've picked him because I would like to see something and I want to keep my eye on him for this game, and also for the reasons that Maxman mentioned. There's no need for me to say them.
Okay, well, Max, MTech?
Yeah, I mean, MTech got himself some decent points on it yesterday, and I said I wanted to pick every single team at least once, so that they're all cursed equally to some extent, and yeah, MTech's team has been pretty silent, so I want to see if they can get himself a few points here.
Yeah, I mean, when we think about teams like MTech, we have seen like some standout performances out of teams from this region. If you think about, was it Archer we've had before? They were able to do some serious work a couple years ago. I can't remember the team off the top of my head who represented Korea last year. Maybe you can help me out, Max, if you remember. He's good enough.
Someone?
Oh, was it? Yeah, Damwon Kia. Yeah, thank you so much.
And they won.
Our hidden analyst. But you know, we know Korea can put up some ridiculous skill when it comes to PUBG Mobile, and we've only seen them improve every single year. But we're not seeing it yet out of MTech, Max, and I'm kind of with you. I want to see them step up a bit more.
Yeah, and I think that teams that are playing for their first time in PMGC, like MTech, making it in the top 3 potentially going to be a really hard kind of achievement for them to reach, but I think going into the survival stage and trying to just get as much experience as possible throughout this first week, and of course the survival stage is the best way to go. So I'm expecting MTech to be one of those few teams that every day they're going to bring changes to the table, make adaptations to the lobby, to the circle settings, and hopefully improve on the long term. So MTech, sure, a bit silent at the start, but I think that long term, as you said, they are in a very strong region. They could potentially bring a lot of great stuff in the future.
See, I'm going to poke a hole in that, actually, because I'm not necessarily a fan right now of us being in our 3rd year. I mean, I guess technically it's like 3rd, 4th year. Okay, well, you know what? We have to hold on to that for a little bit later on. But it involves an excuse of saying just get some experience. You should be getting experience anymore when it comes to PMGC. You should know how to play because these are the best teams in the world. And you know what? Speaking of people who know what they're doing, it's our casters, John Allen and Blank, are going to take us into our 3rd match.
Match number 3, Sandhawk is on the cards. One of the very few games where Influence came in have had a bad performance blank. So, seeing if they can rectify that mistake.
I like how Jason thinks I know what I'm doing. That's respectful.
It's true.
I appreciate that.
Everything is on fire around me.
Absolutely. The only thing that keeps this looking okay is the fact that I have a green screen behind me. And the reason I'm so well lit, well, you can work that out for yourself. Honestly, heading over towards Sandhawk at the moment, we're going to have the central circles. He's confused, even though he's the one who said the room was on fire.
My room.
What does fire emit, John?
Smoke.
That's true, as well as light, amongst other things. Heat as well, yes.
Infrared radiation.
Wow. 100%. But yes, heading over towards Sandhawk is going to get hot over there as well, considering this is going to be a much faster match, less healing going on, and overall it's going to be interesting just because, you know, we might not see that Sami finish. As Max was saying, you know, I would say Nick McGalaxy got a little bit lucky there. You get a huge amount of loot down towards Sami anyway, so the fact that Nick McGalaxy were able to get that circle and it dropped so heavily on top of them, you do have a situation where they can just live out for a long, long while and be able to hold that position all down towards themselves. Plus, with that area being so very open towards that end game, if you have a strong compound, it's quite difficult to get teams away from you. So we'll see how this one does pan out, but I'm excited. I'd love to see a northwest shift, because if it's a northwest shift, we have seen so many times without these circle setting changes, where you get the mountain finish teased and then it'll shift hard over towards Paris Resort or Boot Camp. But for this time around, I think we get a northwest shift on the circle. We can be pretty confident this will be a mountain finish.
Going into the second Sandhawk so far of Group Red. Let's kick it off with, where's the plane path going to go? We'll have to wait and see. Ooh, okay. So it's going north to south, down the middle. Should be fairly fine. I mean, it is Sandhawk, as we always say. You can get anywhere on pretty much every plane path.
Yeah, directly over the top of Boot Camp, so I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of hot drop there. R8 S2G, let's see how this does go for them over in Paradise Resort, or if one of the two teams will decide not to go for that. I mean, if I am R8, then I'm like, the guys from S2G are a little bit of a hot streak right now. Do we challenge them in Paradise Resort? And it looks like they will be doing just that. So we'll see how S2G comes off the back of this one. I think if you are coming off of the back of 2 chicken dinners, you are feeling the momentum coursing through your veins. So I think R8 might need to be a little bit more afraid of S2G than maybe they are not. I mean, Mong Nai is completely open. That's a position that you can play in, a position that you might want to head towards. And the fact that R8 are still going to go for this, you know, that takes character, man. That seriously takes character.
Really going to have to put up a fight in Paradise Resort. And it will be a scrap. I mean, they have taken a what?
I'm laughing because look at where S2G is on the leaderboards.
Their third place. Oh my goodness, they overtook. They jumped over Titan. Okay.
That's with the chicken dinner tiebreak. That's that is an interesting jump up, right? We are 13th. No, we are third.
We're third place now. I mean, it goes to show you how actually close these tables are and how fast it can change, right? From even, I think they started today on 11th, if I'm not mistaken. They started just outside that bracket. Ooh, that's an early start to the fight against R8, and that's not even S2G doing it. It's the Infinity. I was going to kind of propose this as a possibility, but I thought, nah, never. But I was thinking, you know these two teams fight. Why not just sit around Paradise Resort and just kill them both?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, it was always R8 who was going to take that first knock as well, because S2G tends to play on these outskirts, these areas which are protected. So R8 was trying to get the jump on S2G, and the Infinity, like you say, have taken an interesting maneuver here. Pick up one of the eliminations, and now S2G can be happy that they have a little bit more of an advantage here in Paris Resort. Not that they know it, potentially. They should be keeping track of those team names as well as player numbers in the elimination feed, but we'll see what happens. They might just want to dip out nice and early if they can.
If they can, being the operative part of that. Looks like MTech Storm are on the south side as well. There is the ring established around
it's quite
Paradise Resort to break through. So
Oh, you guys want to fight in there, huh? Well, we'll wait on the outskirts. We'll cheer you on. But if you try to leave, we shall cage you in, which is what seems to be happening right now. R8 tries to move down the other side after being sent back by the Infinity, only to find MTech Storm on the other end. So we're basically having the exact same.
You're right.
Yeah, we're on the exact same engagement that we saw over in Miramar. We are over in Sandhawk. So all 4 of these teams fighting over the same position. S2G, as they did last game, leaving.
We've had a great time, guys, but we've got a thing going on. We've left the dog in the car. We've got to go.
Or more likely, they've left the chicken in the oven, in which case they're going to pull that out in maybe, let's say, 22 minutes time.
I don't think they've left any chicken in the oven. They picked it clean. They've got 2 in a row. They've had 2 dinners in a row.
Oh yeah, I mean they have 3 separate households. Okay, right? They're living at large right now. It's 3 separate ovens to keep track of. And it would be an amazing result to get 3 chicken dinners in a row. And you're asking, you know, they need to prove themselves as a team that have qualified to PMGC through PMGC points alone. And yeah, this is what it takes. And I mean, in a short form tournament format, like, oh my god, short form tournament format like this one.
Nailed
It's
it.
also a tongue twister, for me at least. I think that, you know, being able to pop off like this and get 2 outrageously good games will definitely support you in the long run, especially when it comes to, you know, just completely qualifying through to the grand finals, which is short form as well, or even the survival stage. So, you know, consistency is great, but sometimes a little thrown out the window with this new format that we're seeing.
LGD facing off against Freak. Enigma Galaxy haven't had the best of starts for today, going out 16th place in both games so far, but they are still in 2nd place on the tables, which is quite impressive. They have had a little bit of a lead opened up on them by Influence Kemen, but with that last game's performance, it didn't get too out of control for now. Can they hang on to this spot, though, in 2nd place? Losing a player early, not good news again.
You're down 16 3 times in a row. Doesn't really feel like a fluke, does it? So Enigma Galaxy struggling somewhat. BTR taking it to the guys from Team Queso. Actually finding Ayala there. In the meantime, Influence Chairman doing what they like to do best, which is just decimating Box, apparently, over towards Quarry side.
Wow, okay. It's a little bit further, yeah, as you say,
done.
over towards that Quarry. Box dispatch. It's no big deal, guys. Just one of the strongest compound hold teams. Although, to be fair, I might have to rethink that after the last couple of games. We've seen Box get rolled down quite a few times.
It is what they're known for, but not necessarily what they are good at right now, which is fair enough. I think that, you know, since a load of changes, you know, Loki leaving the team, I think he joined the broadcast team actually, which is really cool. It has kind of changed drastically in terms of the playstyle from Box. I don't think they're the same Titans we saw before. Still a very competent team, but not necessarily one of the teams that we would see at the top of our radar anymore. And it honestly is, again, like I say, great to see, you know, a Turkish team. You got Enigma Galaxy as well as Influence Kemen at the top. Just not many SEA teams here that we're seeing come in. I'm having a massive performance right out the gate here in Group Red. So we are going to have to see now this case of, right, SEA teams have to now catch up to some of these Western European teams or other teams in particular. So it's great to see, honestly, John, and one thing that I'm hugely excited about going forward.
As you should be. I mean, it's great to see all these teams match up as well, because this is a bigger conflict of regions, right, coming through than we saw at PMWI, which is kind of the last major international cross-regional, across all the regions tournaments, which was really kind of only the top teams and invited teams as well.
For sure.
In that situation. It's great.
And I mean, I'll say this. I mean, Middle East used to be a Middle East had teams that we would just not even really have on our radar about 2 years ago. Enigma Galaxy is certainly one of the front runners from that region. Slowly but surely, just completely getting better and better every single tournament. The Iraqi team just honestly so strong at this point in time. Yes, out 16th place twice in a row the last 2 games, but you definitely can't discount their day one. Again, though, still remains to be seen. It would be lovely to see Enigma Galaxy go through straight to the grand finals, though, with all the effort that this team has put in through the multiple years during PUBG Mobile esports. And I think they're one of the teams that I would personally say deserves to be there.
Team Queso wants some revenge on Bigatron for taking down Ayala earlier on the crossing from the northwestern island. We'll try and control them. They'll have to move through. This is a bit of a replay. Okay, this is the crash. So just 2 knocks immediately lit up. That is... I mean, that is...
I love that.
That is beautiful. What just happened there? Not if you're a box fan, but influence for Brazilian fans.
I can't stop laughing because all I saw from that fight was Bensu run out, try and take the fight, get immediately put down on the floor, and the rest of the team go, "Oh no!" And they're just all trying to vault through all the windows and getting blasted in the back. It's like,
wait a minute,
we need to get back in the compound!
Let me tell you something, Wayne! Let me tell you something!
Yeah, so very unfortunate for Box Gaming there, but again, that is influence coming to a T when it comes to those types of engagements. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So very well done to them. Maxman, if you can hear me, which you probably can, I had to shout to get your attention. We're over towards Sami. So, I mean, Enigma Galaxy have lost 1 player, but we'll see what they can do, Max. Happy days. There you go, there's your answer.
How long is the fuse of fragmented with
5 seconds.
5 seconds.
Should be an easy one. You can pull up PUBG Mobile. It actually gives you the timer in game. So whoever put 7 seconds, I'm disappointed in you, man.
The research wasn't there. The groundwork wasn't there. I guess if you're guessing, it's a 1 and 3. But like, get it sorted. You'd never be at PMGC with answers like that. Screen goes down for Team Queso. Mad Balls, find it.
Yeah, 46% of you would be in PMGC. So hats off to you. There you go.
That's right. That is the only qualifier. You need to know how long the fuse is on an aid.
Tips level 3 hat. Never said that again.
Oh dear.
Mad Bull's currently at 4 players, 1 elimination. Typically kind of decent over on Sandhawk, but I need to stop talking about Mad Bull so much these days, considering they're currently in the bottom 5. They're up for elimination so far at this point of the tournament. The Infinity, I think after that last game, holding on to that very good compound up towards that north side for so long, I think it gave them a lot of that false confidence, really, that no one was going to be able to challenge them. God Tony kind of runs out, doesn't expect there to be several teams looking his way, which really he should have done, considering it was one of the major compounds in the lobby there. It's a stealth move if I saw one. But yeah, the Infinity just get wiped off the board, and that could have been a game that would have sent them out of that horrible pit that is at the bottom of the leaderboard so far. But yeah, Team Queso, R8, Mad Bulls all need to climb their way out of this one. MTech holding on by a thread at the moment in 11th place. Again, not our loudest team in the lobby, but do consistently put up some points every game.
Is it enough, though? Is some points enough points? I think that's the big question, especially when you've got teams with massive potential sat underneath you on those tables. I mean, specifically, I'm thinking about Mad Bulls as the region that we covered, but I mean, even teams like Team Queso, right? They have got that oomph there somewhere. It just hasn't been shown just yet. And speaking of, I guess that's going to take the oomph out of this game for them as LGD, who did in fact rise from one of those spots earlier on yesterday.
Yeah, 6th place now. Now, I will say one thing, and this is kind of the caveat you always have to hold in your mind when you watch PMGC, is that when you're looking at some of these Chinese teams, you have to remember that it's a massive change of pace from the PEL settings they currently play on. So day 1 is always going to be rough for them, but that skill level that they have over in China with all the scrimming they're able to do against the top teams in the world, which, to be honest, there is quite a lot of them over in China, and the only reason we don't get to see so many of them is there's limited spots for PMGC. That scrimming potential does start to come out around about day 2 as they start to get used to the lobby more and more. So it's nice to see LGD start to perform a little bit better as we head into day 2, because that's what was to be expected.
With Zuxi dropping off that balcony, he might have had a broadside on one of the Titans players there. Good spray up towards Puncher from the window from Gem Foster. Finds a second as well onto Teak. 6 taking a lot of damage, and Bigatron doing a lot of work against 4th place Titan. Vehicle goes up as well. This is a really good hold on the edge of Sami. They're going to have to leave soon with the Blue zone pushing on through, but Titan are on the outside, so dealing with that, an excellent opening for them.
It is somewhat surprising that no one's taken these compounds down towards the south of Painan on either side of the river. Mad Bull's currently holding a 4-man split right now to the north of Camp Charlie. But yeah, there is a fair few compounds that are just completely open. And you wonder, because of these circles, that teams are worried that there's already teams there that have moved in early. But because we're seeing this much more central type play, a lot of teams are scared to head off that edge side because they assume teams are already there who are here earlier on. So you will see some of these teams start to try and scout out, find these positions on the map that might be still open and available to them. Yeah, we'll see what happens as we get further into this match. DRS right now looking to move through LGD, already finding one of their players in CC down towards that south side. MVM, YZZ and Suki looking to regroup, put a band-aid on this. DRS are still out in the blue. M24 shot over towards Titan as well, and that's them out with a dirty little headshot coming through from Nigma.
That is not ideal, bad for business. Titan going down again. I mean, we have seen a little bit of a floundering coming through from both Nigma Galaxy and Titan today. We haven't really seen that punch that we come to expect from them. I mean, I said Nigma Galaxy out in 16th both games in a row. Titan out in 8th both games in a row as well so far. And this one is going to drop that down even further. So Nigma Galaxy going to be looking to try and catch up, put a dent in the lead that Influence Kevin have, but that's an S2G shift, Blank.
It is. It's also I8 picking up this really good compound, and Mad Bulls have been scouting this out, and it's been open for so long, but I8 were able to find their way into this one right as this circle popped. So Mad Bulls are moving in with little to no information on the case. You can see them getting torn apart on that side. Now only 2 players alive, looking to pick up the pieces. S2G getting involved as well, and Mad Bulls should be going down here. Only 2 players remaining. This is going to be a survival game if ever I saw one. DRS similarly really struggling after poking the hornet's nest that was LGD.
Influence Kemen doing a lot of work on that northeastern side. They've yet to cross the river though, which is where the majority of those teams are going to be facing. Still locked in that fight with the remainder of 4 rivals, although they have been torn apart. Something awful. Egon XIA will be taking shots over this way. Appy does have the DBS, so you do have to be a little bit worried about taking those close fights, but there's only 1 player there. Kajowski yet to get rezzed. So Federal struggling to find that opening to get in, but shouldn't take too long.
Yeah, it's somewhat of a late rotate coming through from Mad Bulls. Influence Kemen, you can see them here. Still dealing with the guys from 4 rivals, but S2G, I8, like you were saying, all having sight lines down towards them. That's Lord going down for Nigma Galaxy, and they're out in 11th place, which gives them little to no points on the game. They'll have to pick up 1 elimination at least. That's about it. Now, Influence Kemen looking to finish off the final players. Happy has the DBS, but it's not enough.
I wasn't even able to land a shot there, I don't think. Influence Kemen. Kajowski actually taken very low after the res again. We'll be able to stay alive for now. And the circle is okay for them at this stage, but crossing will be brutal if they have to make that choice, if they have to make that rotation on the next circle.
Infinity, good old position for themselves. Again, this is going to be a case of not being too greedy on some of these pushes, not being too greedy on some of these knocks, as that's what came back to bite them on that last game. This time around, though, with so much open area, Newsy holding this outpost, they will be gathering a lot of information, so should have a better idea of the lay of the land. We're still waiting for this next circle. S2G looking to take this very, very far today, and Influence Kemen almost a little bit afraid at this point in time as S2G continues to rocket up the leaderboard.
If there's a team that can make a river crossing, Blank, we saw it in that first Erangel as well. It's Influence Kemen. They make those impossible plays somehow. See if they can do it again here if they have to. Circle shift comes through. Does give them a little bit of grace, but difficult certainly.
LGD suffering. BTR currently 3 players. Happy days to BTR. I also got a follow from Luxy the other day. Oh, was happy.
Very nice.
Cheers, bro. I appreciate you, man. We had good times over in PMWI.
Would you like to keep flexing it, or?
I'll keep flexing it. I chat with Luxy. It's no big deal to me.
Do you? Oh, okay, yeah.
He's actually a cool guy. Anyway, BTR 3 players still going strong. I think Gen Foster, though, definitely the dude that I need to get next on the Instagram radar. This guy has been very impressive throughout the entirety of PMGC so far. And I mean, it's nice to see. I mean, Luxie and Zuxi, 2 very strong players. Misery, that new addition, looks pretty good as well. But Gen Foster, you know, this guy was not the mainstay. He wasn't the dude that you thought to yourself, oh, he's going to be making the big plays. He felt more like a fill-in towards the start of the year, but he's really come into his own as we get through a lot of these tournaments, and it's great to see that he has developed into such a good player, and that comes from the backing of a lot of the coaching staff, the analysis staff, through from BTR, and you'd imagine they have a really good foundational base around them. Unfortunately, Zuxi gets caught out in the open, trying to make his way in.
Shots over towards both of them, getting lit up. You did. You really did there. Both of them fall.
Please, Gen Foster.
Picking up quite a nice bunch there. Gen Foster, as you say, last standing for BTR on that southwestern side. Next circle soon to come through. S2G are right now in Pioneer Blank. They're on the northern side. Yeah. Nothing really to do other than just look out the way they've got, and they get at the edge of the circle again. Influence Kemen, though, keep a slice.
I mean, it's enough, right, to work with. Again, this position that I8 took was so open for such a long time. And my advice to a lot of these teams at the moment, which I will give as this concludes, because Buriram is under pressure.
My name on the inside there, popped a stun grenade to slow things down. Stays alive on quite a lot of health. 2 players on the outside for Buriram as well. Sky only peppering the Infinity as they try and move up, but the bullets just aren't landing. The vehicle goes up, a nade in through the window. That's going to hurt, but actually seems to have sailed wide. The burn is good, though. That will back them off the windowsill. Unfortunately, though, one of the players goes down. One of the teammates is out. Aegon XIA will be taking shots over towards the Infinity as well, as the edge of the circle really starts to heat up. Blank is all popping off on the shack.
God, Tony, looking to get some more nades for this window. The Infinity have restabilized. Got to a bit better of a position, but it's not quite good enough, as Sky only actually able to find God Tunny, which was the major outpost that was supporting the rest of the team. Now S2G hears this commotion, starts to move down. You can see they're taking a little bit of peppering, though, as they move through. Calci still alive and kicking. That nade dangerously close on target. Influence Kevin looks over towards LGD. They will have to move shortly, but right now, like you said, they still have a slice to play around with. 2 eliminated. Or knocked on the side of the Infinity.
And nobody's going to commit to going for this river crossing. Right now, they have got a second place locked up for Influence Kevin. The question is, who will be the person fighting for it against them for that top spot? Influence Kevin seem to know that. They don't have to make this choice yet.
I mean, LGD have to pass through a wall of bullets on the side of the guys from Influence Kemen. Shots are coming back their way from YZZ, but I don't think that LGD can last out much longer. Just about managed to get himself behind that tree there. Now for him, it's all about the placement points. You know how much ammo is left in the back pockets? These guys from Influence Kemen. 10 eliminations now for them. What a great game.
Really, really solid ramp up. They've just been those turrets on the other shore that no one's going to commit to pushing. I mean, you're very, very safe, but now they're going to have to leave. Already the low HP players moving early. Silas did get knocked for S2G, so they had to invest a lot of time. But they're getting lit up now. Oh my goodness me, S2G absolutely burning away at those health bars from Influence Kemen, but they're still alive. Blank, they're not out of it just yet. However, they are really flagging. Aegon XIA also looking to move at this stage.
I mean, for S2G, they lose a player, Hamzy G on this side, but more than enough players to finish out this game. Mela doing some great work. Silas takes a huge amount of damage, but Calci, once again, this guy is on fire today. And I said that the chicken was in the oven. They can smell it now as the Uber pulls up outside.
Oh dear, Koyoski still down for Influence Kemen, but they're getting back. They are winding up again. The smokes are starting to bloom. They want this push up. S2G right now have got control. Aegon XI8 and Mela falling down on the opposite side will be opening up that ground for S2G to move down further south. But can this crossing happen? Can Influence Kemen go for it?
The circle, though, means that both teams don't have to make a cross just yet. Heads towards the riverside, in which case both these teams can happily just stare at each other all day long. With Influence Kemen still technically at 4, S2G is at the disadvantage.
if they can invest into this res, which they do. They will have the numbers. Oh, look at that Nomads, yeah.
Oh, IQ. Oh, that's on target as well.
That's huge. Silas opened up on towards a nade on the side. The bombardment is good. He wants to put one further in, and they're completely dumbfounded by this. Ray-Z falls, and now Influence Kemen can ruin S2G's dream of getting the triple. The back-to-back-to-back. Hey, IQ striking out towards Influence Kemen, though. He's not done. Finally put back in his place as they step up, and it's Influence Kemen to take it from the far shore. What a way to close it out. They're happy with that, and they should be.
I mean, what an unbelievable finish. The only place you could cross in that circle was where it was finishing up. That small bit of sand crossing available to Influence Kevin, that's where it ended as the footfall pulls up the dust in their wake, and they'll send S2G back to the lobby without picking up that chicken dinner. That is so unfortunate. S2G were looking for another big game, and if it wasn't for IQ sending that 5-head grenade over the top, I don't think Influence Kevin would have got away with that, but they took their opportunity. You can see the timing was amazing.
Very chuffed with that. I mean, smiles on faces. Influence Kemen put another chicken dinner up on the board. I mean, as well on Sandhawk after their performance in the first day, finishing out in 12th. It's great that they've been able to come back and show us that they can dominate. It was such a fortunate situation that they've managed to sweep their side of the river as well, Blank.
It's a really difficult crossing to make, John, but they make it regardless here. And set themselves up on that northern side. It gives them so much space in the circle to work with.
It really, really does. Excellent performance there. S2G just pipped to the post, but they have got a really good game again under the belt. S2G is roaring today. Influence Kemen, though, prove why they are the top of the tables. What a game from them.
I don't know what's going on in this game. I feel like it's like a glitch in the matrix. S2G able to do some serious work here. 19 points for themselves. Influence Chen, 28 points. Max Man, that's a lot of points.
Oh my god. The edge playstyle is so good. Once again, with these circle settings that have been changed specifically for this PMGC, edge playstyle is great because you're never going to have the circle shift super far away from you. You're never going to have to make your way through 10,000 teams. And especially, Sandstorm, the decisiveness that I'm pretty sure we saw during the championship, the decisiveness of we have one shot to take the chicken dinner. We have one opportunity, even though we have to cross the river, we can full send it, fully commit against S2G and the last player of IA. Man, and the team play, the shot calling, whoever's doing the shot calling on their side is just so quick on this feet, and it's been working flawlessly so far.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, go ahead, Sandstorm.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it was that IA player that gave Influence Chairman the key that they needed to get into the zone, get into the position to give them that chicken dinner as well. And we were talking about it. We were so close to a back-to-back-to-back chicken dinner, but IA unfortunately did. I mean, unfortunately for SUG, but fortunately for them, they still managed to get a top 3. So very well played and a very good start for them in the second day of the competition.
It means we have a battle at the top right between two teams, but we still obviously are focused on the top 3. here, and Maxman, I don't know what to say to you anymore, to be honest. I feel like I've been so mean to you for so long, but you know what? I feel like because I've been so mean to you, I'm going to treat you. I'm going to send you over to the Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar Hotel, where their world is our playground. And that's going to be fantastic for you because you're going to get the VIP suite, the presidential suite over on the top floor. You're going to get a great spa day as well. And then you're going to wake up realizing this was all a dream and never actually happened. But let's take a look at a head-to-head here from this last match. Get an idea of the two players. We're actually looking at Mela here at Federal, and I feel like we've seen Federal almost every time like as a top performer. And I don't know when he's going to stop, but you know what? I don't know if I want to see him stop.
I don't think
he will. At the Pullman right now. He's living the dream, clearly. But yeah, I mean, so far Federal has been up there. The thing is, and we mentioned this many times, right, Sandstorm, normally you want to have a team-wide effort when it comes to a team being on top and being hyper-consistent, such has been the case for Influence Chairman. The entire team is performing. They're just doing so well, and it's worked out for them in the regional tournament, in the championships, and here again. Like, I don't know what can stop them now.
That's the thing. Like, when you're looking at Influence Chemen, this is a team that has multiple players coming up with a lot of eliminations. You're talking about Lil Boy and Federal consistently being in the top 3, top 4 when it comes to MVPs for the tournament so far. And the fact is, you're talking about the MVP for not only Brazil, but you're talking about the MVP for Americas twice in a row. This guy doesn't stop. He's just an elimination machine for this organization. And we're seeing it time and time again. This might be their 4th or their 5th game where they managed to get double-digit eliminations. That is not something to stop at. It's an incredible performance, and they're going to keep it going for the next few days as well.
Well, that's the game plan for them at least. And if they keep this performance up, they're going to have a nice little break until the finals kicking off in January. They still need to continue to perform, and I don't think we're going to see them really stop performing at this rate. Like, I kind of question the first day of play. I was like, they're not gonna, this is like got to be a fluke, right? But for them to go into day 2, maintain this kind of level, gives me high hopes for the team, actually. And to see a new Brazilian powerhouse team like we had the old Lukes originally is going to be something I'm excited for. But we have Eringa coming up next, and I'm also excited for that, gentlemen, as we did have S2G take the first one of the day, and that was honestly a very cool finish, I'd say, as we saw. I was a Kelsey on the high ground, eventually able to push things down and close things out for their first chicken dinner of the event.
I mean, also during the interview, they said, right, they're scared of one team. It's Infinity Rage. And if a team was called Infinity Rage, I would also be scared, potentially. That's a very spooky name to go up against. But yeah, a few teams that we're looking at right now. And I picked DRS because they get picked all the time. So like, you know what, we'll just go for it for the sake of it. But DRS have been...
the crowd.
Exactly. I want to be the good guy here. But DRS have been able to get himself some good results from 1-1. Delta in particular, we talked about him in the first game. He's really been able to get some really daunting impact on the teams around them. So I want to see if they can keep pushing themselves further and hopefully get their first chicken dinner. It will happen eventually, I hope, but I still want to see it happen.
That's the same case for the side of RA and why I picked them. One last time.
It's never going to happen.
One last.
Never.
Well, listen, a man can dream, okay? A man can dream. I picked them one more time. One more chance I'm going to give them. If we don't see something right now, then their target should be survivable. Top 3 is just a dream at this point.
Okay, well, I didn't actually get a chance to see who you picked. I heard you say R8, Sandstrom, but who were the other teams you picked?
I'm looking at Influence Chemen again. The consistency is still there, and the side of S2G, who have managed to get 70 points in 3 games already so far. So I want to see how many more points they're going to be able to get, and will they be able to get close enough to Influence Chemen as well.
Okay, so typically just picking the top-ranked teams. Okay, I see your game plan. In the meantime, let's head over to our comment. Max, you're shaking your head. I'm shaking my head as well, even though that's the exact same strategy that I use. But John and Blank, who do you guys actually going to be watching out for here when we get into this match?
Everyone. That's kind of what I'm here for. You ready to give well, not a prediction, a team to watch, because Jason keeps talking about them like they're predictions, and I don't feel comfortable being put in that box.
I mean, he was just asking which teams we thought were going to do well. I think S2G, Influence Kevin.
Yeah, that's fair. Influence
and then
Kevin.
Also, who is the other one Sandstorm keeps picking? Enigma Galaxy. There we go. So all those 3. But now I'm just
top
joking.
3 teams.
The top 3 teams. I like them teams. Those are good teams. And I think they'll do well. I think genuinely I would like to see Titans do a little bit better today. I think they had a strong day yesterday. And they were extremely happy with the results that they were finding. And I think that's what made me so happy about watching them. You know, they seemed like they really appreciated that they were getting those wins. And I think that, you know, when it comes to PMGC, you appreciate a team that wants to be there, wants to be part of the action. again, not to say some of these teams don't want to be there at all, because they certainly do. I think some of them just realize that they are that good. I mean, you look at Influence Kemin, they have some pretty pop-off little winning celebration moments, but I think you can also see in them, they're like, we know we should be here. We should definitely be at the top.
Certainly have got that confidence. Right now at the top, it is a 44-point differential. It is pretty huge, to say the least. It's more than some teams have got in total already, and that's the lead that Influence Kemin have into first place. Back over to Erangel coming in for match number 4 today.
S2G, second place though still. I mean, that 44 point differential is probably the crazy thing, but that's only because Influence Kemin have been the most consistent team out of any of these teams. I think that if you look at any of the others beneath them, there has been pop-off performances from every single different team in this lobby, finding points where they can, when they can, and that's the most important thing to look at. Influence Kemin, on the other hand, they've just been putting up points all the time, and I think this is a team that I would say at this point, definitely going through to our grand finals. We'll definitely see them there representing Brazil. You know, 7WG, he'll be happy with that, absolutely. And I bet he wish he could be here right now commentating over on Group Red.
Well, sometimes just doesn't go your way, but what can you do? Still,
where's
I'm sure
my
they'll
UK
be very
teams at?
Yeah, I know, right? Like,
come on, guys,
like
get it together.
MVP,
Yeah.
Come back,
please. Yeah.
Oh dear.
I'm sure
Real
there's
2019 vibes.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some hidden talent over in the UK, and if it needs be that I put together a team from the UK, hit me up. We'll get something going. Let's drop it to PMCO. Let's get this. Let's get this ball rolling.
And we'll,
I will message the entirety of the UK. Come on, let's do this. But yeah, heading over towards the western side of the map is our first circle. Again, I was going to say this last game before everything started popping off in a massive way, but if I have any advice to these players at the moment with these new circle settings, with the PMGC format, and with the way these teams are currently figuring out this lobby, I want to see more teams picking out the center spots within this lobby, picking out some of these high priority compounds and battling out for them. You know, Mad Bulls had a real good chance at winning that last game, but instead they stuck around the edge side of that circle, and that's what they're used to. It's what they're good at. However, at this point in time, I think they need to change up their game plan, because they were so close to taking up that position that I8 held towards that. I think it was the 6th shift on the circle, but they waited too long to make that movement. This is literally playing chicken.
Oh, wait. That wasn't...
That's me.
Hey.
Hey.
That wasn't part of the... Whoa.
Come on.
Give that point back.
Yeah.
Don't like that.
You know, that's
they were having
just
such
rude.
a good time. And he was doing so well.
Yeah. That's like everyone playing with water guns and then someone pulls out the BB gun. It's totally unacceptable. Like, you're not playing the same game as us.
Yeah, it's just not okay. Like...
That hurts.
It's like freezing your paintballs.
Whoa. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah.
Have you come up against that?
Only the once, but
Only the one
they got
time.
kicked out fairly swiftly.
Yeah, that just sounds like actual bullets.
It's just projectile impact.
Small
that doesn't
cannonballs.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, it's horrible. It's awful. But that's exactly how it felt just then, you know?
Amazing. Anyway, I think there was plans to do paintballing at PMGC one time. Yeah, I think. I can't remember properly, but I'm not sure if that happened or not. I think there was a championships where we saw one of the teams go do paintballing. I think it was one of the Brazilian teams, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh, I can't rack my head around it, but I'm sure I'll find it at some point.
There's a couple of paintball places in Jakarta.
Oh, is there? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Just searched it.
So basically, it's just going to be me going, so, anyone want to go paintballing? Don't freeze your paintballs, though. Anyway, I think...
I will be putting your paintballs in the microwave before we start.
You will be basically playing with just paint shooting out the front of your gun.
Just splattering.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, looking at the map again, centering up probably over towards Gatka. I mean, main Gatka MTech is currently holding that, but losing a player early on does not support you very well, considering that the Gatka is an area where you need to hold more than just one area the majority of the time, which is where it gets a little bit more rough, right, John? So I think for MTech Storm, it might be a case of just basically singling out one of these compounds and then holding that one down yourself. I mean, you don't have as much control, you don't have as much information gathering, but at least it will lead you to a late game performance.
All right, in North George, we saw LGD try and move up and guard out that eastern side before over in Georgia Pole. Will they be looking to do that again with the circle as it is? They know that R8 most likely going to have to break out this way. So potential to try and guard that out, or they could head further south themselves for LGD. Titan on the east side will have to move west from Milta for rivals, as we're on board with right now, in Roshok, who will have to shift a little bit south, but they are in this first circle, so they've got a lot of time to figure it out.
Yeah, 4 rivals certainly need to figure something out, at least. Being in 15th place with 31 points, it is not going well for them whatsoever. R8 also kind of throwing away their Sandhawk opportunities with only one of those a day, where it's probably the most in conflict for, you know, those random wins, those random chicken dinners that you might be able to pick up. And dropping there with S2G, I feel is starting to become a bad idea. With Mongnai being open, that's certainly a position you can hold. And I mean, you even look towards our angle right now, you might not be able to see the map on your feed, but over towards this western side of the map, you know, yellows on the coast are completely open, which means the Mad Bull's rotation up towards the northern side is completely free, as is LGD down towards that south. A lot of these teams grouping up towards the east is maybe unideal. I mean, BTR currently holding Yaz with Influence Kemen also in that area. I mean, you're sharing that position. Do you have to? Maybe not. Is it a very influential position? Yes. But there's other areas on the map that you could head over towards and save yourself a lot of trouble in the long run.
S2G really like Ruins. I mean, why not? I've had good experiences there today. Hovering around the zone for a while. LGD still yet to leave from the crates on the south side of Georgia Pole. Just picking up that loot, snaffling it all down. The Infinity on the east side moving into the circle past Potato Hill. They're trying to seemingly get a little bit more central, potentially post up in the hills just to the east of Pachinki.
In case you're on that south side as well of Pachinki. I mean, this has become quite the hot spot whenever we do see these circles on this side. I think you're looking at a lot of these higher ground spots down towards the south, even Pachinki becoming that hot spot later on if we do shift over there. I mean, we've seen a lot of those endings of the games where if you get yourself a good spot in Pachinki, you could saddle yourself up quite easily to a chicken dinner. Even Mad Bulls on that game where they had only 2 players in the center being able to pick themselves up that single chicken dinner for their own. Currently in 13th place though, unideal.
DRS playing on the fin. And will be fairly safe for now, but they are right on the edge of the circle, so if you stay here, you are committing to that edge style of play at this stage. More likely, they're going to want to look to break out a little bit further west, but you've got the Infinity who have headed in ahead of them now.
I mean, DRS did have God Tunny out wide for a long time. The rest of DRS were down towards Novorep Noya. So for them, it has been a little bit of a journey to get up here. Titans also becomes a problem, as a lot of these teams are going to start to backfill now, with Buriram also coming in, BTR leaving late from Yaz. On the other hand, Influence Kevin made a massive rotate over the top side underneath Saverni, down past box towards S2G. That's in Ruins. Killer, though, found by God Tunny. And now DRS in a little bit more of a tricky position. Again, like we're saying, Titans can backfill on this. Buriram also coming down to backfill on this. You know, the more I say Buriram, the more I enjoy it.
It's a fun word to say. Yeah. You know, Buriram, it's got a tempo to it. It's got a rhythm.
Yeah, love that team name. Love that team as well. Circle, probably the hardest shift we've seen all day. Probably even over the past 8 matches, I would say this is the hardest shift we've seen on the Circle. Heading down towards Sosnovka military base. A very interesting shift, and definitely sends a lot of these teams into panic mode, I would say, because, you know, a lot of these guys have been thinking, right, we're having a lot of central circles at the moment. We can figure out which compound is the best quite early on and then play from there. But it is these zone 1, zone 2, zone 3 where a lot of that change can happen. You need to be quick on the trigger, quick on the ball to make those movements. So this is kind of cool, very fantastic. Very Pierce still in, but it's those lighthouses as well as the gas station, which could be real hotspots. And this was always going to happen. Tons of action appearing on your screen as teams all make a massive migrate down towards your position on the south side of the map.
Goodness me, Enigma Galaxy really suffering. Breezy just rolling straight on up into Enigma Galaxy and seemingly causing enough chaos for the rest of the team to rally on through. Already a fight with Team Queso was popping off in this area, so they had their attention drawn other ways. But now the fight breaks out between actually Burdam rolling up into it as well. S2G into the mantle, into the breach against Team Queso, and Burdam further on across the hill. You have the Infinity holding in the yellows. The nades start to fly. It is chaos. Blank, you're talking about panic. This is exactly the situation that causes it.
Yeah, Burdam made a really long rotate down from that northeastern side and now just tossing all their nades in straight away. And I think these teams expending so much utility this early on makes a lot of sense, because you know that one of these central spots right now that S2G currently is in, there's a lot of teams around you. So if you can clear one team out quickly like they did with Enigma Galaxy and then send another team packing, you have this tree line to play in. It's a very important area of the map. A lot of people underutilize it, but for S2G, they realize how important this area is. Enigma Galaxy, though, 16th place, 16th place, 11th place, and a 16th once again. Today is horrid for Enigma Galaxy, and that buffer is the only thing keeping them alive in that top 3 at the moment.
And it is not long-lived if they have that eaten away. Plenty of teams will gladly take that spot guaranteed through to the finals. But it is a matter of achieving that. Enigma Galaxy still with a lot of leeway to go. But another 16th place finish, you're right. It's not the standard that they need to be at right now.
Something needs to change, and I think, honestly, it's less of Enigma Galaxy getting worse, but more of these teams adapting to the playstyle of the lobby at the moment. I mean, Enigma Galaxy were always quite a central focused team, in which case they were getting a lot of work done in the early game, getting towards positions that were very, very high priority. But now a lot of these other teams are realizing, you know what, we can just send center and then be fairly comfortable. Enigma Galaxy are not prepared for the amount of crashes coming their way. And I think Freak is probably the one that's holding them together a lot of times as a singular player. We do get another pretty hard shift up towards that northeast side with so much water cutting all this out. We have, you know, DRS holding on over towards farm side, this coastal area. There are some towers in this area as well to play around with, and Influence Kevin has just stayed out of the action for as long as possible. I mean, they've got a couple of knocks here and there, one elimination, trying to clear out space within the lobby, but this is one of the hardest circles to play that we have seen all PMGC.
It has been really, really difficult as well, considering the previous massive hard shift, Blank. All these teams are a little bit off kilter on these rotates, and the positioning in general of the teams will be a little bit unfamiliar. And having to shift down on a essentially 40% playable terrain circle.
Yeah. I mean, we should see Zone 4, the circle, attempt to move away from the water as much as possible. But that also has the caveat that this moves down towards Titans are playing on Sosnovka military base, which would be an unbelievable result. We're more than likely going to see this center up over towards that northern side, but because the circles are now smaller over on Erangel, you know, you are going to see still a lot of space being inside of that blue, inside of that water, in which case a lot of these teams are going to be rather playing on the edge side, and this is where edge play becomes a lot more beneficial towards yourself, because everyone inside the circle at the moment have made this mad dash in, and now going to be fighting off against one another tooth and nail, as if this game was more towards the 25-minute mark.
LGD looking to sweep around towards the north. They will be in the queue behind R8. Who seemingly should be aware of this. Bandar hops out the vehicle. A little bit spread right now. If a big crash comes through onto one of these locations, R8 do just lose a player. But this reposition coming through from R8 looks to be good to set up for a little bit of a scrap now. Behind the shack, taking up position. CCC wants to put those nades over. Suki as well needs to push in. They need to move away from this circle. SK Ton looks to put the bullets down. Prestige as well, posted up atop the hill. P7 not quite getting the knock onto CCC, will be allowed to skirt away. But now the fun starts. They have to kick it into gear for the fight, pushing on through. And speaking of, Mad Bulls moving up to the compound with Box. Box have not had great success in holding on to these things right now, and Mad Bulls are going to make sure that that continues. A nade through from Bensu looks good, but they are going to be trading it 1-for-1 on the flushes right now. Break falls down, Bensu in for the challenge, taken low, but nade in hand could turn it all around in a split second. Skillses seems to have been able to dodge it into the bathroom, out through the window. Tree looking for cover, will not be able to find it as Effect handles his one, and Box yet again getting put back on the back foot. Bensu pops the heel, but 3 Mad Bulls on the inside. It's going to be a lot to handle.
I mean, this is one of the first engagements we've seen Mad Bulls being able to take toe-to-toe a 4v4, and they look pretty strong, as we would expect them to be. Skills is going for the pre-fire, Bensu struggling, and Effect sends the grenade from the back, and that should finish them off there with Box Gaming now out. Mad Bulls pick themselves up 4 eliminations for their troubles, but they still have further to go through the Infinity, as well as S2G, up towards that northern side. With a circle shift like that as well, it is now becoming more and more about BTR, as well as Buradam, who have managed to find themselves some beautiful spots over towards the coast.
They've been hunkered down there for quite a while, Blank. I mean, they kind of just sent in there and hoped that it's paid off this time around. The Infinity, I think the bottom of the cliffs are safer, and they might just be right about that. S2G on the western side will have a coastline.
S2G played a beautiful game today, honestly. It has been crazy, the performance they've been able to put up. And again, a lot of that comes down towards patience, picking up big zones, and then not taking too many fights. We see more of it being now that they pick up those big kill counters towards the end of the game, massive eliminations coming through at those last 5 minutes. So not trying to anger the bear that is the rest of the lobby as much anymore, taking a much more tactical approach to it, and using that pinpoint accuracy that they're so well known for as a team, with the team firing as well, to their advantage. It's really nice to see a team adapt like this from day 1 to day 2. Also, with them being so down bad yesterday as well.
Yeah. I mean, they came into today in 11th place, and right now they're ahead of everybody else except for Influence Kemen. 44 points between them and the top spot, sure, but 22 points between second and third place. S2G have streaked a lead that you would not have called with that first day's performance.
Buradam still holding a decent spot here. Again, if there's anything to go by that Miramar match we watched yesterday, where they're on the high ground, they did struggle slightly holding 2 separate zones of locations. Skillses, unfortunately, gets knocked down on his approach. And I think for Mad Bulls now, down on the south coast, things are getting rough for them. Silas even finding another on their side. Should be Mad Bulls in a really horrible spot now. 2 players up, 1 player knocked, and you see Skills is there right next to the players. So very unlikely that he'll get back up on his feet, leaving Mad Bulls at just the 1. I think this could have been a case of a decision to move towards that northern side and try and stay out the action as long as possible, because it was most likely you were going to see all the players on the coast. I mean, if we pulled up the map feed right now, you would see basically a caterpillar of color across the rock faces.
Oh my goodness me, Razy. The happiest of feet right now did get spotted across the way. I think that might have been from Entex Storm. It might have been from Skillses. We're finally looking for the shots. Zagon XIA actually managed to make landfall and take shots over their way. Ooh, that's bad news for Entex Storm. Allowing Aegon XIA all the way up there. And that allows Razy more power over this gulf that will need to be breached. S2G will have to send around the headland after this shift.
I mean, you can see on the map feed on the right side of your screen there just exactly what I was talking about. I mean, it's a crazy rough circle to be playing in. Titans, though, able to get off that southern coast up towards the cliff face itself. There is a few positions where you can start to try and climb up the ladder that is the mountain, but it is quite difficult, especially with a lot of teams watching down that way. BTR has Jem Foster holding out towards the west, which is great. I like this play. They're having a lot of players put focus over towards the eastern side. Jem Foster isn't necessarily looking for eliminations or knocks. He's informational based. The rest of BTR looking to hold on to the eastern coast.
Ooh, Ayala backed off from going for the sprays over to S2G's position, but they are going to have to move now. The circle is shunting. And where can they go? They're going to have to swing in, maybe even crash onto LGD. We have to wait and see, but RayZ down low. Oh, he's knocked on the downswing as well. S2G, they've been so powerful in these circles so far, but the last player, TZ, gets felled, leaving 3 for S2G as RayZ takes the tumble.
MTech Storm out, 13th place. Team Queso going for an absolute wild ride. The lives up towards Buradam and directly past S2G.
Mr. Bones in charge of that wild ride. It is really not fun on the skeleton charge there. Silas wants one of his own, and this is the difficult move I was saying. I mean, what can you do? It's almost better to send into the water and try and swim around that headland, but Newsy's there, waiting. He's been there for a long, long time. Silas needs something special to be able to win this fight against Newsy. Won't be able to pull it out the bag. S2G dismounted. 7 limbs, still a good card.
I mean, S2G had the right idea of it for a long, long while there. Unfortunately, the circle shifts away from them. They have to move down. But Team Case are coming their way. They all started spraying, stood up, and basically opened up sightlines to so many other teams, in which case 2 of the players got knocked. Silas is like, goodness me, I just need to send out of here. Team Rocket this over towards the other side of the coastal edge. And I think for them, it just all comes crumbling down because they get a little bit caught off guard. R8 taking shots, Influence came in, slowly have worked their way down from that northern side, but Federal going down, one of the clutch players from that team, is a little bit scary for them, and with them being so split up, it's going to be difficult to pull that player back up into action.
Buradam on the cliff sides as well, playing on the edge. I'm currently counting about, I think it's 5 teams playing on those cliffs right now. Newsy down there as well for the Infinity. A lot of shots lighting up towards 4 rivals here. Really difficult position on that northwest side, so do not blame 4 rivals for taking a lot of punishment there. DRS as well struggling to get away from those docks.
Yeah, we always assumed this would be the circle that would take place, so not too much difference is happening in terms of where the circle is playing. But R8, Influence, Kevin both have to make their way in. BTR are really looking good this game. And again, Jem Foster has played a very patient game, which is absolutely necessary. Tiger from Buradam as well, hitting these beautiful nades off the top side onto the areas where you would assume most of these players would be at. Only one more nade left, though, and he has to make this one count, and he's in the complete wrong direction.
Yeah, not going to happen there. We'll just blow up in the middle. But that does give you info that there's no one there. Still, not going to act on that. I think he had some steps down there. And we'll just be suppressing the line. It is a really difficult position there. You can see that overhang on the rock. It means that there's a lot of safety. So unless you cook your nade just right, you're not going to get the damage.
Yeah, I still think the Molotov as well was maybe just a little bit off target. I think that's the last player for Influence. Kevin's still up now in law, waiting on his lonesome. BTR, again, really well played on this coastal side, but soon they'll have to deal with Titans. We're working their way up. Like I said, there is availability to move up towards this coastal side. It takes a while, and it looks like Titans are just taking their time, looking for the best moment. But whilst waiting too long, they've been spotted now by I8, who have had to move their way around that coast as well.
Buradam up to 5 eliminations on the game so far. Probably one of the most mobile teams right now in terms of their positions. They're all on these plateaus with some of the ridgelines to play around. Aegon XA8 really not in that same sort of position, and we saw Titan as well playing up the vertical sheer cliff face that exists there. Bigatron potentially one of the few teams that can contest, but LGD out in the open, if they can stay alive, they're going to have a massive advantage moving into the later circles. Newsy finally dispatched.
Yeah, for LGD, it's actually a really good spot that they're currently holding. They're in a ditch. They have some smokes out, some vehicles that are providing them cover, and it is open ground. So when this circle, and it will do, starts to shift away from the coastal side a little bit, these teams are going to have to start coming out from underneath this cliff face, right into the purview of LGD. The main thing they have to be careful of at the moment is R8 sneaking up towards their position, sitting on the back of the buggy, which means they can shoot down towards LGD with the extra elevation it provides. It's an interesting ending towards the circle, and LGD have to play their cards right. These nades, though, were always going to be an issue, and they've not kept R8 at bay enough, and with 2 down, life is looking very difficult for the teams from LGD.
Yeah, it's not good for them right now. Ooh, another flush, another knock. That brings them 2 active. On the far side, though, and the shots from Buradam, who are going to slow R8's approach down. Sure, the nades can get in, but making this cross for R8 still seems nigh on impossible with everybody looking out their way. SK-Ton, if you'd have just kept the Mini 14 or had more bullets there, might have been able to get that knock, but 2 players from LGD, their little blue tails staying alive.
Yeah, I mean, it is the smallest of divots here. And again, that is what the buggy can sometimes afford you. And it was a really good play from R8. They set up the smokes in front of the buggy, popped their player on the back with the most amount of nades, and then he just tossed him over the back because he could use the third-party perspective to just kind of look down towards where LGD were and perfectly place these nades from the maximum distance, essentially. So it's really, really well done. I love that play coming through from the guys of R8. This should be a good nade from Luxy. It does enough damage to keep DRS in dire straits at the moment.
That circle shift, I mean, yeah, you're right. It's keeping actually quite a lot of the coastline of this circle. All right, with a mad crash. Oh, 1 run down. Traded 1 for 1. MVM has to hit the deck straight away as Buradam are looking over this way. 2 players from R8 get bonked out there. Prestige at the back was playing backstop. Smoke needs to bloom. They need to force this res for LGD. It will not be possible otherwise. Buradam's crater, again, just so powerful, but they're going to have to leave it soon enough. Prestige mounts up for one last go around. Can he make it? Can he make the spray down? MVM has other ideas. Up to the vehicle, taken low. Prestige looking to stay alive for R8 and take down LGD's central stronghold of a ditch. Prestige burning, but not feeling the heat just yet. Wipes the sweat off the brow, backs it up once more of the spray, and takes the whole slice.
Oh, the fact that he was able to survive that is actually incredible and get all the way through with R8 also looking down towards them. Titans dispatch the guys from I8, pick up 5 eliminations. Just about a minute ago, these guys were only on 0. So Titans have done a good job. Now, Jem Foster stepping up. This guy has been a major player for BTR so far. He has 3 players to contest with. He has remained very silent this entire time, which has been very cool. Takes a huge amount of damage, though, from Sky Only, who sent wide for Buradam. And now BTR have to respond. They cannot be passive in this late game.
Titan with 4. Buradam rezzing back up to 4 as well. Bigitron with Jen Foster down, acting with 3. And the wildcard of Law from Influence Kemin to bring us up. 4 teams total remaining blank. No one's making this push just yet, but the next circle gonna pop soon.
Jem Foster did a fantastic job to stay alive this long and also unknown to the guys from Buradam. Steps up a little bit too early though, in which case the player from Buradam already sent wide, had spots on towards him. And now Buradam looking for a really big game here, finding at least 1 from Titans in Teak, now looking to take out the rest. 3 players for BTR, slowly sidling their way up towards this eastern side of the map. Influence Kemin still with 1 player in the circle, staring out into the blue to make sure as little of him is visible as possible. And again, this is a top 4 from Influence Kemin. They'll take the points where they can.
This is more coastline still in the circle. Given the way it was falling, this is kind of crazy. It still has Bigitron's coastline in there on the east side. I think Titans still have got a little bit of space to play around with as well. But they'll need to be careful about how they back off if they have to go for these engagements. Buradam really want to control this and take Titan out the equation. Kengzo got a little bit bold there, but fortunately doesn't fall for it.
It was a great shot to take a look at exactly everything that's going on. Law down there, currently on the downhill, will have to move into the circle, and he'll become visible in the process, but he's lived a long time, and I'd say he's already done a great job for his team to get this many points and this far. BTR would love to translate on this game, but Buradam have played a fantastic 2-2 split throughout the majority of this. Axa also goes down, but Kengzo remains on the spray for a little bit too long, and this is an opportunity now for BTR to try and capitalize. Zuxi doesn't hit those shots, and he will go down to the play zone.
Influence Kemin eliminated 4th place, 1 elim. Not the biggest points total, but still a podium, and it's good news to keep that tally going, to keep that lead extending. With S2G already down, they can just keep that buffer rolling on up, but Titan looking to put a dent in it here. Unfortunately, Buradam controlling every single move that they make. Bigitron wanting to do the same to the team in green as Titan lose 1.
Sky Only right now is really the key to the victory of this game from Buradam. He has to keep BTR at bay all on his lonesome whilst Buradam deals with the remaining players from Titan. The fact that he's able to remain in that position for so long has been so good, but look, C, who's a long range specialist, finds at least one of them, but is instantly refragged there from Sky Only. Once again, this guy is putting in the work for the rest of the team.
Brings BTR down to 2. Zuxi looking to suppress that rotation, but it's not going to work on out. 3 players is the maximum we're seeing. Sorry, Buradam back up to 4. I didn't realize they were going to be able to get that res, but the zone is closing. It will crunch everybody in. Titan will be the first to fall. They have no way to get up here in time, and they will be unfortunate with it. The nades are there, though, and Puncher might be able to do a lot of damage to Tiger. Takes the challenge, takes the fight, and actually wins that out. There's a way up. That's a route. If they can win the fight out with Kengzo, there's a nade up top, but it's a little bit long. Kengzo wants the engagement as well. Can they just stick this res? I don't know. Titan playing with Puncher there. Teak out in the zone.
That could be
testing everything. This is a cook. Will it be good? Up a little bit too high. And a second one to follow it up. Kengzo looks for the challenge. Puncher caught in the barrel. Doesn't go down on the first peak. Kengzo looks for a second. Puncher will be burnt on out, and that is going to be the end of Titan's role. But Buradam now turn their attention to the 2 remainders of Bigatron.
4v2 here. Sky Only completely the MVP of the entirety of this match. Finds another one over towards BTR. Just misery remains.
And he will be spotted out in the open. It is going to be Buradam rolling it on down. Celebrations for the second Erangel of the day. A great performance from Buradam, playing that coastline perfectly. They controlled LGD on the north. R8 caught in the mincer. And Bigatron, the final victims.
I mean, you look at Sky Only there, and seriously, this guy was playing from the sky. This guy was an AC-130 on the map, just delivering devastation to every single other player inside of that zone there. Buradam, all they had to deal with as those 3 players was anyone coming up from the coastal side, but it was Sky Only who dealt with practically every single player that was playing on the edge on that northern side. Without him, that would not have happened. He practically put in the shift there for Buradam, and without him, that chicken dinner might not have gone their way at all. I mean, you look at this guy, 10-20 damage done, 7 eliminations, 5 knocks as well, and hardly any damage taken. That is the key factor for Sky Only. He has to stay alive in that position. He's all on his lows. If he gets knocked, the entire game plan gets flown out the window. And even so, he was still making those aggressive peaks, man.
Absolutely great stuff there. Excellent damage numbers coming out from Buradam. They played very, very well there. A difficult set of circles as well. The hard shift down towards the south really, really made a lot of teams worried. But Buradam prevailed. They take home an excellent chicken dinner.
I know all the focus was on Buradam United Esports on their victory. However, our focus was on that desk. Kengzo, please, man. Those desks, they have their own emotions. You know, we need to use those. I think that was the last desk we have left for all the players. But you can just see the excitement for them and how much they wanted to close that game out. 28 points is phenomenal here for this team from Thailand, showing that they've got what it takes, as well as Infinity have been able to step up today. But a massive victory, but it also kind of awkward and kind of questionable victory we were discussing, Max.
I don't like how much focus they were putting on Titan. It's like you're getting knocked constantly, you're getting naded up by the players down below, you're spending a lot of resources to get rid of Titan. maybe if you keep focusing them down so much, you might give an opportunity for BTR to like take more control of the circle, which at some point they were doing. They were taking some sneaky shots from the distance. It was not looking great. The moment Totem goes down, they still has a 4-man. They can take more control, but you know, it's still a strong win, and especially Sky Only, as Blank mentioned during that cast, like he was really the one to enable Buriram to get that win.
Sandstorm, any thoughts?
I'll be honest with you. I was just looking at the leaderboard, and R8 got 4th, so I'm happy with that. So, you know, that means that they're no longer the team in 16th place. But no, definitely.
Okay.
Because I know what's coming, Jason.
Let's see our overall standings and see where R8 is sitting, or maybe some of the other teams have made some movements. And we do see Buriram United Esports have been able to get themselves into 3rd place. So maybe that's why they had a little bit of emphasis over towards Titan there. Maybe want to punish them and keep them out of the running. But honestly, I think the biggest story that we've seen is either S2G stepping up today with 2 chicken dinners, or Enigma Galaxy just not even participating, it feels like, today. They have fallen from top 3 down to 5th, and this downward trend is just continuing.
Yeah, completely the opposite of what you want to be seeing for a team that got themselves to the top 3, but definitely have to give it to Buriram and to STG. Buriram, I mentioned them at the beginning of the broadcast. I'm just gonna go over, hey, all right, it's not in the last place. But back to Buriram, of course. These guys, they managed to get, I mentioned this before, a couple of top 2, top 3 finishes on day 1. Day 2, though, they haven't had the best of performances. They managed to get, what, 16th, 11th, 10th, and then they managed to get a 6th in the previous game. But finally, a chicken dinner in their name, skyrocketing them towards that over 100-point mark, getting themselves in the top 3. So now they're no longer slowly getting up there. No. They're just breaking the door down. They're coming in. They're announcing to everyone, we're here to play, and finally we're going to compete for those top 3 spots as well.
I'm surprised we're not talking more about R8, actually, because R8 had a really good push on LGD this time. As much as I was unhappy about that happening, Prestige, getting in the buggy, has that little bit of extra elevation in the smoke and just nading down that little dip that LGD had, which was a really good spot, by the way, but the way they pushed it afterwards was clean. So we saw some sparks coming out from R8, so maybe get himself some more good plays.
It wasn't even that. It wasn't just that, by the way. It was also the fact that Buriram were watching Prestige. They were seeing him right behind the smoke, and they were waiting for those nades to hit the side of LGD. So it was, again, perfect timing from them. They didn't want to ruin R8's chances of destroying another team. The way they saw it is just 2 teams fighting it out. They get to clean up the kills or the eliminations at the end of it, and then they get themselves the points that they want. So also very well timed from Buriram.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have to head to a short break here, but when we come back, we'll head to the next match in just a few. And we're back. A very quick break indeed as we're getting things underway for our 5th match of the day, which to me is quite a surprise. I feel like we've just gone through these matches extremely quickly. We've had no delays. We had everything ready to go, and we've had teams adapting their strategies. But what's the biggest surprise for you two today? I'm going to throw you like this very general, very big question. Because we have seen some new teams step up, some other teams fall, but what's the biggest surprise, either positive or negative?
I would say the positive is the fact that Influence Chairman has been able to remain consistent after their incredible performances of yesterday. That was the big question mark we had after yesterday's games. Like, okay, that's a great way to kick off your PMGC adventure. Can you follow that up with even better results? And they've been consistent, got himself another chicken dinner today. That's the surprise that came out of this event so far, and I'm hyped to see if they can continue for the next 2 days.
What about you, Sandstorm?
Personally, like I'm
He's
still
gonna
going to
follow us on
talk
socials.
about. Yeah, I mean, look, well, not you. I'm just going to follow it with Jason, of course. And also, I want to find out what the script is for the next couple of games. But I'm going to stick to the negative side, and I'm still going to talk about R8 and the fact that I'm not sure what is going on with the team, what issues are they going through, but this is not the performance whatsoever that we're used to. We saw what they were able to do a couple times before in tournaments like the PMPLME and SA, and of course PMGC even getting top 9, top 10 in the league stage. Now they're still stuck in the bottom side. We're not seeing them anywhere close to where they were, and I don't know. I need to see something. I need to see it now from them. Otherwise, fine.
You seem quite tilted about R8. Maybe it's just, well, maybe it's just because you care about them so much. Obviously, like if we cover regions in particular, like for instance, Max and I think we're really pulling for Mad Bulls, but we haven't seen them be able to really rise to the occasion. Kind of get attached to some teams, and it's unfortunate when they can't step up here when we get into the big event of the year. But we did see Bigatron step up at least with a great finish in second place, but it's still not enough for them to breach top 3. We have to do a quick little head-to-head here between the top 2 players. And honestly, as you mentioned before, Sky only 36% team contribution, but the elims, the damage, the control, the throwables, use Max. He's definitely the MVP here in this last one.
I want to rename him from Sky Only to Off Angles Only, because yesterday and today, that all this guy has been doing is getting the off angles, setting up his team for success, and then you just send Kengzo and he's going to eliminate teams and destroy desks apparently. So he's just going to do the entirety of that work. But yeah, Buridam, as I said,
Destroyer.
Actually, that's a cool title. You should definitely try and patent that one. But but you know what? I want to see if they can continue this kind of launch forward. First day was kind of like a feeler day. It worked out great, and here they can actually close off wins. And a team that we did not know, right, Sandstorm, able to actually perform. So I'm impressed.
Yeah. And looking at this map, seeing how many times we're looking at Titans dropping towards Los Tigos, dropping towards Valle del Mar, we've seen one zone. Thanks, Jason. Listen, tell us, what is the script for the last game? We need to know. We've seen so many zones with so much water in them. It's not fair for the players. It's good for us, but it's not good for the players. Please.
Well, like the zones, you need to stop being so thirsty, okay, Sandstorm? Okay. I'm not going to spoil any script whatsoever. You're just going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. But one thing I will tell you is, I know who's going to win the next match.
Oh!
Mm.
We have a Jason prediction this game.
Oh, it's Infinity?
I mean, according to the audience, and now me, which obviously means they're going to do it, it's DRS. Team from Nepal.
Where are they?
Shout out to all my Nepal viewers here.
I love it.
DRS Jay Kaplan, by the way, or in his Twitter as well. Okay.
DRS eliminated and
no,
46%.
No. They're gonna win. They're gonna win, and then I'm gonna have like 10,000 people follow me on Instagram, and I'm gonna become a DRS fanboy account. That's what's gonna happen.
I kind of want to jump in on the hype train because this is not fair. I want to go into DRS as well. They're definitely gonna be one of my teams for this game, even though the predictions might not show it. They're quick in my head.
I mean, I have been honestly quite happy and surprised at how well they've been doing so far in this event. But again, they still need to do a little bit more here to continue to progress. But as a quick little recap of this last match, ooh, this is interesting. Time in blue. Okay, we haven't had that before as a stat when we've been doing some of the PMPL shows. We can see R8 2 minutes and 14 seconds and it's using 62 throwables, but 70 for Barium United Esports. That's a lot to throw out.
Yeah. If I have one recommendation right out, if I can see on this, is it would be cool to see R8 have a secondary drop location, because they always want to go for Northern George Bowl. Even in this case, when the plane path really didn't make sense for them to go in that spot, that could potentially help them. But hey, we've seen it for S2G so far. Playing Central works great, and Buridam and BTR did it instantly, right, Sandstorm? So yeah, can't go against a playstyle that works. And then Titan are like, please, let us in, and they would not let it. So you can't climb up that quick.
Yeah, and you kind of called it when you said that they're going to shift right to BTR, right to Brew, and that's exactly what it did. And again, like I'm going to agree with you with the fact that Brew were still fighting for too long with Titans, but also the fact that Titans fought the other team that did, I guess, swim over from the military island. They managed to take out I8. Yeah, they just managed to get 4 of the freest eliminations that we have seen in the tournament so far without anyone fighting them. And here, again, you saw BTR had so much control over the zone, and Brew were able to walk
what
in
about
and
their
just
spread?
take the chicken dinner away.
I mean, they were quite spread, right? They had like one person towards the southwest, they had 2 grouped up towards the cliffside, they had 1 towards the southeast. Like, do you think that was a spread that was acceptable to have right now, or is that just kind of a misplay out of BTR side?
I think it was great because Buridam was so focused on Titan in particular that just offers you to have a lot of scope of information on what Buridam were doing at the time. But that's the thing, that's why Sky Only's position was so important. He was keeping that split in check. If he was not there, I think that Buridam just like, unfortunately get absolutely destroyed, get wrecked in that spot. But the fact that he was also having that off angle was making sure that BTR could not take full control. And that was the key part of that game that made it that Buriram could get the win.
Yeah, and I think you also had two players of the BTR lineup. They were also focusing on the last player from Influence Chemin, Law, towards the northern side. So they didn't have their full focus on Buriram while they were fighting Titan as well. So they were trying to take care of their flank, make sure that they're safe, and then focus on the end game. But Buriram, in that meantime, wiped out Titan, got the eliminations, and then one by one just knocked out the BTR players.
Well, I mean, in the end, the victory obviously go the way of their United East. What about Titan? I mean, at least for them, they get a decent. They've been extremely quiet today as well. And taking a look at watch, none of you having Titan, but both of you having R8. That's
okay. I lied. Last time I said I'll pick them one more time, so I'm gonna pick them 2 more times. One for this game and one for the 6th game, and then day 3, day 4, I'm not picking R8 because at that point it's just out of my hands and it might be out of their hands as well.
Okay. Max, Team Queso, Box, R8.
Do you want answers? I don't know why. I was like, okay, I'm picking you this time. But no, I want to see RA, and I was like, you know what, maybe if I pick them, maybe you'll anti-curse. I don't know. I'm trying things out right now. We'll see.
Double negative is a positive, maybe.
That is technically how it works. I don't know if it works in PUBG Mobile, that's how it works in real life. So let's get into our 5th match to see if it's going to work out for R8 here, as we're heading over to Miramar with John, Allen, and Blake.
Oh, sorry. I was just picking my what I was going to have for dinner. Sorry. We're getting into the well, not the final game. We're getting into the 5th game of the day here, Blank.
Yeah.
As we are getting underway with another Miramar.
Right. So you know what I would like after this game is for both Max and Sandstorm, as analysts, right, to tell me if R8 don't do well, why they didn't do well, rather than just saying, well, R8 did this. Because honestly, guys, why are you picking R8 every time? I don't understand.
Stop that.
Stop it. But yeah, we're heading over to our Miramar now, and hopefully we can digress in towards this match and figure some things out for ourselves, especially on Miramar, where we did have that pretty interesting circle at the end of our last Miramar game. And to be honest, the circles all day have been fairly interesting, fairly central, but centering up on some very difficult zones to hit up towards. We're going to take a quick look at some of our beautiful venue shots at the moment, because we do have some great setups at the moment. It's great to see all the players here as well. Your Team K, so we just saw Influence Kemin as well as MTech Storm, all doing some fantastic stuff today.
Absolutely. Today has been a sort of a water-themed day, I think, as they said over on the desk. There's been a lot of water features in these later circles. I mean, certainly on the Miramar, most notably, had a lot of water in fairly late into the game. Went down very, very coastal there, which cut out a lot of potential areas for playing. Hey, there's no time for sleeping. Come on, get back in there.
You got to get back on the grind, right? Look, I know these games are easy for Influence Kevin, but it can't be that easy.
No way, can't be, right? Oh well, we'll have to see just how easy it is for them here on Miramar. The first one of the day did go the way of S2G with their 2nd chicken dinner they were able to claim today. See if they can repeat that performance, or is there going to be another pretender to the top spot on Miramar here? We'll have to wait. Match number 5 underway.
Taking a look at our overall rankings at the moment, things are starting to heat up just a little bit towards the top of the tables, with Titans, after that last match, being able to grab 96 points, sending them just underneath Buriram United Esports in 3rd place now of 104, quite close to S2G at the moment, which is great to see, honestly. But yeah, a lot of differential able to happen still towards that top 3. Kind of locked in for the 1st place spot at the moment of Influence Kemin. S2G though, Buriram both battling it out head to head at the moment for that grand final position spot. Everyone underneath them quite close. One chicken dinner would do it to take them there, but again, looking down towards our bottom 5, Mad Bulls, MTech, R8, Team Queso, as well as 4 rivals, all really struggling, and Mad Bulls, that gap is getting ever further away from them. 11 points now to 11th place with the Infinity in front.
It is a
real close race as we approach that halfway mark, right, where we can see a little snapshot potentially of things to come. Things do in general sort of start to even out, get a little bit less volatile as you play more and more games, but it is a good indicator at that halfway mark with 12 games under the belt after the end of today as to who is going to be really in the running for, first of all, the top 3 spots, and as you say, those bottom 5 with Mad Bulls looking to break through that ceiling. An 11-point barrier, though, for teams that are currently putting up numbers that do not make up those averages. Not ideal, but it is one pop-off game that changes everything, as we saw with LGD yesterday.
I mean, they got right back on track as well. On the road again for LGD, 84 points. Really not that far behind anymore. And this was a team that was, like you say, John, really struggling yesterday. DRS similarly 9th place. They were just trucking along and they're up to 72 points now. So in pretty good contention between that 5th down towards 9th place at the moment, which is great to see. But we are starting to see these little stages of drop-offs. Obviously from 11th to 12th place, 11 points. 10th up to 9th place is 12 points. So there is some difficulty now in jumping up. And I think for these teams down towards the bottom 5, you really do need to start thinking about today in these last 2 matches, putting up a stellar performance, because for MTech Storm, we now realize that, you know, those couple of scraps of points that they're able to put up every single game, it's right now not enough anymore. Down to 13th place with 48 points, not good enough, and it's not going to see you through to that survival stage. And honestly, at this point in time, I don't really think it is even in their interest to be looking at getting up towards those first 3 places on the leaderboard. I don't think they'll even hit that, even with some big pop-off games from them with the consistency we've seen out of these guys.
Team Queso, almost the opposite in terms of consistency. Well, I suppose they have been consistent, if nothing else, as of 4 rivals towards the bottom of those tables. It's not been the greatest of showings for a couple of these teams. But when you come to the PMGC, every team here is a champion in their own right. So it's very, very difficult to swallow that pill. Certainly going to be bitter for quite a few of these teams.
Influence Kemen towards that eastern side, super safe right now, John. LGD above them in El Azahar, a team that would like to continue to put up those points. Pretty much getting a lot of their points through from Miramar as well. Had to do very well in that last game. They were kind of left out in the cold. LGD is a good team at identifying where those limited spaces in the circle are, which are away from a lot of other teams, and picking up on that. I think that's a really cool trait to have as a team, specifically when you do have a lot of these more central circles. Find those positions on the map where no one really wants to play them, but they are still sort of playable, is an interesting gameplay style. But again, it seems to be working. They don't seem to be getting the most amount of points in the world, but they're certainly getting themselves up towards those top placings every single game. At the end of the day, to get through to the survival stage, or even sneak your way into one of those 2nd or 3rd places at the moment, that's more enough to do it. I think, again, we'll say this, John, is that 1st place, very much inaccessible, unless we start to see a performance dip from Influence Kevin. I don't think we're going to see that, though.
Hasn't really shown itself just yet. Even in the engagements they've lost, it's always been a circumstantial situation. And in general, I think they've made correct plays. Sometimes it's, you know, a little bit of a pop-off. Maybe it's getting caught a little bit on a rotation. But the decisions that they're making, I think, are solid pretty much every time. I'd have to go back fully and look at all of their rotations across all of their games, but it feels like I haven't seen them put a foot wrong yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're another team that kind of plays similarly to LGD, which is identifying where those rotations are free and then trying to work their way down that way. Definitely for Influence coming from Yaz, it was more difficult for them on that last game where they had to send downwards through so many different teams that already sent in. BTR was on the left side of Yaz, so they had a much easier approach down towards that coastal side. So instead, they try and stick out on the edges of the circle and try and play that as long as possible. But again, you see that in that last game where, yes, they didn't get the most amazing ending performance, but that is the terrifying thing about Influence Kemen, is that even with a bad game, they were still finding some good performances regardless, which is great to see.
I think they went down in I think it was 5th place with an elimination, or 4th place even potentially in that last game. I have to double check, but they really it was 4th place in fact in that last game. So you're right, it's just keeping those numbers up. That's 9 points just for surviving as long as they did. S2G, a team that has been on fire today. The other story that we've been looking at, taking on Box, who have been faltering just a little bit. 60 points on the total so far, 10th place and at risk, so they do need to keep it up.
Break. Looking up towards that position, you're right, John. You know, it's a little bit difficult for them, especially with them tied now with the Infinity, who maybe not have had the most crazy days today, but have uplifted themselves from that bottom 5 at least, and that is a start. With 2 extra days remaining, you know, that is certainly a working position to start pumping your way up the leaderboard just a little bit. DRS still going strong for themselves, 9th place, 72 points. I don't think this is a team that has wowed us or hit us with wonders we've never seen before, but they're still making their way through a lot of these matches and getting some decent points on board to perform well. Very much an edge-centric team, and that really is, I think, the biggest thing that's holding them back at the moment, is that I think they're more focused on just getting these consistent points and getting in towards that survival stage, which is fair enough. If you don't think you can take it toe-to-toe with some of the bigger teams without a little bit more time to work them out, that is absolutely fair play, to play the edge and then just play, you know, the points game of getting, you know, 8 to 6 points per match, and that will keep you safe towards that survival stage and make a big push on that last day.
Surprise, surprise. DRS at the top of the votes there. Jason shilling out for the audience. You know, why not? DRS, they're obviously very popular. They're performing. They had a bit of a better performance today, certainly in the early stages of the day, with a 1st place in the first game, a 4th place in the 3rd game. They haven't really shown up since then, so maybe they can have a return to form here. Of course, taking, I believe, in the have I got the? No, I got the. No, I got the. I got this. I got the row wrong. That was Box I was talking about potentially. No, hang on a minute. I've completely got this wrong.
Is
4th
this
place in
all
the first game
destroyed?
of the day. 12 eliminations in the first game of the day. That's the one I was talking about.
There
But
you
since then, they haven't really had as much of an impact. This might be a circle though that they could find that success in.
Absolutely, it might be a position where some of these teams might be able to find themselves a better spot within the circle. BTR specifically dropping down towards Picardo as well can pick themselves up maybe a more dominant position. They're already extremely central in this spot. San Martin, a little bit of high ground for these teams to play around with. La Bandita, inaccessible area around the map. You don't really want to generally find yourself in La Bandita. Again, this is a weird place to finish in terms of a circle, because you do have some treacherous terrain throughout this one. I mean, throughout most of PUBG Mobile, everyone will tell you that this crossing that a lot of these teams are making their way down from the south of water treatment is kind of Death Valley. If you get teams set up on either side, if you find yourself down towards one of these kind of not great compounds underneath San Martin, you're most likely going to get taken shots at by absolutely everyone. So anyone that's getting in right now is getting some saving grace that not every team is set up, but teams like Titans, the Infinity, Nigma Galaxy, S2G that haven't already found their way into this circle should suffer quite heavily.
Hopefully they'll be able to weather that storm. Certainly for Titan to get back into that top 3 spot, because that is where they have been bumped from with Buriram's performance in the last game, taking home that chicken dinner, of course, knocking them out of that guaranteed qualification spot. So they'll definitely be hungry to get back up there. They have got a little bit of a lead against Nigma Galaxy, who were, remember, ahead of them at the start of the day in 2nd place. But they've slipped down all the way to 5th place. For now, S2G and Buriram, the new top 3 additions alongside Influence Kemen.
Yeah, I mean, you really would not expect LGD to be so close to Nigma Galaxy at this stage in the tournament, especially how they played yesterday. I mean, this is what you would 100% call a disastrous day, a catastrophic day for Nigma Galaxy with
Absolutely.
the early finishes that they've had throughout the majority of these matches. you know, it is not really what you want to see. And how consistently they've gone down in 16th place is very, very worrying. And this is not a case of, you know, they're having an unlucky day. This is just some bad gameplay overall. And I don't know what has changed from yesterday to today, other than the fact that some of these other teams in the lobby have started to figure out how they want to play macro-wise.
3 16th places and 1 11th place in 4 games. That is not a second place team's performance, and slipping down is justified. Absolutely, they shouldn't be in the top 3 if this is how they can bring about a day. But as you say, these lobby changes are coming through thick and fast. People are investing a lot of time and analysis into this, so perhaps they've been solved, downloaded, and tomorrow might be a new day for them. This is yet again another bad spot. Ralph gets lined up on and sprayed away. Maybe Galaxy suffering under the purview of S2G, who have been roaring out today. Split a little bit. There is an answer. Lord whips one back up. Silas bent down, but should be picked back up by Hamzy. And the res can come through on the side of Nigma Galaxy also.
Titans out in the blue at the moment. A little bit of a tough rotate for them going forward. And I mean, we talked about this earlier where, you know, they would struggle to get through considering they're one of the later teams to enter through into the lobby. But with the Infinity on the south side of Picardo, that might have caused some problems if it wasn't for that, the fact that they are now already moving in towards that circle itself. LGD, again, looking for those zones, those bits of ingress where a lot of teams are already hiding out, so they're coming back from the behind of La Bandita, skirting around on the edges there to give themselves a little bit of cover to play around with. But yes, 16 teams, 64 players at 12 minutes into the game, sort of unheard of. And a lot of this is due with so many ditches, so many compounds, so many defilés to play around with in these areas that teams are struggling to find areas where they're not getting shut out. But this is an engagement and a half. Box Gaming getting redemption against Mad Balls after their previous defeat to them.
Can they hold a building this time around? Blank Box Gaming sat up inside. All 4 of them are alive, and the first push completely dismantled in the face of Mad Bulls. And a very split remainder of the team means that it's likely Mad Bulls will be playing on with 2. Effect still up close on the hillside. You can see the other player's skills is for Mad Bulls on the south side of the road. As an engagement pops up as well between LGD and MTech Storm. Effect is knocked, and that came through from 4 rivals. Nades back on over to the LGD ridgeline as we hop over to the southeast side of the circle. Suki will be lining up for it. Tizzy, oh, I thought the car was going to save him from the nade from his teammate. But no, does get flushed away. MTech Storm bumped to 3.
MTech Storm, yeah, able to weather that just a little bit from LGD, which is great news for them. But again, LGD, this is always what they're going to try and do, try and push through a team like MTech Storm on the other side of La Bandita, whilst under the cover of those ridge sides. Looks like they're going to set up at long distance, got an SLR over on Suki, going to try and send some shots through those windows over towards MTech. I mean, if they can find themselves a position up towards that north side with YZZ, that would be excellent news for them. At the meantime, Suki, CCC just holding down MTech, relaying that information back to the guys from MVM. Next circle, very central. DRS happy with this one. They do have some ridge sides to play around with outside the junkyard. Yes, it's a bit of a ditch towards the middle there, but again, DRS can play with this, and anyone that wants to get a little bit too close, they can take shots towards. Buradam also on for another good game with this strong position towards the center.
If they can carry that momentum forwards, maybe open a lead against Titan, who have had a tough time of it today, dropping out of that top 3, 96 points total. Playing on the south side, they are a little bit out on the cold for this next one as well. Box rolling up to skills as the last player from Mad Bulls. Looks for a knock, but won't even find that. Box stay on 4. North side controlled, but right next door to them, they've got 4 rivals. There are currently all 4 players alive. However, they have not been performing super strong, and that is actually a pick over towards Buradam as well, coming through from, I think, one of the DRS players.
Yeah, DRS currently a very, very strong spot at the moment over towards Junkyard. I mean, Graveyard, sorry, it's going to be very hard to get people into position to go up against the guys from DRS. They have so much high ground to mess around with. LGD, though, looking to take it over towards the guys from Influence Chemin, and YZZ, that final player, will be removed. as he moves into the building. MVM steps up, but takes a huge amount of damage. The crashes just aren't coming in fast enough here, John.
If they continually go for 1v1s, maybe they'll win one eventually. Federal does go down as Suki has a little bit of high ground. Law on the outskirts, Influence Kemen. 4 players alive with Federal knocked. Nade over the back, and that's good and long. Law right in the middle of it. And Suki's doing a little bit of damage over here. Might be able to get a flush as well. Law can't quite crawl behind the vehicle. Does manage to get away, but is bleeding out very, very fast. Little boy wants to move in, find the final player of LGD. Suki taken very, very low as Kayovsky has the high ground position. Law crawling out. There's a nade. It's good, but in the meantime, Law falls for it. And that means that Influence Kemen on 3.
I mean, Lil Boy just about brings them back into the fold there, which is great news. Federal back up on his feet. 3 players, it's not the worst thing in the world to happen to Influence Kemen. I think the worst thing in the world to happen for them right now is the fact that they're right on the edge of this circle, and MTech Storm actually moved up and might have had a little bit of information passed back to them about this fight if they heard these shots on that side. Teams looking to get closer and closer towards Graveyard, but unwilling to cross a lot of this open ground that heads up towards that way. But DRS should be on target for a good game here. The only worry I have is that holding this position towards the center requires that you have several outposts because it's very difficult to see out all on a 360 from one singular position. So you got Delta, Gyante, as well as Killer, all the way around this side of the ridge sides themselves. So difficult position to play from, but they're making it happen so far.
A north sweep for R8 as they move in towards Box's position that they took away from Skillses from Mad Bulls. 4 rivals do have oversight. Scry goes down first. That's actually 2 4 rivals as well. A third party coming into play here. Scry laid on the broadside. Unfortunately, gets pinged away. R8 backed off just a little bit. They're taking both teams to task here for 4 rivals on the northern side. Have a good angle on it, but the circle will move away from them next. DRS still on it. S2G on the north side. Bigatron central.
Yeah, this is great news, Bigatron. Again, we said earlier, dropping in Picaro gives them ample time to head up this way and find themselves a central spot. This becomes a little bit more difficult for DRS now because they need to start thinking about the eastern side and clearing that out. 4 rivals looking to step to the guys from Box Gaming. Nays coming over the top will be devastating for them, but R8 already getting in there to try and pick up as many eliminations as possible. Trismay tries to send them back, but Bensu is bleeding out as we speak.
He's not going to be able to get back up there. Trismay is down as well. Break the last to fall, and the box crumples. Eliminated. 14th place, 3 elims. That's not the best. If you're in 10th place, you want to be opening a little bit more of a lead here. MTech Storm with a chance to try and leapfrog out. Mad Bulls down early, so they certainly will be able to bump up to 12th if they stay alive for a little bit longer. And with Box on 63 points at the end of the game, they will have that chance to strike out with a strong game, but that's MTech Storm, who have not had a massive game so far. They came 4th place in the 3rd game of the tournament so far with 4 elims, but that's not a massive game. That's not the sort of points difference that they'll need to make up that entire gap.
S2G currently set with 3 players, but fairly decent spot. R8 will have to move down again. A lot of open ground in this circle. Difficult to get your way across. The Infinity on that south side, again, looking for a bit of a better game here, but with 0 eliminations so far from quite a strong spot, it's quite worrisome for them. But again, this is more about getting up towards that top 5, getting those podium finishes. That'll do the trick. ID7 actually sends a shot back over towards S2G. I mean, for R8, it is a difficult road ahead of them regardless, so STG should be able to restabilize on that.
Oh, a quick roll-up for MTech Storm with the DBS in close range. Get them into the firepower range of it. It's going to be brutal, but unfortunately it's dispatched on the entrance, and MTech Storm crumble in the face of Buradam's hold on the south side. I think there were some third parties coming on in there. They chose to roll up on a very, very watched side, and it went very poorly for the Crash. Out, and they will stay 13th.
I mean, for Buradam, 2 players, but yeah, able to pick up maybe a couple of eliminations there, which was nice on their side of the game. And be able to hold out for a little bit longer. Not ideal for them. They would have rather have kept that 3rd player open alive right for the end game. Still waiting for this next circle now, which should be hitting very, very soon as teams try and strike out, get a little bit more territory controlled for themselves. It's hard to say who has the best position in this circle as well, because just look at it. It is just palm trees and little bushes and maybe a couple of rocks here to play around with.
Nuzi popping up, popping down. Keeping it calm. Not going for anything super flashy just yet. The Infinity on the south side, waiting for this next circle to pop, as I think we all are.
I mean, that's very central. BTR still capable from this position to take a win home for themselves, and they've been putting up some good points throughout the majority of the day today, and with the church all to themselves and high ground to play around with, looking over a lot of open ground, that's great news. And I think the one biggest problem that a lot of these teams will run into when you have high ground is that a lot of teams will be consistently watching towards your way. So BTR has to pick their fights carefully, but the Infinity might just take the fight straight to them.
Influence Kevin actually taken down on the eastern side, struggling to punch through.
Yeah.
That's going to be difficult. DRS handling business. And we'll have quite a lot of cover to move forwards through into this next circle as well. They'll probably be mostly worried about 4 rivals on the north side, but I'm on the south of them.
It was always going to be difficult for Influence Kevin anyway, just because they were delayed so long by that LD push, weren't able to find the rotation they would have liked, maybe down towards that south side, even trying to fight out against Buriram, which they may have won. Instead, they find themselves directly in the face of DRS, who made the right play, getting everyone over on that eastern side to clear out much of space possible on that side of the map so they could play out from there. So DRS make a really informed decision for themselves and now can start to play into the zone itself.
They have some height advantage over Buriram as well. So hopefully they can try and leverage that into their favor. Bigatron currently still exerting a lot of pressure, a lot of power over their area around the graveyard buildings. IQ wants to put a nade over towards the Infinity. We've seen the nades from IQ be pretty devastating over on Sandhawk, if you remember. Tore apart the defense for S2G and allowed Influence Kevin to come through from the opposite bank, but this time around not going to be able to land them on towards Enigma Galaxy, who are looking to post a good game to break the run that they've had so far today. They did go down in 11th, and they have now guaranteed to beat that, which is their highest placement of the day already for Enigma Galaxy.
Which is happy days, right? I mean, 4 players still alive as well, kicking. Look to move through into the circle. A lot of these other teams taking heavy damage. You know, you've got 4 rivals, DRS, BTR, and Enigma Galaxy. Out of the 10 teams, they're the only 4 with 4 still alive for themselves. Jem Foster still circling on the outer edges. Just looking to see if he can gather any more information, playing a very good scouting role for BTR. I mean, there have been a few times where he's maybe popped up a little bit too early, but at times where it's had to be done, where realistically it's either he fights or he's spotted himself. So good stuff to Jem Foster to keep BTR with a lot of that information in the back pocket, assume where teams are going to be coming from, and they can play from there. And that high ground position that BTR have, they have to really now capitalize on top of it. With elimination at this point in the game, not amazing, but as long as they can keep getting knocks over to players as they move further, closer towards them, that's going to afford them that space, that comfortability that they need going into the late game.
Spray down over towards Enigma Galaxy, losing Hamodi early. Ralph as well, laid apart there, blown up out in the open. Enigma Galaxy's run drawing short. They made it all the way up to the heady heights of 9th so far, Blank, but it looks like they might be stopped in their tracks. They also still taking a fight with S2G, as actually on XI8 will be rolling up onto the compound as well, so potentially a little bit of respite to get themselves back up to 2. It's the full force they'll be able to exert here. Bigatron, with all 4 of them running through, dealing with the crash on one side, but they've got so many other teams moving in.
I mean, this is completely off the back of Jen Foster as well. He's provided all this information, which is why you do see Luxie as well as Misery rotate so quickly back over towards this building. I mean, Jen Foster, again, being a key to BTR's victory on these games. S2G moving up, though, and Zuxi going down is pretty horrendous for them. They're going to have to quickly get him back up on his feet so they can stabilize in the position they are and get some fortifications down.
7th place again. So that they occupied at the end of the first day. See if they can improve in the last game. They got one more run today before the halfway mark. Exerts itself over the lobby. The Infinity on the south side, Logan. Last standing in a challenge with my name from Buriram. Will not be able to win that one out. No elimination, 6th place.
I mean, Buriram have gotten quite far considering only 2 players. So, yeah, regardless of what happens there, Buriram still up with a good result. S2G only 2 players, still also exerting a lot of pressure alongside the lobby with that wall to play around with. Zuxi's trying to finish off Kenzo here, but can't quite hit these shots. One more will do the trick.
There it is, finally able to tap through the frame. Kenzo trying to crawl back up to cover, but it won't go his way. Only the 1 player now remains for Buriram. Up the top of the hill, 4 rivals taking heavy punishment from S2G, right up towards DRS as well. Look at a post good numbers here for DRS. 4 players alive, playing with some decent high ground and oversight. Appy is low, will be sprayed down there. Killer stands up and takes everything that they needed. There's 4 rules is there, should be resable. These 4 rivals are backed off as Zuxi might be able to steal away the points for Bigatron.
Gets at least one of them. I mean, for DRS, the circle is just off the edge for them, so they'll have to get onto the cliff face, but it's still a good position to play. Jem Foster makes a desperate dash for it, but Killer finds Calci, leaving Hamzy G all on his lonesome with that MK14 in hand. This should be a good game for DRS. I mean, they did the right thing. Like I said earlier, a very good informed decision over towards that eastern side to hold that out and then play from the cliff face. They will have to move off the top. Similarly, BTR have to move up, but luckily that is that ridge in front of them. They might be able to create some impromptu cover with some vehicles too. Again, this is going to be full-on warfare, a 4v4 between 2 teams that have held high ground for a very long time during this match.
The issue for Bigatron is that they're going to have to give up this rooftop position, which has afforded them so much power. Will have to fall off. Shot from Rules. He's spotted exactly where they are. Playing the lead, and look how much of the circle DRS are actually able to play with here. If they can take down Bigatron, that's it. That's no one else who can really step up to them. It is a battle between these 2 teams with Jed Foster falling. They don't have that forward launch point.
I think for BTR, their saving grace is that if they can get Jem Foster back up onto his feet and they can last till the next zone, which should be popping shortly, DRS have to come down this mountain, right? They'll have to leap off, and it's always difficult leaving these types of positions, which is why you're seeing DRS start to break out towards that south side, which is very, very smart. BTR can play the long game now, though. I think they have a better position with the amount of smokes and the spotty amount of cover and the amount of positions that they could play that DRS might be caught unawares. There's only one direction that DRS can go, but BTR have to be quick on the trigger to pick up that BTR win.
4v4 with the wildcard of Hamzy in the mix. We've seen those wildcards be impactful in late games over on the Sandhawk. Can there be an impact found here? No big crashes, only knocks potentially be coming through in the next couple seconds, but wide swing from Delta. Not going to find the bullets yet.
They're trying to remain on here as long as possible, but for BTR, the circle is crushing them in just as much. Rules is managed to get down, which is a really big piece of information gathering potential for them. The rest of the players also starting to make their jumps. Meantime, Luxy moves up. This is a critical position to take, but already Jem Foster down. That's terrible news. Luckily, Misery gets one back.
Traded off over towards Delta. They're looking for a little bit more as well as Gianti is low. Hamzy's still in the mix of this, by the way. If both of these teams keep going at it and ignore Hamzy's position, there's potential that he could really strike out, especially if they're dwindling each other's numbers. At the moment, DRS's elimination did stick, but Bigatron managed to get the res. As another spray goes over onto Gianti. Can they have an impact back over towards Bigatron? Misery lined up just a little bit, but Killer cannot get the shot just there. Jed Foster stays alive as well, trying to trade it away. Hamzy steps up into the fight as he wants to try and third-party this and prove to be a problem. Bigatron slowed down just a little bit. Hamzy has an impact, finds one, a flush, and a knock over towards Jed Foster, and things are even yet again. Hamzy really being important here.
BTR with 2, 1 knocked, finally eliminated, and now Rules has to go for the big game, the big play. Zuxi and Luxy, the twins, step up.
Luxie finds it finally just over the top of the ridgeline. They were able to claim it back. It went a little bit pear-shaped there, but they were able to make the salad in the end and pair that with the chicken dinner. Bigatron eating hearty game number 5.
I mean, that was essential towards them. I mean, BTR have been looking for a chicken dinner in one of these high-ground tournaments for a very, very long time and put up a dominant win. And I would absolutely say that was that. Inside the tower, having a load of high ground for themselves to play around with. A beautiful win coming out from BTR. And I mean, Zuxi and Luxie playing fantastically. No one weak member in this either. The chain is very, very strong between all these players on the team. And they play together very, very well. I think when you look BTR as well, Jem Foster has really brought something special to the table. Yes, he might not be getting the most amount of damage, but as a guardsman at the gate, he plays very, very well for the team, actually being able to provide a lot of information back towards them, allowing to make some informed and smart rotates. And again, it was that last bit, John, that last bit of the game where they understood that DRS have to come off this mountain. If we can play this patiently, set up the smokes, we have the better chance at finding some of those initial knocks and playing off the back of it. Really, really well done.
Jen Foster is just that threatening presence, right? In the
Yeah.
line that everybody else is just kind of terrified to step around in this sort of situation for Bigatron.
100%. And I mean, this feels like a winning combo to me. I mean, Misery plays as a very good backstop to the team. And again, it's setting up Zuxi and Luxie to be those big members of the team before, where they've kind of taken a little bit of a back step, right? It's playing in the shadows. Now they're back at the forefront, in the light, and that's what it means. And that's what it's great. And again, BTR win, it's what we were looking for.
Absolutely. Can Bigatron perform on this redemption arc? Can they keep going? What a chicken dinner to be able to take here. We're looking for more. We'll see it in the next game.
Big step up here out of Bigatron and Maxman, as you were saying here in the break watching. What is it we can finally say now?
We can finally say BTR win for real this time. We gotta say, it feels so good.
We can, yeah. I mean, 28 points. We've seen BTR have a really good step up today. Again, they got second place in the prior match before this. They got a first place here. They're starting to build up some points and build up some steam to potentially get straight through to the PMGC Finals, Sandstorm. Yeah, very close. And Max, there was something you actually brought up during that match about the using smokes on high ground or using smokes on top of roofs. I know you wanted to kind of tell us straight up, but can you kind of walk us through what you meant and how we saw, I think it was BTR use it?
Yeah, it was BTR actually. I think it was Zuxi, if I'm not mistaken. Zuxi and Luxie, they're very similar in many ways. But one of them was playing on the rooftop position. And yeah, DRS for rivals on that cliffside. What you want to use the rooftop for is to make sure you can apply pressure on one team but not take two fights at the same time. So they just popped one smoke on the side of the roof and they could just avoid being detected and shot at by DRS while putting 100% of their focus on four rivals. And that actually became the undoing of four rivals in that position. So yeah, it's a small detail like that, but the execution on that smoke in particular was just on point for BTR.
You can see here, overall, 3 has not moved. However, Bigatron have made some big plays. 106 points at the moment. They're 13 points behind qualifying for PMGC Finals, at least if we were to end off, well, I guess after the next match. But you can see Burium United Esports still able to hold on for now. But Enigma Galaxy continue this downward trend, Sandstorm. 6th place now. And the upside for them is they're not really too far behind getting top 3. But we were saying before, if you want to be top 3, you can't really afford to have a bad day. And this is their bad day.
Yeah, I mean, we said that you can have maybe a couple of bad games, but a whole day where you don't even get close to the podium, where you're just getting maybe a total of 10, 15 points in the entire day, that's definitely not something that you want to look at. I don't even want to look at the second page right now. I don't even want to look at what's happening in 15th.
Can we not look at 11? No, look at 11th. Ignore that. We had Box Gaming there. They're currently the bubble for getting through into the survival stage, and then the other team's obviously being knocked out. So we have to maybe give some more focus towards that as well. Well, it's important. You don't want to be going home. You want to at least have that second chance at a mid. There's still a lot of teams trying to fight for that. And honestly, the survival stage is going to be ridiculous with the amount of teams that we're going to have in there. But gentlemen, it is time to head down stage with Contra for an interview.
Joining us here in this interview is Buram United Esports, as they've been the match winner for Match 4. And of course, could you please introduce yourself to the world out there, and how do you feel about your performance for today?
น้องช่วยแนะนำตัวหน่อยนะคะแล้วก็รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับวันนี้ performance ของวันนี้
สวัสดีครับผมบุรีรัมย์ไมน์ MP ครับก็วันนี้ก็รู้สึกดีขึ้นมานะครับจากเกมแรกแล้วก็เกม2ที่ผ่านมาก็รู้สึกโล่งใจมากขึ้นแล้วครับ
Okay, for today he said he much more better for like previous 2 match. Yeah, it was so exciting for this.
I see. And overall, you guys play really aggressively for the past 2 days, which helped you guys get a lot of elimination points. Was this your strategy for today, or have you always been trying to play very aggressively?
สำหรับวันนี้ดูเหมือนว่าน้องจะดีใจมากกับการเล่นแมตช์นี้จะถามว่าอันนี้คือถือว่าเป็นกลยุทธ์ของน้องก่อนที่จะเริ่มเล่นเกมนี้หรือเปล่าคะ
ก็ส่วนหนึ่งครับก็เราก็เล่นสไตล์อย่างนี้อยู่แล้วแล้วก็เน้นไปหน้าไปเลยครับ
Okay, this is always what do you mean? He always play like this as usual. It is the most strategy from them.
Yeah, and after all that hard work, it has been able to bring you guys a victory in match number 4. So I really want to know, how important was that chicken dinner to you, and what was the first thing you told your teammates after the win?
หลังจากที่เล่นอันเนี้ยสิ่งแรกที่น้องได้บอกกับทีมมันคืออะไรกับการชัยชนะในครั้งนี้
ก็เล่นกันให้เหมือนที่กับซ้อมมาครับแค่นั้นเลยก็
they say we play just as they rehearse.
I see. And of course, with all those practice, it has finally come into fruition.
Yeah.
So I'm really glad to see that working out for BRU Esports overall. Now, one last question before, of course, we continue on for our final game of the day. Which team do you consider as the strongest one in this group right now, other than BRU, of course? And why do you think that they are so strong?
สำหรับในเกมของวันเนี้ยน้องคิดว่าทีมไหนที่แบบแข็งแรงที่สุดหมายถึงว่าstrong ที่สุดในบรรดานอกเหนือจากทีมของน้องเองแล้วเหตุผลทำไมน้องถึงเลือกทีมนี้
ก็ทีมที่น่าจับตามองก็น่าจะเป็น INF นะครับ Influence นะครับ
it can't be it would be INF for sure because the score is leading now as you can see.
Yeah, and we hope to definitely see you guys be able to catch up, because we still have 2 more days of play and 1 more game for today. So I really don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you very much, my name P, and of course, Kapunta.
All
right, thank you guys. And of course, we're going to be going to our very final game. So make sure you guys stick around, as we still have 1 more chicken dinner to go.
1 more chicken dinner to go, but we got to see my name P, or I call him P, you know, because we're cool like that. He's actually my boy P. If anyone's been following the last couple of years, it knows what I mean. But we can see a head-to-head between him and Zuxi here in this last match. And, you know, it's weird, because with Bigatron, I feel like I just get toyed around a lot, because I want to believe that Bigatron can be as strong as they were in the past. And sometimes we see glimpses of Zuxi and Luxi. But the hard question I have to ask here is, Is Zuxi or Luxi the problem within the team? Because they've swapped around different players, and yet they've not found a team that can compete at the highest level. Well, I mean, technically they compete at the highest level, but not winning at the highest level.
No, I think that we've seen Luxi and Zuxi been able to step up, at least today, because I have the impression Misery and Genfos have been able to set them up in really big ways, especially these last 2 games. But no, I feel like the team is just seeming a lot more comfortable now. And imagine, man, we can have a grand finals potentially with BTR, though, in, I believe, 4th place right now, go into a grand finals in Indonesia. They're going to be a local team there, potentially with an audience. That would be mental. So we need to see them push even harder here and make it up there. But I feel like things are coming into place slowly for the team.
I'm hearing from production right now. Yeah, there's some miscalculation in points, and Bigatron are actually 1st place. That's weird.
Wow,
It's a joke, obviously, on because you want to see them there at the finals. I mean, anyways, okay. Well, my humor, it just doesn't work today. Ergo, last match of the day, and we also obviously got to see S2G take a victory on it at the start of the day, and they were able to get a win as well in our first back-to-back. Question is, can they do it yet again? Can DRS maybe get themselves a chicken dinner? Honestly, with the way the overalls have been shaping up, there's still quite a few teams in that reach for top 3.
Yeah, and not only that, but the competition is getting spicier and spicier on both sides of the leaderboard when it comes to the teams competing for the top 3 spot, and also when it comes to the teams just competing to stay alive and survive in this tournament so far. And now with 1 game left to go, we're going to be finishing the first half of the week. It's going to give us an idea of what to kind of expect over the next 2 days as well, Jason.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of work to be done, but I think as we kind of led off at the end of yesterday, or finished off at the end of yesterday, was how much work are the teams going to put in, how much more an improvement are we going to see going into the next day of play, and I think we have seen that out of quite a few different teams. I mean, we have had, you know, obviously Influence Chemin be able to stick around here as a relative, as a team that's just kind of on the tip of your tongue, and a team that's always been around there in these later zones. However, we've seen, I think, besides that, a big change. And speaking of big changes, not too much of a change for Sandstorm.
You can do that. Just really do that. That's not.
Listen, if I'm picking them one last time, I'm picking them like everywhere. They're the only team that I'm going to be focusing on, the only team that I want to watch. So after game 6, I'll be answering Blank's question, not before.
Okay. I was going to answer the question for Blank, actually. I was going to say, there's a lack of scouting right now, the impression for R8. They're playing edge, and they're a little bit too slow, and the scouting is lacking a bit. Sometimes they get caught off guard pretty easily, so I want to see them maybe just scouting a little bit more, getting more information for their rotations. It will make things a little bit easier. And also BTR win, maybe, again.
Trying to play it to the audience. That's exactly what I did last game, and I was rewarded with it with a 2nd place finish out of DRS. But see, again, I think that's going to be a major talking point for us tomorrow, of the rise and fall of some teams. They need to figure out something different, and maybe this is going to be the final game for them to show us what they can do to have some sort of a good finish to their 2nd day of play with only 2 days left to go. We only have 1 match left to go, so let's bring it on over to Perk to get straight into it with John and Blank once again.
I appreciate it, Max, for clearing that up. I was wondering what that whole board was doing, but he gave some clear, concise points. I like that. We'll be looking out for R8 scouting if they can make that adaptation.
Yeah, honestly, that was a classic Max roundup. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to hear. The man's got the brains on him, and you know, sometimes he pretends like he doesn't, but really, he does. So honestly, 5-head Max on the decks for a couple of seconds, which is great. I like to see it. And now we're heading over to our angle now. So we're going to chill out, find out exactly what happens over here. Obviously, our circles have been pretty wild today on our angle. Maybe something you can see a little bit more chilled out this time around. Maybe, who knows? It might just be another annoying day for some of these teams. But yeah, overall rankings-wise, again, Influence Chemin right at the top 158. But S2G surprisingly catching up somehow.
Yeah, they have really been eating into that lead as much as they can. Obviously, with them going down early in that last game, Influence Chemin going down early in that last game, S2G were able to close that gap just a little bit more. It's now at 35 points, where it was at 44. So they've managed to close 9 points on them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is the crazy thing that's happening here. I thought that, you know, this was going to be impossible to catch up towards and get a little bit of a lead on. But, you know, S2G, previous game, it was like a 40-point differential. And, you know, slowly but surely, that is getting closer and closer. Buriram not far behind though, refusing to let up. I mean, they made it quite far through that last game as well with just the 2 players on side, which was quite impressive, honestly, with 119 points total in 3rd place. And Bigatron, John, 4th place. What is this? This is great to see. Back to the days of old. The legacy is finally coming through. No?
No, sorry, I was looking at the screen. It's just, there was fists and high fives and just didn't go well.
Oh, I see. I was looking at the overalls. I'm glad I did not see the cringe fest that was on the screen. That's fine.
It's all right. It's all right.
Was it like a spider web of like bad missed fist bumps?
It's like when you turn up to a large family gathering with a dish that someone else has already prepared, and it's like,
and you have to go home.
I brought mac and cheese, but there's already some way better mac and cheese.
I would just sadly eat that in the corner by myself.
Oh yeah,
that would work out for me.
That's going in the fridge. That's a week-long meal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you brought mac and cheese. I didn't bring anything actually. What's that in your hands? Nothing, mate. I'll see you guys in about 15 minutes. I have to pop home really quick. Anyway, back to the game. Wrangle coming up next. Obviously, this is a game where, you know, honestly, at the halfway point is the time to get those points on board, get yourself situated on those leaderboards, on those rankings, to make sure that you have at least a chance over the next couple of days to make something big happen. I mean, again, let's take a quick check-in with our bottom Mad Bulls, MTech Storm, 4 rivals, R8, as well as Team Teso. And it is very close between 3 of those teams in 12th, 13th, and 14th place. Mad Bulls at 49, MTech at 49, and 4 rivals at 48. Again, it's still a little bit of a lead up towards Box Gaming, around about 14 points for Mad Bulls and MTech respectively. But yeah, this would be the time for one of these bottom 5 teams to get a big game on board at the end of the day, so tomorrow doesn't feel as stressful.
It is really, that's all it comes down to at this stage, getting one big game. Even that might be enough to see you into the chance to qualify, right, into the survival stage, which is what everybody is, of course, looking for. Unless you're one of those top teams, top contenders, of course, going straight to those grand finals. But we'll have to wait and see who's able to claim those spots. Can that big game start to pop off for any of those teams at risk? Can they accumulate the points here as we reach our halfway mark? It is match number 12 of our set of 24.
Plane path on our screens is coming from the western coast all the way across to just the south side of Lipovka there, down towards Milton Power. So very southern plane path for us at the moment. So there's no military base obviously open. We'll see which teams decide to head on down there early on, if any teams do choose to pick that one up. This is a pretty good time for Mad Bulls to actually drop out towards Primos instead of heading towards some of their alternative drops up towards school and apartments, which is absolutely fine for them. Again, not finding too much success from that position all that often. LGD up towards South George very early with R8 on the top side. Lack of scouting comes to bear, which I think absolutely it does. I think their early game seems fairly decent, but then it's just a case of they get real caught up in a lot of their rotations, unsure where to head next, how to head there, and then these rotations are just scuffed, sadly.
South Plain path cuts a lot. Any teams looking to move up to the north might struggle, especially on that eastern side. But already some early spread outs. Georgia Pole should be accessible. Severny may be a little bit too far to go, but I'm sure there's plenty of choices, plenty of options here. Close by for R8 and LGD though. We see them drop close to one another quite a lot. CCC actually with an M4 up the top of the hill. Can he get the spray onto Bandar? Not going to be able to spin him out either. On for the reload, but will not be able to land.
Yeah, I mean, that's a moment of pressure right on your side, that you know that you instantly have to get over this ridge side. Hope there's none of the enemy team over there either. So a lot of things going through your head in those moments to try and hit those shots. And again, the M4 probably has the worst iron sights in the entirety of the game. It is horrid to ADS down and actually find your target. You're more ideally looking for like a red dot at the start of the game, or you know, you could get perfect loot luck and just get a 3x as well. Again, tough stuff there. I mean, for LGD, they really could have got a much better result. Luckily for them, though, they are on that northern side, so they're still in crates, and R8 are in a weird spot right now where they are encroaching on other
other territories like MTech Storm down towards that south side and may have to pass up through LGD, but they've already set up the blockade across South George Hospital as well as crates.
We'll be a little bit further south and maybe longer to get that loot. With the hard east circle, they don't have a lot of time. There's a lot of water in this one. Blank again goes for our water theme today. Last game was a little bit of an exception, but it is Miramar, so you can forgive it. Law? Are you... Law doing some buggy acrobatics there out in the open?
That was kind of a 720 flip on the side. You know,
8 out of 10 from the judges.
Kick flipping off the buggy. You like to see it. Happy days. I mean, we're not back in those days where Papa Roach is as popular as they once were, but still, you like to see some skateboarding action off the back of the buggy. I8, currently not massively under our eyes. I don't think anyone's really looking at them too much at the moment. Just a standard team, realistically. Not doing anything too special, not making too many mistakes either. Currently sat in 9th place with 82 points. Really, these guys are the first massive step up at the moment in the lobby, from the Infinity being at 64 points and I8 being in 9th place with 82. So for I8, it has been a better performance today from them, considering they were in that bottom 5 towards the beginning of the day. They've managed to creep their way out of there, which is great to see. But again, not a team that is really, you know, flashing in front of our eyes, demanding our attention.
There is not that big draw, not just yet. Buriram, they have been fairly successful in their campaign. And as you can see, they have reaped the rewards of that. Up in 3rd place now, playing out on the eastern side. This is a good circle for them. The question for me is, when will they regroup and where will they regroup to? I mean, we saw Titan get punished for not regrouping early when they were down south on Miramar. And this feels like a similar situation.
I mean, with Lipovka being all the way on that eastern side, I think it's easy enough for them to actually get towards that west, because unlike Titans over in Los Egos, right? It was a case of a lot of teams could slink underneath them or backfill them on that top side. I don't think Buriram are really expecting many people to come in through on the warships outside of Lipovka on the east to backfill them inside Lipovka. So they should be just okay. And this is a fairly typical drop towards the Lipovka side anyway, getting one player up towards Mansion and one player down towards Shelter inside Prison, getting as much loot as possible onto this team early on. And with them controlling most of the circle right now, being able to get every single player nice and looted early on and have tons of smokes, tons of grenades available, be level 3'd, they'll be able to pick themselves one of these high priority compounds towards the center of this circle and then play the game out from there. So I think this is a good idea from Buriram, expecting a lot of teams to be on that western side with the west to east playing path.
Aegon XIA moving in towards the eastern bridge of Military Island. DRS may be looking to try and stop that. DRS with an outpost on the north side of the bridge already in the form of Rules. S2G making their way across open ground, very, very close by to MTech Storm. They'll be able to cut it down with a little bit of Road Fury. Unfortunately, there are players waiting to try and take those shots back. A wheel does get popped out, and actually Kelsey dropped as well out in the open. Reloads will need to come through, but there's a Mini 14 and a 3X. That's going to be plenty devastating enough. Silas actually continues to kind of get spun out here with the wheels just going down, deflated, but fortunately able to roll to cover.
I mean, for Silas, that is real painful. Also gets hit up there too with Tarman. I mean, the majority of MTech Storm was set up in such a way that they were completely surrounding that position that Chicken was on. And I would say S2G lose 2 of their most crucial players on what was quite the greedy pickup in the vehicle. I mean, Kelsey going down as well as Silas. Silas being like your backstop operative and being an anchor for the team, and Kelsey just being massively important when it comes to those clutch moments. S2G certainly going to be kicking themselves here, because this could have been a game on a angle where they might have been able to pick up a bunch of points and actually even that gap with Influence Chemin. I mean, it will really depend on how well Influence Chemin do this game, because if they do badly, I think S2G will be very unhappy with themselves.
A roll-up for Box right on top of Titan, in the same vehicle as well. They don't get punished for it. Puncher back down into the shelter. Aegon XI8 have sightlines over towards the entrance. A difficult push for Box. Bensu a little bit out in the open, and maybe the gun jumped a little bit there for Aegon XI8, but fortunately IQ is there, ready and waiting. Break tries to answer, not going to go well, and will pop the nade over the top for Scry, which brings them a little bit even. Bensu hiding now, and Titan, they've been given a lifeline.
Titan Scarpers underneath into the shelter. Box Gaming at least get that one knock over towards IQ, who really is that member of I8 who tosses those grenades and finds the most amount of impact from them. So getting rid of him whilst you're inside a ditch, very nadeable range as well. Him being knocked gives you a bit of time to regroup and rethink the options going forward. Again, this is difficult because Titans will have moved all the way through shelter to the other side and now have sightlines on both of these teams, which makes it quite the scary position going forward. R8 very, very slow on their rotate. Super determined to actually take up loot over towards North George. And now S2G with their rotate up towards the northeast. If they had 4 players, this could have been such a good game for them. Instead, BTR are more than likely going to spot their rotate coming downwards.
Box move into the shelter as well. To figure out how to move a little bit further north as we have a little bit of a hard shift up that way. Bigatron clashing with the remainder of S2G. It's going one way, then the other. Razy looks to try and get a point, flush something as an answer for their situation right now. They've got 2 limbs and Bigatron are going to lose one of theirs. Razy on the in with the Micro Uzi close range, swaps out for the M4. Both low on ammo, will need to force a reload here, but Bigatron do not want to let him get that opportunity. A spray out goes good for one, but Jen Foster will be rezzed here. Bigatron take down the remainder of S2G.
Yeah, this is what we'd assume would happen, but Influence came in actually very close to this engagement, rotating slowly on that northern side, could even decide to get involved in this. Unfortunate that Misery goes down during that engagement. Again, I think one thing that BTR could improve on just a little bit is team play. I think oftentimes when you see them take these engagements, it is some 1v1s, and I think they've realized that towards the end of a fight, if they live that long, it's like, right, we need to start taking these 2v1s and isolating some of these opponents. But by that time's gone, they've lost 1 or 2 players. This time it's not so bad. 3 players being alive and being very central in the circle coming out from Yaz is decent, and they will be happy with this.
Buradam getting that regroup on. Will not be punished. Good news. Aegon XI8 moving in close by. They know exactly where they are, but they don't really have the sight lines. The foliage cover is there. DRS on the south side, moving away from Mill to Power now, trying to get a little bit further up north, dropping to the beachhead, but really not too many people close by to this. Everyone's moved west from Lipovka, the Infinity a little bit further up than they are. So DRS have a little bit of a clear shot into this edge of the circle.
They can definitely take their time with it. Again, Lipovka, like you said, been vacated. There's a easy rotational path up there and maybe slip round on the eastern side, so you're unseen as you make that rotate. Again, you're assuming that people aren't inside Lipovka, which is probably a decent assumption. I don't think anyone would head there too early on, especially when they circle up towards the northern side. More than likely going to start to center up towards these crossroads. Mad Bulls loses a player on the rotate inwards. There seems to be a reoccurring trend for this team. Unable to find any kind of footholds inside the circle and crumpling as they enter.
Box want to give themselves some smoke cover, seemingly want to challenge in towards the central mansion area, towards the central set of buildings there. The shift comes back mainland. It's fairly kind. It could have been a little bit more of a dastardly circle if it had shifted out further east. We've seen these coastal areas be finished on before. It is not easy. So a lot more playable terrain with this sort of a shift.
100%. Mad Bulls able to get all 4 players back up, which is great news for them. Usually on their rotate inwards, they will suffer because of that. Luckily for them, they're able to actually get in, find some kind of purchase. But once again, the circle moves away from them. They have to rethink the scenario, the ideal options.
The scrap starting to coalesce between the 2 teams fighting off there. Titan looking to stay alive with 3. Aegon XI8 close by to it as well. Being spotted out, I think that's Bigatron just next to them. It is, in the buildings. Luxy really wants this shot, but does get the cross on the window. Luxy moving in at the back as well. Titan are launching nades over the box just further south of this engagement. And Break falling there. Actually, Aegon XI8 will be able to find that final piece. And with it, Box will fall 15th place. This is not good news for a bubble team.
Not at all. Again, they still have a little bit of buffer between them and MTech, and with MTech Storm losing one player, it's okay for them. Again, not a massive match that Mad Bulls would need to overtake to get above Box or the Infinity, and with both them hemorrhaging players, maybe a potential here as they move up towards that western side and try and enter just underneath Yaz Naya. R8, I think Max is dead on the money there. It was very difficult to make any kind of information gathering because they decided just to stay out the blue the entire time, in which case LGD waiting for them. They were like, right, where's R8? I guess we'll just sit up here, wait for them to make their rotate over the top of Severny, and just send shots down towards them. Already a good nade comes out the pocket. Another nade goes down, a little bit long, but that could have been amazing. A nade on the side of LGD.
LGD's strategy does have a name blank. It's called the R-Wait.
That's right.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I mean, that's fair play.
That's me. See you guys later.
R8 sent packing, but across the fields as well. I mean, this is not the best of rotational paths that you're being forced into. Suki will finish up ID7, but now R8 have to figure out what kind of options are available to them now, because they're moving through the fields. More than likely, there are going to be teams set on the outside. You can see Team Queso, Nigma Galaxy, Influence Chemin as well on this side. So everyone would be ready and waiting for this. Once again, LGD, Team Queso, Mad Bulls left out in the storm here as the circle moves down towards the southeast side. This has been probably one of the most variable shifts on the circles today. BTR happy with this though, able to hold on to that singular compound that has those rooftops which are really good to play off the top of. So I think these guys should be happy with this.
We'll have to move a little bit south. That shimmy needs to come through at some point, but it's got a little bit of time to play with. With the teams also from the north side needing to move in, they might be able to control that, but they might lose time in terms of going for positions that could be stronger into the next phases. I mean, Nigma Galaxy now hold a roadside compound that's going to be fairly strong. Can they put up the numbers that they've been denied so far today?
I mean, at this point in time, it's going to be difficult for a lot of these teams to find some good positions on the map. I mean, Influence came in right now just looking to see if they can spot some of these rotations, maybe pick up some eliminations on the way through. Mad Bulls look like they were going to try and crash over towards where four rivals are playing. They lose a player on the approach. Again, they haven't been able to do much scouting of their own coming all the way from Primorsk, so just trying to find a place that they can stay. They realize that four rivals currently hold that compound, so we'll have to send elsewhere.
Mad Bulls moving up towards the north side, close to Team Queso. We'll have a little bit of rolling cover there. That slope just giving them enough of an opening to move in on the western side of this circle. There's trees in between them and Aegon XI8, but they have been spotted. Monkey, in effect, the main brunt bearers here. Effect will go down, get flushed out as well out in the open. Effect knocked to boot, but Aegon XI8 taking damage from across the way. It's four rivals actually chiming in. Plenty of teams are looking their way now as Nigma Galaxy light them up to boot. Zerich on the top floor takes a nade, and Skillsers will have to look for that res at some point from Titans.
Yeah, Teek's just going to send another one in, assuming all the little rooms that these players might be playing within at the moment. I mean, 2 grenades still in the pocket. Moves out, and I mean, Puncher's looking to pick up the new position with 5 grenades of his own. They just want to get rid of these players inside this building. Teak gets all the way up close and personal.
I think they know that Skillsers is there. He pushes forwards for the challenge instead. Up to the staircase, a dangerous spot to be playing. There's so many sightlines being held by Titan right now. It's very difficult to find any sanctuary into these circles, into this building. Puncher puts a nade on the outskirts. Skillsers drops the Molotov on the staircase. Zerich still bleeding away. Nades rolling down. 6 yet to really enter into the fight, but finally, Teak lands one. And that's all that was needed. Oh, it's Puncher, actually, who was able to pop that one through. And it was only a matter of time as we hop straight on over to Influence Kemen. who are engaged in a little bit of a scrap coming through with LGD on the north side. They haven't moved from this position. Influence Kemen trying to hold off now. All four of them are alive. Law on the outside with an off angle. Suki playing close contact. CCC skirting around the edge. LGD have that off angle as well, Blank.
All these players will have to move though. Influence Kemen just drops out the top side, looks to just finish the fight off quickly. But immediately it's Suki dropping out the side of the building, but these refrags are coming through thick and fast. But it will be instead Enigma Galaxy from along the way that spots out these players and looks to finish them off here. Unlikely that Law's going to be able to get any of these players back up on their feet as they're outside in the blue. The worst timing for Influence Kemen to get caught up in an engagement between them and LGD. They do live longer regardless. In front of S2G, I think S2G would be very happy.
LGD didn't really need to go for that fight fully. They weren't in this circle. I mean, sure, if they'd been embroiled in it for a while, but it felt like there were other options and they could have left Influence Kemen behind and tried to crash for a closer in compound. I mean, there's probably plenty of moving parts of that decision, but I have to question it a little bit.
I think you wonder if you can immediately crash up, get some nades through the window, clear out that team, and then move forward. I mean, passing by them is a pretty horrible option as well because you're more than likely going to get shot at. So you'd rather put up a fight in the process. The Infinity also in a similar position, trying to put up a fight versus any other team. R8 living for quite some time now. They were sort of aimless on their rotates, going from one side of the map to the other, but finally found a little bit of safety to call their own.
10th place potentially on the cards for Enigma Galaxy as they're left with just Freak alive. So far they've had a disaster of a day. And Freak's trying to rectify that. Get as much as they can here. 3 eliminations. Getting top 5 would be such a relief, if nothing else, for them.
I mean, with DRS with 4 players as well, I mean, this is a case where even I8 with 7 eliminations, there is a potential that we see Enigma Galaxy drop down to maybe a 7th place at this point in time, maybe an 8th if they're really unlucky. And that from 2nd to 8th in the day after you had such a buffer set up for yourself is a real terrible result, and they'll have to bring something back up to speed. Again, R8, I would say that these guys are definitely the wanderers of the lobby right now. They're just unable to find anything and keep finding themselves caught up in action where they did not want to locate it.
But now the Infinity are going to take up the mantle of the engagement on the north side as Burram also moving in on the east. The Infinity, Bigatron and Burram all taking this fight here. Law from Influence Kemen a little bit further ahead of it, but as a solo player, don't want to get involved. Nades flying back and forth. Bigatron really have the crunch on the Infinity at this stage. Burram do not have sightlines over to Bigatron and vice versa. So it is really all over towards the Infinity, and they are falling like flies.
Yeah, they're 100% pinched right now. It's going to be a difficult approach. BTR should be somewhat aware there is another team over towards this side of the map. I mean, 3 players from BTR clearing out that team on the eastern side is a smart option. Rather than letting that fight go on for too long, clearing that out and then allowing maybe Burram to head down towards the south side affords you a little bit more space. Law, once again, soloing it. The snake of the lobby at the moment. Teak from Titans and Co over towards that southwest side alongside with DRS. Zuxi, though, hitting some nutty shots here with the M14. Not a typical weapon you usually see used at long distance, but the only thing you have, you work with what you've got.
I mean, the M16 single fire, it can work as sort of a pseudo DMR. Obviously, with the fairly recent DMR buffs, it's not quite as powerful, but still useful in the right hands. It seems like Zuxi's the guy to do it.
I think that might be the right option to pull out the 6X and just go for the spray, considering he's looking for that. Very dangerous to remain in the same spot for too long, and so close to getting that double knock on the almost outside the blue there as well. Real unfortunate for BTR. They almost cleared out one of their biggest opponents in the lobby on this eastern side.
Not only for this game, but in terms of the overall standings as well. I mean, they're 4th place right now, hunting down Burram's total in 3rd.
Again, BTR have had the central part of the circle for a long time, and now finally having to move. This would be a good test for them, considering they've had a few times who've had that central circle to themselves. Over an Orangle, a little bit more difficult for them, heading down towards that south side. Still a good game from them. Miramar, definitely, I would say they had the lion's share of the circle to themselves at the beginning of the game. But again, this now is a good test for BTR. Is how they play out this exit, how they play out this escape. Unfortunately, My Name's already found a pick over towards Zuxi, which is going to slow them down. The circle is getting ever closer to them. They're running out of options at this point, John. Things are getting complicated.
As Kate Bush would say, they're running out of hill, right? That's what she says. To be running up.
They will definitely have to run up this hill if they want to get out. Gem Foster taking a nade like that is tough news. And Buriram is really not playing into their hand either. I mean, BTR have all pulled out grenades ready for the push coming through from Buriram. But instead, they're just playing the waiting game, playing it patiently. Luckily for them, DRS, though, comes in with a savior.
A lot of shots over towards Buriram's position on the northeast side of the circle. Puts them a little bit further back, but Bigatron still yet to capitalize on this. Fortunately, they seem to have found another route of egress over towards Aegon XI8, but DRS, with the oversight onto that position, it's much less favorable to be pushing into this spot. Ghost, the last to fall, will be clocked, and Jen Foster, a threatening presence as always.
Picks up that limb, and Law from Influence came in, actually getting up towards a 6th place position. Again, all on his lonesome. Nice. Really good just to send this guy out. His strategy at the moment is just send central to the circle. If it shifts away from me, it shifts away from me. I just go right to the edge and look out into the blue, so only half my body is out in the circle itself. Seems to be working just fine, so that's fair play. But then we're able to restabilize on that northeast. DRS did cause them some serious problems.
He's been spotted. Oh, he's got away with it for now, but look at that. Oh my god. I think 3 teams are now taking shots at Law.
I mean, he has to just kind of do the dance around this loot crate for the time being. I don't think he's even thinking about pulling out anything else. Good play from him, though. I like that he waited to pick up the level 3s from the actual loot crate before he took some serious damage, which is very, very smart. I could potentially weather the storm out for a little bit longer, especially if he's only got little to no meds on board. BTR still making their way down. Looks like Teak was spotted for just a second. But yeah, some very big teams around here, all looking to put the pain into one another. And with this circle heading down towards the south, it really doesn't help anyone out. A really cool ending to this zone, though, John, with so much tree line available to them. This is kind of like warfare in the woods.
I'm interested to see what 4 Rivals can do here. As a team towards the bottom of the tables that wants to close that gap. Right now, at the start of the game, they were looking at a 15-point difference between them and 11th place.
Great shot, jeez.
They can stay alive for a little bit longer. They might be able to achieve that. 5 teams remain, 3 eliminations. They can ladder up twice with 2 more eliminations. They will be able to make that total. And the further they can get, the better. DRS really harrying the Titan team over on the back. On the west side.
Ooh, Jem Foster playing stealthy here. Zuxi also finding Buriram Tiger. Gives them really good time to move up into the circle and opens up that rotational path. This is really well done by BTR. They are playing a slow but steady game at the moment. Zuxi going down though, bad news, but he's already done the damage over to the rest of Buriram.
And Law is just vibing in the middle of it. All bullets whizzing over his head. But you're keeping it down. You're stopping from catching any of them. And with a DP as well, there's potential that you can hold out on a crash. Bigatron getting curtailed here. DRS struggling. Everybody's holding everybody else out. DRS on 4, sure. But the western side, the blue zone will push them away. That's going to open them up to teams like 4 Rivals on the south side.
Influence came in. Up to 5th place finish. DRS, though, might be looking for this loud win. We've waited for something flashy all day. Fortunately, it will be one of them going down as they try and get out of the compound. Law still waiting in the wings.
4 Rivals really going to have an impact here. Killer blooms the smoke. Sky only does spot Pui, but get the rock back to cover. Not in the next zone.
I mean, 100% right. 4 Rivals, this game is so important for them at the moment. Rules is sending out, and Law definitely will have to deal with that guy. There's some serious problems for him, but looks like he's only got eyes for Buradam at the moment. Another team with a really good spot within the circle. Again, circle moves away from both of these teams at the moment. And again, it's only Law who's getting the look here.
Rules. Oh, he's been spotted. Buradam ready for the team shots. Immediately hits the deck. Vehicle goes up, but he did get away from it.
So
Rules.
close.
Very, very low. Pui very close to killer. I don't think he knows.
At this point.
He doesn't know.
He's stood up though, and this might be an opportunity for 4 rivals to find at least one. Further he crawls around that way. For DRS, 5 eliminations from the position they've held this game. Yeah, they've got a huge amount of knocks, but really not a lot of these things getting transferred across. And that's 2 eliminations going through in an instant towards DRS's side. Now Buradam are going to make their breakout.
But Law's there, and they're getting cut down as well. Sky only, there's no way you make that crossing. 2 players alive for DRS. My name has been spotted as well out in the open. I think those bullets hit the shot, and Law finally unveils his presence here.
He's got so much cover though. What
he has so much.
This is amazing, and now we're really evening things up. So it's a 1-1-2-2, and there's a massive opportunity. He might be able to get this done, but that nade might just be the death of him.
That's got to be. I mean, it has to be. There's no way you're getting away from that. Oh, it's long.
He's got 5 though, but he has to move out of the blue. He can't stay in this for much longer. Might have whiffed the nade on that. Oh, just about gets it.
I thought
that was important.
I thought he was still there. I thought Law had survived that on a sliver of HP, but no. And now my name can move up to the same position.
Yeah, good refresh. There's no one else in range to be picking up any of this other loot, or in range to send the nades over the top. And Buradam, you know, even with the 1 player, like you said, taking up the mantle of influence, Kemin here in one of the most unreal positions set up by a loot crate, a rock, and a vehicle is insane.
A loot crate, a rock, and a buggy walk into Erangel. And we're waiting for the punchline. There's 4 rivals and DRS all know there's a player there.
It's a perfect spot to play in, but Gante with an unreal barrage of bullets coming in their way. DRS weathered the storm. Now just 4 rivals have been waiting in the wings, finally make their presence known on the stage.
This is a massive game for them, Blank. The 4 rivals needed this to jump up out of that elimination bracket. That red zone at the bottom of the tables that nobody wants to be stuck in. At the moment, 4 rivals on 4 eliminations in second place have guaranteed that they will be able to jump out of it for now. Can they hold that spot? 4 rivals take a lot of damage, and can they streak out further? Popping that first aid immediately. DRS for a big game as well to try and challenge for the top spots, but Pui goes down. Boki wants to spray, but he's half HP, low already through the smoke. The bullets are flying and not able to get an answer. Delta moves forwards, playing with the edge of the smoke, edge of the blue zone as well. Teammate falls on the ground, steps up, looks at the drop shot, so close. But it's DRS in the end to take home the chicken dinner, waving the flag. And finally, good news for DRS fans. I'm sure the chats are lighting up across the world.
I mean, Nepali fans all over going to be super happy with this one. Like, the fact they're able to pull this one off from a really strong position on the map as well, managed to get out of that compound into pretty unplayable area for themselves as well. I mean, Pui just 100% pulls the trigger too early, stands up and tries to get the roll down, but unfortunately Voki was smoked off that entire time, so couldn't provide the support on it, in which case DRS stay calm, collected as they're 2, and are able to quickly spray into the smoke, keep Voki pinned down. A really good way to end that game. But honestly, Law as well as Buradam, there were so many different moving parts to this end game, which could have changed drastically the result of the end. But again, Influence came in, get themselves a good result. DRS get themselves another amazing result as well, which keep them very safe towards the top of the leaderboard. Buradam might have laddered up over S2G. A lot of good things happening here.
Excellent and important games for a lot of teams here in the bracket. DRS to take the final chicken dinner today at the halfway mark.
Kaplan blessing coming through for DRS. It lasts for 2 matches, as you just saw there. As DRS close things out, get themselves 23 points, and get themselves probably up the leaderboard as well. However, 4 rivals at the bottom of the table with 16 points is going to help shoot them up as well, and give them a better chance to maybe stay safe and influence Shemin again. Sandstorm, 12 points.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this team does not stop picking up points no matter what match it is.
Yeah, and this is the second time that we've seen Law within the last 3 games. Even though the rest of the team just gets eliminated, they still try to get as many points as possible. And this is the second time he's managed to get 8, 9, 10 placement points for his team. So regardless of them not getting eliminations or losing a lot of players at the start, they're still getting a lot of eliminations or a lot of points every single game.
But are they getting 26 eliminations on a day? No, that's reserved for my man, my boy, P. My name P. 26 eliminations, 5,200 damage done. We finally got to see them step up here and show there's a lot of strong teams from Thailand.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my name P has to rename to Pushing P because he's really pushing that kind of effort so far for these games. But yeah, I mean, really a team that Biriram we did not know much of before going into this event. We saw some glimmers of hope yesterday, but today they just sealed the deal. They're looking absolutely amazing. But not as amazing as Influence Shemin because they're still hard to take down. And I would say, stop focusing on Influence. Focus on 2nd and 3rd place. Influence, they're good. I think they're qualified, okay? Just look for those 2 places below them.
No. Famous last words from Max saying that they've already qualified and watch them just have an absolute horrible next 2 days. And then we're really going to get your Instagram put up on the stream so people can see the messages.
I don't want to know.
Look, listen, one thing I do want to point out for the overall ranks, DRS, S2G, Buriram. DRS was at 48 points after day 1, S2G was at 30, and now they're 125 points. They managed to get themselves an insane amount, and Buriram was still sitting at 64, so their consistency is still there. They more than doubled their points, but S2G, DRS, they definitely had an incredible day 2, and they need to keep that up over the next 2 days, but Nigma, Titan definitely struggled into today's games, and especially Nigma Galaxy with their rotations compared to yesterday's games, completely different, and it's just not working for them this time around.
We saw IA, unfortunately with no chicken dinner, still on the first page, still in a really good spot. I think that's the thing we want to see change for IA for tomorrow and the last day is to actually get themselves some chicken dinners. If they can do so, they can hopefully remain in the survival stage spot.
Yeah, and that's obviously what a lot of teams are going to have to focus on. It's just staying alive, get to the survival stage, and then again it's going to become still even more difficult. But for Mad Bulls to be 14th place, I'm kind of heartbroken right now, Max, because they were one of the most dominating teams we saw in Western Europe.
Yeah, and this is a team that has some players that already played PMGC. They know what to expect from this level of competition, from a tournament like PMGC. And it's just not working out. They're just throwing things at the wall and nothing is far for them. They need to make some massive changes because we said it, one day can still make it into the survival stage. 2 bad days, you're starting to see a little bit of a difference between like what are 4 rivals and MTech Storm in 13th position right now. So yeah, Mad Bulls are 18 Kesso. Things are not working out. We need to see massive changes in the next 2 days.
I like the fact. Oh, what do you like, Sandstorm? Tell me.
I like the fact that he brought up Team Queso because at the end of PMPL Americas, they qualified based on a last-ditch effort. You had 1 player survive, managed to get 6 or 7 eliminations, and that was the reason that they qualified. Difference of 3 points only. And we mentioned this before. They need to change things up because qualifying based on 1, 2, 3 points and getting lucky in the last game, it's not going to help you out, and we're seeing that here.
All right, we're going to head to the stage with Contra for an interview once again to round out the day.
And after 12 rounds, we have finally concluded day 2, and there's still 2 more days left in Group Red. But 2 days in a row, we've been able to see Influence Kemin dominate the competition and still remain as your top 1 team. And here alongside with me, please welcome Kayoski.
Hello.
And of course, I really want to speak to you a whole lot about this whole competition. How does it feel to finish on the first place on both days? Do you expect to have such successful run in the PMGC League?
Então, como se sente ficando em primeiro lugar nos 2 dias seguidos? E se você já esperava isso?
Bom, primeiramente, bom dia e boa noite a todos. Eu estou muito feliz. Eu não esperava isso. Nosso time trabalhou muito o ano inteiro para estar aqui hoje. E é gratificante tudo isso. E é para a torcida tudo isso e para a gente.
So firstly, good morning, good night for everyone. And they didn't believe that you could be getting like the two first players like in the two first days. But it's like gratificating for them to do that because they'll be working like a lot for this to happen.
And I'm pretty sure even after day one, you guys went back home to study the competition and how other teams are doing. Do you manage to go back and study all of that and change anything heading into day two?
Então, depois do primeiro jogo, vocês foram tipo ao hotel estudar como foi o primeiro dia do jogo e mudar alguma coisa ou não?
Como?
Tipo, mudar algum plano do jogo depois do primeiro dia?
Tá. Bom, não, a gente manteve o nosso jogo, nossos estudos e o nosso padrão de jogo é sempre o mesmo. A gente adapta ao dia a dia, né? Partida por partida e é isso.
So they basically just kept doing like what they did yesterday because they had good results, so they could do better. But of course, they had to adapt a little bit for the players and the teams that they're playing against too.
And of course, inside of Group Red, there's a lot of amazing teams out there, and there's only 3 spots. And with your team, hopefully to be able to conclude this whole league at number 1 or even in the top 3, which other 2 teams do you foresee to be going into the global finals?
Então, no time vermelho só tem 3 posições, né? Os 3 primeiros vão para o final. Para além de vocês, quais os outros 2 times que você pensa que vão para a final com vocês?
Bom, todos os times são capazes de buscar esse top 3, né? Mas eu vejo aí 4, 5 times que podem pegar essa vaga ainda, mas a S2G hoje jogou demais, jogou muito. Eu vejo um time, um ótimo nome para buscar esse top 3, né? Eles já estão no top 3. Anima Galaxy, outro time que vai buscar por essa vaga. E a Buriram também, que está ao nosso lado ali. São um ótimo time e eu acho que são esses 3 times hoje. É isso.
So, like for him, it thinks like all the players here and all the teams are good, so they'll have the chance to go to the final. But basically for today, the X2G, Enigma, and then the Birmingham, so it's the 3 that he thinks will be like more good for them to top like 4.
I see. And of course, the world is currently watching as you guys are currently the number 1 team. And of course, Brazil is also watching. So any words back to the fans at home and all around the world that has been cheering you guys on from Influence Canon?
Então, todo mundo está assistindo vocês, principalmente o Brasil. Então, que palavras você deseja falar para o pessoal lá de casa?
Fala, galerinha do Brasil. Obrigado por estar acompanhando a gente aí na PMGC. Aí é muito cedo, né, que começa, mas tem que torcer por gente mesmo. Aqui é Brasil, vamos pra cima aí e é isso.
So it's like a big thank you for all the Brazilians because back home is a bit early, but all the fans are there like rooting for them, so it's a big thanks for them.
And of course, we really want to thank you for joining us for this interview. And since there's still 2 more days to go, I hope that you get enough rest and get ready for the weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And of course, for all of you guys watching back at home, I hope that you guys can continue to support your favorite teams out there as we head right into the weekend for the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League. My name is Contra, live here from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and we'll see you guys once again tomorrow.
No, we're not going to see you tomorrow. We're going to see you right now, and then we'll see you tomorrow. We got to end things off on the desk here. I just hurt my finger so bad, Max. Who knows? Slapping my own hand would like make me break my finger. But yeah, Influence German, they have been the most dominating team so far. They have been the epitome of consistency, we have to say. Whether it's 1 player alive, left alive, 2, 3, whatever, they've been able to build up a massive lead in first place, and they have to feel comfortable, though they can't let their foot off the gas just yet. I think they want to comfortably get in, so continue this pace, continue this domination, and really make those other teams work for the other 2 places.
Yeah, they really do. And I just want to give you guys a little bit of an idea, a stat when it comes to their placements in day 1 and day 2. 12 games that we've had, 9 of those games have been in top 4. 75% of their games so far have been top 4. And even when they get eliminated, they still take out a whole squad.
Every single time they've managed to get eliminated in the bottom 4, they still have 4 eliminations. These guys are just getting points every single game. It doesn't matter what happens. They're always benefiting. They're always pushing themselves. And this is exactly why I picked them out to be the team that's going to dominate week 1. So it's so nice to see that they've done it over the course of 2 days. But now we still have 2 more. 12 more games, guys. Keep it up.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the only way that they could fall off of top 3 is if they have one bad day. And at the pace they're going right now, I don't see that happening. So it's not top 3 teams going up to grand finals anymore. It's 2 more teams with influence that's going to be up there. So we'll see if they can be taken down eventually, but I don't think so.
Yeah. Well, as Sandstorm said, there's 12 matches left to go, 6 of them coming up tomorrow, so we can continue to see which teams will make it directly into the finals and which teams will go over to the survival stage on the last week of this event. You guys gotta stick around to find out. We'll be back tomorrow at the exact same time here for some more PUBG Mobile action.